Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had non-human quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a quiet, sunny day. A cool breeze was flowing through the air along with birds and butterflies. Kids were in the park, swinging on the swings, building sandcastles in the sandpit, playing on the climbing frame. All under the watchful eyes of their parents. This park was surrounded by the woods. There was a small, thin, rocky path leading into the trees. The leaves on the trees weren't enough to block any light, and most of the pale blue sky was still visible. The woods faded into an open field with a river running through it. The river was between two hills and at one point it had a log connecting both sides. It was peaceful. Away from the park, from people. And then a soft, gold glimmer in the sky. A single feather. It was white and looked soft to the touch, delicate, but strong at the same time. As it floated downwards you could see the golden edge of the feather, shining in the bright sunlight as it tipped and turned its way to the lush green grass. It gently landed, the grass moving apart as if it were creating a soft bed for this feather to be safe on. A soft glow. The glow morphed from a small light to a teenager-sized light, enough to submerge an average teenager. The glow slowly disappeared, revealing a short teen. He had short, fluffy viridian hair with one streak of a lighter green fading into white. Magnificent white wings curled around his back and torso in a protective way, kind of like how a mother cradled her newborn. His wings were made up of the same, mostly white feathers, big and small. You could just about see the golden edge of each one shining in the light. He wore a flowy robe-like shirt that went from white to light blue before meeting a golden hem to match the edge of each feather, accompanied with a pair of white trousers underneath. He had big, gold-colored boots with pale blue accents and white soles, and he had a gold arm cuff on that swirled in the middle where both ends met. He looked up at the sun and used his hand to cover his eyes. He looked down at his feet, noticing the feather he was standing on. He moved to the side and kneeled down to pick it up, inspecting the thing as he stood up again. He flipped it over and saw something engraved on the quill. "Welcome, Izuku," it read, "stay true to your purpose as a guardian angel." He looked around for a moment, taking in the sight of Earth. He took a deep breath in, wondering if humans ever took the time to appreciate oxygen. Forward march and here we go. Izuku jumped and ran behind one of the many trees, positioning himself so he was still able to see whatever was coming his way. Rule number 1, never reveal yourself to a human unless absolutely necessary. You each have a charm on your arm cuff that allows you to remain invisible to the human eye. Unless the danger needs a physical body or thing to stop it, use your abilities to keep the ones you are protecting from getting hurt. He peeked around the tall tree and saw a group of boys, probably around 4 or 5 years old, walking towards the log connecting the two hills. That log doesn't look secure. Where are their parents? He thought to himself, eyeing the group of kids carefully. He watched as one of the boys, the one that was singing, marched towards the log and stepped on it. He was short, like all human children were. He had spiky, blonde hair and fierce red eyes that could burn a hole through anything with just a glance. He was showing off his quirk, making small explosions from his hands. That's if you could even call them explosions. More like mini fireworks if you asked Izuku. The other boys followed the blonde one as if he were a king. They looked awestruck. Probably by the quirk the blonde boy was throwing about carelessly. Humans were so fascinating, getting entertained by the smallest of things. Why they were gifted quirks was a mystery, but Izuku would be lying if he said it wasn't funny watching humans awe over them with sparkles in their eyes. Oh, how Izuku loved watching humans do human things. It made him want to protect them all from any harm. It made him want to bring them all into a giant hug with his giant wings and watch their small faces fill with joy and laughter. Right as the greenette was getting comfortable in his thoughts, he saw the blonde boy slip on a piece of moss out of the corner of his eye. He swooped into action without hesitating, sending a feather from his left wing towards the falling boy and sending it underneath his back to slow his fall. He made his feather gently lower the boy into the water while making it look like it was still a normal fall. Splash! Izuku opened his eyes after closing them for a brief moment to see the kid sitting in the shallow river below the log. He was sitting on his feather. So much for getting that back, Izuku thought before letting the feather out of his control. He continued to watch the group of kids mess around until a parent called them back to the park. He checked to make sure the charm that made him invisible to humans was there on his arm cuff, and after confirming it was he followed the kids out of the woods and into a park full of more tiny humans. He saw the blonde boy getting picked up by a taller blonde woman with similar spiky hair. "Let's go, Katsuki. It's time for dinner," he heard the woman say. He took note of the blonde boy's name. Something was telling him he'd see the kid again. As the park emptied and the last kids left, Izuku took off to find somewhere to rest. He flew through the sky of Muzurifu until he found a roof to settle on, at least for now. He curled up and let his wings cover him. He would know if anyone needed help, his senses would tell him. He doubted he'd be woken up though, seeing as it's his first day. He'd only be protecting the younger humans until the afternoon of the next day. Younger humans never really needed protecting. At least not from the real dangers of the world. Having said that, if one of them falls over, you grow a soft patch of grass to protect their knees. No questions asked. If you see one of them crying, you comfort them and make sure they are okay before leaving. No questions asked. Izuku was good at that. Good at protecting and comforting. It was his purpose after all. He was a guardian angel, of course he had to protect. Plus, he liked humans. Katsuki had never been the type to believe stories. Not really. He never believed in Santa. He never believed in the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny. And he most definitely, never, not once in his entire 4.5 years of life, believed in guardian angels. He remembers each time his dad would talk about them. He remembers every visit to his grandparents' house and how he would be told the same story over and over. He remembers how he had never believed it. That's until the river incident. Don't think that. No. Of course he didn't believe in guardians. He was 4, he was smart and old enough to know it was all made up. So why did he find himself in his room alone, staring curiously at a feather? It was just a normal feather. It was plain and white and looked fragile, just like any other bird feather. The gold on the edge was normal. All bird feathers had that. Well, maybe not all bird feathers had that, but it's still probably normal. Uncommon, if anything. Katsuki was just so amazing that he found a pretty feather. That's all. Maybe it was a sign of being the strongest. Maybe all heroes got a feather like his when they were 4.5. He was going to be the number one. He was strong and had an amazing quirk that made everyone else stare. That was why he found a pretty feather. It was because he was the best. Right? Izuku laughed along with the girl he was watching over. She had been left home alone and Izuku's senses were telling him to keep an eye on her. She is very pretty, he thought, keeping his eyes on her as she danced around her room. She had fluffy hair, not unlike Izuku's, only instead of being green it was a soft, bubblegum pink. It matched her skin almost perfectly and contrasted well with her bright yellow horns. She was dancing along to the radio in her purple and blue room. Izuku let a small giggle escape his mouth as he watched her become more and more energetic with each move. God, I sound like such a creep. When the girl turned to look out her window, Izuku quickly ducked, making his wings become smaller so she wouldn't see a pair of giant wings out her window. Then he remembered the charm on his arm cuff and allowed his wings to become big again before sitting back up. Why'd I do that? She can't see you, you idiot. The girl had returned to her dancing. After a few moments, Izuku was laughing again, only this time he was dancing along with her. She couldn't see him so he could dance if he wanted to. Then she tripped over. Izuku immediately sent a feather over to her and made it slow her fall, exactly like with the blonde boy, Katsuki, at the river. Yet another one of his feathers lost. He really needed to stop giving them out. Sure, he'd grow more, but he didn't want to get found out. Rule no, don't let anyone see you unless it's absolutely necessary. Izuku stayed there until her parents came home. As soon as her parents entered the house, his senses stopped telling him to watch over her, and he left. He left the girl with the feather he stopped her fall with and went on with the rest of his day, his senses already telling him another child needed to be protected. Before leaving, Izuku took note of the girl's diary. More specifically, the glittery purple pen that wrote out Mina Ashido in bold, messy handwriting. Mina was in her zone. The radio was on, she was home alone and had the perfect amount of energy for dance. It was an amazing day, the weather being just how she liked it. Her neighborhood was quiet too, so she didn't have to worry about anyone seeing her dance around her bedroom floor like it was a stage. Then she heard a faint laugh. It had been so quiet, she almost missed it. If it weren't for the pause in the song that was currently playing, she would have missed it. She snapped her head to the window to see if someone was out there, but she saw no one. She decided to shrug it off, it was probably nothing. She continued to dance, hair falling in her eyes as she twirled around and jumped in the air. She jumped and it felt like she was flying. She felt the wind brushing her hair back, and she felt herself soaring through the air. Then she landed and she was brought back to her room. She had just landed a trick she'd been practicing for weeks now. She could have sworn she saw a golden glimmer outside. A few minuets passed and she was still dancing around, moving her feet along to the beat of the music playing. Then she tripped, she fell right on her face. It didn't hurt though, which was weird. Her floor wasn't exactly soft. She expected falling face first onto it would hurt. But it didn't. Is that a feather? How did that get here? She got up and sat on her knees, picking the feather that was laying underneath her up carefully. She lifted it up to her face, staring at the alluring thing. The fan in her room sent a cool breeze her way, ruffling the fluffy part of the feather and making some strands tickle her nose. She giggled, and she thought she heard someone giggling with her. She got up and placed the feather in a pot full of pens. She'd take good care of it. She'd keep it safe like she kept her baby brother safe. Then, she continued to dance. Her parents got home not too long after, but before going downstairs to say hi, a violent breeze came through the window, blowing the feather in her pen pot up. It floated up and towards the window. Mina, not wanting to lose the precious thing, ran to the window and slammed it shut. She turned around hoping the feather was still there. What she saw amazed her. It was almost like the feather was dancing. It was strangely familiar to her own dancing, as if it was imitating her or trying to dance with her. Weird. Izuku flew through the air towards his next destination. It was busy compared to where Ashido lived. His senses were flaring up and telling him he needed to be in a million different places at once because of the amount of people nearby. Although, one of them was a stronger sense than the others. He subconsciously landed on the roof of a nice, big home and looked down at the garden beneath. It was a spacious garden, not too many things laying about. It was neat and tidy. Izuku sat down and shrunk his wings to be a smaller size so they didn't get in the way of anything. The next thing he knew, there was a blue-haired kid running full speed towards one of the only trees in the garden. He's going to hit that tree. Tenya. You're going to hit the tree dash. So his name's Tenya, huh? Izuku thought as he watched the small blur of blue get closer to the tree every half a second. Just as the kid was about an inch away from hitting the tree, Izuku flew up, wings growing back to their usual size, and flew in front of and above the boy. He used his wings to create a gust of wind, blowing the boy away from the tree and slowing him down. The kid stopped using his quirk and toppled backwards from the force of the wind Izuku had made with his wings. He looked up to see an older version of Tenya, maybe an older brother? Too young to be his dad, running towards him with a woman trailing quickly behind. He recognized the family's quirks. Tenya must be an Ida. Knowing the kid would be alright with his family, Izuku left, not realizing a feather come loose and fell towards the kid. Tenya! Are you alright? Tensei ran to Tenya with the slight help of his quirk. Tenya, still on the floor, nodded in reply. He stared at the feather in front of him on the floor. It was a nice-looking feather, very beautiful. It almost looked magical, like something from a fairy tale. He held it up to the sun as watched in awe as it sparkled and shone in the light. What's that? A feather? It just appeared. Hey Mum. Look what Tenya found. Tensei called out to the woman fast walking towards them. She kneeled down to take a look at the thing and gasped. Oh wow Tenya, that's so pretty. Did you hit the tree, hun? No, the wind stopped me. You know, your grandparents used to tell me a story about a feather like that. Both Ida children looked at their mum curiously, silently telling her to continue. If you ever find a feather with golden edges that shine in the sunlight, it means a guardian is watching over you to protect you. You might want to say thank you to that feather, Tenya. Haha. Mom dash, Tensei burst into laughter, falling to the floor and using one arm to support his body weight while the other was being used to hold his stomach. Why, you seriously believe that? Haha. Oh wow. Tensei. Do not laugh at me. But Mom, how crazy does it sound? Why you think that Wind J just then was a G guardian? She clipped the back of Tensei's head, earning a quick ow from the hero. No more stories for Tensei. She turned to Tenya, who was still looking at the feather and holding it in his hand securely. Thank you, he whispered. His mom smiled and ruffled his hair before picking him up and taking him inside, leaving Tensei lying on the ground giggling to himself. Izuku flew away from the town the Ida household was in and started to follow the newest strongest sense coming in. Before he could, he heard someone whisper, "Thank you." It made a warm, fuzzy feeling enter his body, squeezing his heart and dancing around in his mind happily. Ijiro was sitting in his bedroom rubbing his eye. It was itching, and no matter how much he rubbed it the itch wouldn't go away. Then his hand froze. It turned into a hand-shaped rock and scratched his eye so bad it started to bleed. Scared and in shock he shouted for one of his mums, only to get a, "If you want something come downstairs and ask, Ijiro," in reply. He started to cry. He was panicking, his quirk had just came in. He had no idea what he was supposed to do. What did someone do when their quirk just arrived and the first thing it did was hurt them? He tried moving his hand but it was really heavy and stiff. He used his other hand to try and pry the hand stuck near his face away, but it didn't work and he ended up crying even more. Over the tears and panicked thoughts, Ijiro heard someone. It was a voice he didn't recognize. The voice was calm and comforting. Angelic and warm. Edrio felt a soft hand cup his cheek not covered by his own arm and another soft hand on the shoulder of his unmoving arm. "You're okay, try to calm down," the voice said. After a few minuets Ijiro stopped crying and was able to see who the voice belonged to clearly. His hand was still stuck in the same position covering his eye and his eyebrow had somehow stopped bleeding, but he paid no mind to it, instead opting to look at the teenager in front of him. He had green hair that looked really, really soft. His eyes were a mix of green, gold and white, maybe a bit of light blue too. They were really pretty but looked kinda off, as if they didn't belong to a human. What stood out the most to Ijiro though was the wings sticking out of the boy's back. "There you go. Try and relax your arm, okay?" Ijiro did as told and relaxed his arm. As soon as he did, his quirk unactivated and he was able to move it again. "You have a pretty cool quirk. I'm sure you can become a great hero with one like that, if you train hard enough," the teen said, moving his hand away from Ijiro. "Who are you?" "Oh yeah. I don't think I can tell you that, Ijiro." How do you know my name?" "I heard your mum call you it." "Are you a hero?" "How'd you know I want to be a hero?" "Can you read minds?" "Are those wings part of you, Quirk?" "Whoa there, kid. I guess you could call me a hero. You have a poster of a hero above your bed, I guessed you wanted to be one." "And no, I can't mind read, and yeah, I guess you could call my wings my quirk." "That's so cool. Can we be friends?" Ijiro pouted at the boy. "If you won't tell me your name then you at least have to be my friend." "Oh okay, we can be friends. I have to go now though." "Aw. Fine. Bye friend." "Aw. Fine. Bye friend." Ijiro waved goodbye to Izuku as he hopped out his bedroom window. It was risky, taking the charm off his arm cuff. He'd probably get in trouble for it later, but how else was he meant to comfort a crying child? It's not like the kid knows his name or anything, and he'd probably forget Izuku or think he was just an imaginary friend. Izuku put the charm back into his arm cuff and stood on the front garden of Ijiro's house until the charm started glowing, the sign that it was activated. He waited to make sure the kid went down to his parents to tell them about his quirk before flying off. Izuku was watching a group of kids at a beach. His senses were telling him to keep an eye on the kid called Rikido Sato. He had short brown hair and had his back facing Izuku, so the greenette hadn't seen his face yet. He was playing in the sea while his parents were talking to another kid's parents, paying no attention to the safety of their own child. Izuku flew down toward Sato, shrinking his wings as soon as he landed. He rolled his trousers up before heading into the water to make sure the kid wouldn't do anything stupid. And so he wouldn't drown. Drowning would be bad. He followed Sato as he walked deeper into the ocean. The water got to the waist of Sato, white remaining above the knees of Izuku. He was a short kid. Eventually, the kid started full-on swimming, completely unaware he was swimming deeper into the ocean and oblivious to his dad calling his name. Deeper into the sea he went. He wasn't in much danger yet, there were no ocean animals around and the kid hadn't realized how far into the ocean he was, so simply kept swimming. Then he tried to put his feet on the sand, realizing he couldn't. Why are human children so stupid? Izuku thought. Izuku was now also almost under the water. The water had reached his waist a few minuets ago, and now it was creeping up to his shoulders. The kid started panicking and started flapping his arms about wildly in a pathetic attempt to steady himself. When Sato looked back at the beach and saw his dad screaming at the lifeguard, he panicked even more. Waves started to pass over his head as the weather decided to turn itself upside down. Izuku quickly calmed the ocean and swam underneath Sato, ignoring how his wings tried to float him to safety. Why do my wings do that? It's not like I can actually drown or anything. Izuku thought. He put his hands on the boy's back gently but firmly, lifting him to make sure the kid wasn't sinking into the water. He saw the lifeguards getting into a boat through the water. They took way too long to start doing that. Izuku started slowly swimming through the water, pushing the still panicking Sato to the shallow waters. He kept pushing the kid forward until he was crouching to stay under the water, and then he let the lifeguards do the rest. He looked up and saw the kid looking directly at him. "Sheet, can you see me?" No reply. The lifeguards stopped their boat next to Sato and lifted the boy up and out of the water. When the kid looked at the water as if he were searching for something, Izuku knew he hadn't seen him. He probably felt me pushing him. "I thought they could only feel you without the charm." "I guess not. The charm probably only makes me invisible. Nothing else. So they can still feel me if I put my hand on their back? Good to know," Izuku thought as he stepped out of the water. He shook his head, instantly drying his hair, and did her same with his wings. Then, he flew away to find the next kid to protect. Rikido stood behind his dad with a towel wrapped around his shoulders. He stared intensely at the water, trying to search for what it was he felt pushing him to safety. He blocked out the sound of his dad screaming at the lifeguards for not helping sooner and let himself be dragged away, back to his mom, by his aunt. When he told his parents what happened and how someone pushed him to safety, they didn't believe him. They simply said he was imagining it and that nobody was there. He went back to the water to build a sand castle. He needed something to use as a flag for the castle. Just as he thought that, a gorgeous feather washed up next to his foot. He picked it up and took it home. It was a pretty feather. He wanted to keep it. Izuku watched, fascinated by the quirk of the child he was watching over. How could he not be fascinated? She was invisible. Izuku had so many questions but decided to ignore them for now. He watched the girl eating an ice cream. It looked delicious. Then, he saw a wasp fly past him towards the girl's ice cream. "Oh no you don't," Izuku said to himself. He walked to the wasp and hit it out of the air violently. It hit a bin and didn't get back up for a good minuet before it started crawling away from the girl and Izuku who was standing next to her. Hagakure saw something gold shine in the sky and snapped her head towards it. She heard a faint "oh no you don't" from where she saw the gold glimmer, and then a wasp flying towards her got hit out of the air, hitting a bin and crawling away when it was able to move. Okay then. Izuku sat on the floor, leaning against an expensive queen bed. He was watching over a kid named Momo Yaoyorozu. She had the most expensive room he had ever seen a human child have. Her parents were filthy rich, and you could really tell how much they loved their little girl. It was getting late and Yaoyorozu was sleeping already. He was staying there until his senses stopped telling him to comfort this child. He had heard her parents go to sleep not too long ago, so he felt bad leaving her. If his senses were right, and they always were, she'd need comforting and her parents would be asleep, so it meant she probably wouldn't get any comfort from them. So he decided to stay. It's not like he actually needs sleep anyways, so he could stay. She was having a nightmare. Izuku was quick to get up, taking his charm off his arm cuff to wake her, making sure to keep calm. He gently shook her until she woke up. She saw him and he wiped her eye to get rid of a tear that was falling down her face. She was looking at his wings. He had noticed a book on guardian angels on her bookshelf, so figured she was probably connecting the dots. "I am a guardian, you're okay. I can stay as long as you need, alright?" She gave a quick nod. Izuku ended up brining her into a hug, warping his wings around her. She fell asleep not too long into the hug, letting Izuku crawl off her bed and out the window. She'd wake up in the morning and think it was just a dream. Izuku put his charm back on and flew away. He flew to a roof, different from the roof he slept on last night, and settled down on it. He checked with his danger sense to see if anyone else needed help, and when he confirmed nobody did he let himself drift to sleep. Izuku's eyes snapped open, his senses screaming at him to get up. He jumped up and immediately flew to the house his senses were telling him to go to. It was the Todoroki household, home to the pro-hero Endeavor. Izuku flew inside and shrunk his wings when his feet hit the floor. As soon as he stepped in the building, his senses screamed and shouted at him to go to the kitchen, now. He ran to the kitchen and saw it. A boy looking up at his mother, crying and screaming as she poured boiling hot water onto his left eye. Izuku had no time to stop it. He froze as the water burnt the boy's face. His mum seemed to realize she was hurting her child and threw the kettle away, dragging the shaking kid into a hug and trying to heal the burn with her ice, which only made it worse. "What is this?" "Endeavor." Izuku watched Endeavor storm towards his wife, pushing the kid back before hitting the poor woman. He unfroze and quickly dragged the younger Todoroki away and into the garden. He didn't want him to see that. When they got to the garden, he took his charm off and revealed himself. Telling the bicolored boy to hold still, he put his hand against the burn. A white glow emerged from his hand and he healed the burn the best he could. It would still scar, but it wouldn't be as bad as it could have been. The scar would probably fade as he grew, and while it would still be there, it would only look a little darker and more red than the rest of his skin. He wiped the kid's tears away despite new ones still forming in his eyes. The kid was in shock, not saying anything, and the only movement in his body was the shaking. Izuku sat against the wall with the kid for a good 10-15 minuets before he got asked a question. "Who are you?" The kid surprisingly didn't show many signs of being scared, at least not through his voice. "I can't tell you my name. You're Shoto Todoroki, right?" The kid eyed him for a moment, probably trying to decide if Izuku was a danger or not. Then he nodded and they went back to silence. "You should probably go back inside, your parents will be worrying about you. Dad only cares about my quirk. It's getting cold. I don't want to go back in. You're a hero, aren't you? Can't you take me away from here?" Izuku sighed. He couldn't do anything, at least not yet. He wasn't a human. He didn't know anything about this family. He had no proof and wasn't allowed to show himself to people. He was already breaking the rules. He didn't have to be showing himself to Shoto, so it wasn't a necessity. Although, he could promise something. I can't. I can promise you something, though. The kid looked at him. I won't let you get hurt again, okay? As long as I am here, nobody can hurt you. I have siblings. Can you keep them safe too? Of course I can. What about Mom? I'll make sure she's okay before I go. You just promised you wouldn't leave. You're lying. I will have to go at some point, but that doesn't mean I will let you get hurt. I can sense when people need help, so as soon as you are in any danger I can come and protect you and your siblings. Izuku let Shoto curl up to his side for a bit longer, using his wing to shield the kid from the cold. The kid fell asleep gripping one of Izuku's many feathers. He gently laid the boy down on the grass and left, deciding to leave the kid with a feather. He figured the kid would need comfort when Izuku couldn't be there. Shoto woke up tucked into his bed with an ice pack resting on his forehead. He shot up, tore the covers off his small body and ran downstairs. He saw the fireplace was lit. It had a feather in it. His dad was sitting there, watching the feather burn away slowly. Endeavor told Shoto his mom was in a mental hospital for hurting his masterpiece. The next thing he knew, Natsuo and Fuyumi were taking him back to his room. The three siblings cuddled together for about 2 full hours before Shoto fell asleep again. He didn't bring up the winged person in the garden. Koji Koda was talking to the chickens on his family's farm when he saw it. A gold light around the corner of the barn. Paying close attention to whatever was there, he didn't notice the fox inching closer and closer and closer towards him. Next thing he knew, he was on the floor with a fox pinning him down, growling. Then the fox stopped. It looked up, Koji did the same, wondering what the animal was spooked by. The gold glimmer was right there. The sun was reflecting off something. What that something was? He didn't know. The fox started to shake slightly and ran off as quickly as a small, scrawny little fox could. The gold glimmer went away when Koji's mom came running up to him to check if he was okay. Izuku flew to the next person in danger. A child with a bird head. Quirks are so. I don't even know at this point. Is he eating a worm? Izuku quickly used his abilities to turn the worm into a piece of candy. Probably not the best solution, but a solution nonetheless. He made the candy taste worse than a worm would, hopefully that would stop the kid trying to eat another one. The kid spat it out and mimicked throwing up before running back to his parents. Human kids are so strange. Tokoyami saw a gold light out of the corner of his eye when running back to his parents. He shrugged it off, focusing on the horrid taste still lingering in his mouth. He would never eat a worm again. Kaminari had gotten his quirk about a week ago. He had been scared to use it much, his mom always said electricity has dangerous. Then he used it, things were fine. Then he used it again, nothing bad happened. Then he used it the third time, and something happened. His vision blurred and he wasn't able to think straight, let alone talk. Neither of his parents were around to tell him what was happening. His mom was patrolling because she was a hero and his dad was upstairs working in his office. It hurt. He saw a light approach him, was he dead? The light morphed into a human shape and as it got closer, Denki could just about see the color of its hair and pale skin. The light spoke to him in a soft tone, and Denki felt himself being dragged into a comforting embrace. Something curled around him, a pair of wings, maybe. He felt safe and the pain seemed to go away and leave him alone. He felt himself drift into unconsciousness, probably from exhaustion. His quirk was making it hard to sleep because his brain was always buzzing with energy, even when it had none left. He woke up within the next 2 hours in his bed with a single feather resting beside him. Achiko was staying close by her dad, making sure not to stray too far from him. She was at her parents' workplace, a construction site, because there wasn't anyone available to look after her. She wanted to help her parents, they had little money, so if Achiko could help make more in any way, she would. She saw her dad lifting a brick up and decided she'd try it herself. She had a quirk that let her float things so it would be easy. The brunette walked up to a brick and pressed all 5 of her fingers onto it, activating her quirk just like she had been taught. She stumbled over as she walked, starting to feel nauseous because she was lifting the heaviest thing she had tried to lift since getting her quirk. Then, she tripped over her own foot and fell over, losing hold on the brick right above her head. She looked up at the brick. It wasn't falling, it was just staying still, floating. She could see it shake slightly, and when it moved to the side just a little bit she saw a gold glimmer around the brick, as if the light was holding it in place to stop it from falling on her small head. She thought the lost hold of the brick? She wasn't using her quirk, how was it? Achiko! Are you alright? Let the brick go, I told you not to use your quirk here. It's dangerous, you could get hurt. Achiko tuned out her dad and watched the brick. Her dad put his hand underneath it, telling her to stop using her quirk, but before she could move her hands to stop it, the brick stopped floating on its own. Izuku watched Achiko get picked up by her dad before flying off. That had been close. 1 second later and the brick would have smashed her head in. Izuku looked at a young boy sitting behind a park bench, crying. The kid had a mutant quirk and Izuku was seeing the side effects. He had already seen the side effects of emitter quirks, like Kaminari and Katsuki. Two differences between them and this boy. 1. This kid had a mutant quirk, not an emitter-type quirk. 2. This kid had been bullied. Kaminari had an actual side effect, his brain literally frying itself. Katsuki had the opposite side effect from this kid, high confidence. This kid was one of the taller ones he had seen, he had multiple arms. His quirk affected his face too. Actually, Izuku doubted that. It was probably passed down from a parent rather than being part of his own quirk. But still, he had been laughed at for his appearance and was now trying to hide away from the world in his many arms, failing because they were too small to fully cover him. The kid was hysterical, crying and trying so hard to get away from everything. None of the adults around helped him. Instead they only looked at him, judging him for having a breakdown in public. Izuku had enough. When nobody was looking, he took off his charm and walked right up to the kid. He kneeled down and spoke to him in his usual soft, calming voice. "Hey kid. Trying to hide, huh? It's okay, I got you. You are safe, I won't let anything happen to you," he said, putting a hand on the kid's ankle and using his wings to cover them both up. He soothingly rubbed the silver-haired boy's foot, calming him down and making sure he knew he'd be all right. He stayed like that for a while. Then the kid looked at him, finally moving his arms away from his face. Izuku didn't take a step back. He didn't flinch or say anything. He just smiled. "Who are you?" he asked, still crying and sniffling as he tried to stop his tears. "I can't tell you my name." Are you a hero?" Izuku laughed. Why did all these kids think he was a hero? "If you want to call me a hero, then I'm a hero." The kid looked at him for a moment before speaking. Someone said I had a V-villain quirk because I looked scary. Do you think I have a V-villain quirk? See, can I be a hero with a quirk like mine? A villain quirk? There is no such thing as a villain quirk, kiddo. Whether you're a villain or hero or civilian doesn't depend on the quirk you have or your appearance, it depends on your heart. If you want to be a hero, you can be a hero. You seem very kind, I think you do a great job. The kid considered what Izuku just said, wiping his eyes. It took a second, but the boy seemed to take in Izuku's words, letting a small smile spread across his adorable face. "What's your name?" "Mizo Shoji." "That's a cool name." Izuku commanded his wings to rest, letting Shoji go back to his parents. Izuku made sure he got home before taking off to find the next kid, taking another mental note of this one's name just like he had with the others he met. This tiny human was a funny one. Izuku had been watching a Spider-Man movie with him even though the kid couldn't see he was there, and the amount of times he watched in awe as this old superhero jumped from building to building using a spider web that was very similar to his own quirk. His eyes sparkled and he cheered each time the hero landed on his feet or looked cool, making Izuku jump. The angel spent an hour watching the movie with this kid. Thankfully, his senses weren't telling him anyone else needed to be saving. In fact, they were telling him this kid was the one needing saving. The movie ended. The kid turned off the TV and ran outside to the garden, tripping over at one point because of how fast he was running. Izuku followed, wondering what he was up to, and when he got outside he saw the idiotic child standing on the lowest part of the house's roof, getting ready to jump. Why are human children so stupid? Oh well. Might as well let this kid have the time of his life. It's been a slow day, I want to go for a fly. The greenette thought, taking his charm off and sneakily standing underneath the kid, ready to catch him. The kid leaped off the edge and, like Izuku expected, couldn't get his quirk to work so started panicking. Izuku ran forwards just at the right time, the kid landing roughly on his back and wrapping his small arms around Izuku's neck. Izuku took off and flew through the air with the kid screaming. The scared screaming turned into a mix of laughter and happy screaming, like how people react on roller coasters. Then, Izuku flew higher. He slowed down, making it peaceful. The kid relaxed with him, loosening his grip on Izuku ever so slightly. Izuku made sure to keep steady so the kid wouldn't fall off. "My name's Hantashiro. What's yours?" "I can't tell you that, Shiro, sorry." "Are you a hero?" Again with that question. "If you want to think of me as a hero, you think of me as a hero. Also, if you want to do what Spider-Man does, train. And do it safely. Ask your parents to sign you up for a parkour class or something. Can you do what Spider-Man does?" Izuku knew he could. Guardian Angel abilities were very overpowered, he could do pretty much anything if he tried. "Yes, I can." "You know how?" "How?" Shiro asked, eagerly. "Because I went to a parkour class as a kid. It's fun, you'll love it." That was a lie, Izuku could do it because he was a guardian, but the kid didn't need to know that. He took Zero back to his home. It was late. By the time they got back to the kid's house, his parents were calling him for dinner. With any luck, he'd go to sleep and wake up thinking this was all a dream. Although Izuku wanted to see a Spider-Man-themed hero, he hoped this kid decided to take up parkour. Kyoka was playing her guitar while her parents were working. It was going pretty well. She had seen a golden light come from outside but decided to pay no attention to it. It was just the sun shining on the window, it couldn't be anything else. She finished the song she was playing and wanted to go and play outside, so she walked over to her guitar stand. She lifted the guitar up the best she could, but she was small and the guitar was one of the heavy ones. Usually her dad would put it away for her, but he was working. The guitar fell towards the floor, threatening to squash her underneath it. Then she saw a feather swoop between her and the guitar. It pushed the guitar back onto its stand and then floated down to Kyoka, just like a normal feather would. Only, it wasn't a normal feather. It had been strong enough to stop a guitar from falling. It had gold edges that glimmered and sparkled in the sun, much like the gold light she had seen in the window a minuet ago. She picked up the feather and ran to her parents to show them what she had found. Her parents told her the feather she found looked like one from an old myth. They said they'd tell her the myth at dinner before rushing her out of their office so she could go and play. Kyoka put the feather in an empty cup with her name written on it. Izuku looked at his feather that was now in Jiro's cup. He really needed to stop using feathers to stop things from falling. He flew off, making sure to remember the girl's name. Hitoshi stormed up to his room, slamming the door shut. He punched his door after locking it and then he broke down. He curled up into a ball, slowly falling to the floor. He tugged at his hair as he tried to contain his frustration. They were seriously not going to adopt him because of his stupid quirk? What was wrong with him? Why'd he have to be born with a quirk people were afraid of? He'd rather have no quirk at all than have the one he was stuck with. He pulled at his hair more and more. If he didn't get his anger out on himself, he'd let it out on someone around him. Then he'd be the villain everyone thought he was. Kid, stop pulling your hair, you'll rip it out. Shut up! He screamed at the unknown voice. He didn't care who it was, he just wanted to be left alone. Plus, whoever it was, this person would be scared of him once they figured out what quirk he had. If you need to take your anger out on someone, take it out on me, not yourself. No. I'm not a villain. I'm not a villain. The person came closer. Go away. Please, he begged. Izuku ignored the kid asking him to leave. He understood needing some time alone, but he would not let any child hurt themselves. He sat down in front of the kid, placing a hand on his shoulder. I said go away. He screamed. I'm not letting you hurt yourself, kid. Izuku scooted closer to the child, bringing him into a small hug. The kid cried even more, screaming into Izuku's chest. Despite his cries being muffled by Izuku's shirt, they were still loud and full of anger, frustration, pain, and sadness. He started punching Izuku, but that was okay. It didn't hurt him and it was better than the kid getting hurt. The punches started getting slower and weaker. As they did, Izuku started to play with the small human's purple hair. The kid eventually stopped crying. Izuku continued to play with his purple hair, watching out for any signs that the kid wanted the hug to stop. The kid didn't pull away, so instead of facing Izuku when speaking, he spoke into his chest. Who are you? Why are you here? I can't tell you my name, but I'm here to make sure you are okay. Why though? He sniffed, you don't even know me. I don't have to know you. It's my job to keep people from being upset or getting hurt. Are you a hero? If you want me to be. Why would you want to help someone with a villain's quirk? I don't even have parents, why would a stranger care? There is no such thing as a villain quirk. Humans are too oblivious to realize that. A quirk does not change what you become depends on you. No one else, only you. Can I be a hero, even with a quirk like mine? I can control people. Yes. No doubt about it. If you train hard, you can be a hero. I believe anyone can. Izuku hugged the kid, tighter. What's your name? I want to know for when you become the greatest hero of all time. I will be able to say I know you, and then everyone will be jealous. Hitoshi Shinso. I am scared. Why are you scared? They aren't adopting me. This is the best family I've ever been with, I won't get a better one. It's okay. I won't let anything happen to you. Promise. Okay. Izuku left when the kid told him he wanted to be alone. Putting his charm back on his arm cuff, he flew away, knowing the kid would be alright because his senses weren't warning him of anything. Izuku laughed so much as the kid he was watching over chased his tail around in circles. Humans were hilarious. At least, the young humans were. None of the fully grown ones had made him laugh yet. This kid was called Mashireo Ojiro and had a tail for a quirk. So cool. He was funny too. Kinda like Shiro and Tokoyami. All three were doing stupid things with their quirk. Achiko had done something similar, but her reason was much less stupid than Zero, wanting to be Spider-Man, Tokoyami, eating a worm, and Ojiro, chasing his tail like a dog. And then, the stupid child, started trying to detach his tail. I better stop this before he hurts himself, Izuku thought. He decided to try a new tactic. Instead of taking his charm off, he used his wings. How, you may ask? Simple. Due to his feathers having the gold edges, his wings sometimes sparkled and shone in the sunlight too. His charm couldn't hide the light from his wings because it was a reflection, a light, not something physically attached to Izuku. He took one of his wings and moved it about until the sun hit it. He then moved it about like one of those lasers cats play with, making a gold light shine on the floor next to Ojiro. It worked perfectly. The kid got distracted with the light and stopped trying to separate his tail from his body. Great success. Izuku flew off once the kid was occupied with a coloring book and his senses were telling him to go somewhere else. Tsuyu was a caring girl. Sometimes, too caring for her own good. She saw a cat sitting in the road, liking its paw. She also saw a car driving straight towards it. Without a second thought, the almost 5-year-old ran to the cat in an attempt to shield it from the car heading its way. She heard her dad shouting, she heard the driver scream at her to move, she saw the horrified look on her neighbor's face. Another thing she saw? A soft glow heading towards her. It got closer and closer, just like the car. It collided with her, pushing her out of the road, just like the car would have done if she was sitting in the road for any longer. How did a light collide with someone? It wasn't a physical thing, it couldn't collide with someone. Yet she still felt something shove her out of the way. She rolled over onto the pavement, the cat scratching at her arm to run away. She let it go, and was immediately surrounded with 3 different people talking to her at once about being more careful and asking if she was okay. She forgot all about the light, at least for now. Izuku got up off the floor after pushing the girl out of the road. He checked to see if she was all right, sighing in relief when he saw she didn't have any obvious injuries, aside from the occasional bruise and scratch. He heard the adult humans ask Tsuyu Azui if she was okay. Taking note of her name, Izuku spread his wings and flew away once again. Izuku eyed a man standing in an alleyway cautiously. He was following a kid, making sure he was safe. This man had been following them for the past hour, probably waiting for an opportunity to try something. Luckily the kid was with an adult, probably a family member, and that adult hadn't left him alone. Izuku swore to himself that whatever happened, he would not take his charm off. He had gotten in trouble for doing it via a messenger feather. It had, "Stop taking your charm off, you will get found out. We don't want to have to remind you of Rule 1 again, Izuku," engraved on its quill. He was slightly irritated at that. Each time he took his charm off was for a good reason. Sure, most of those times could have been avoided, but Izuku couldn't help it. If he saw a kid upset, he had to comfort them. It was how he was. And he couldn't really do that without revealing himself. Plus, he never told anyone his name and only showed himself around the people his senses were strongest for. The kid's adult stopped to look in the window of a shop, leaving the kid unattended. The kid had blonde hair that swooped down, curtain bangs. His hair curled at the ends and was surprisingly long. He had purple eyes that seemed to sparkle all the time and he had a support item wrapped around his waist. The kid wandered around, forgetting he was supposed to be with the adult, still not paying attention to the little one. Izuku stayed close behind him, getting ready for if the man tried anything. Just as he predicted, the man got ready to grab the kid as soon as he walked closer to the alleyway. Izuku, knowing exactly how to distract the child, let one of his feathers fall on the floor. He purposely let light shine on the feather, making it sparkle. The kid noticed something was sparkling and ran straight to it, completely ruining any plan the man had to grab him because the feather was right next to his adult's foot. The corners of Izuku's mouth twitched upwards, forming a smug grin. He knew the creep couldn't see him, but it was really funny watching him huff in frustration and turning around to go back to whatever dumpster he came from. Izuku walked with the kid and the adult until his senses told him another young human needed comforting. He heard the adult say the kid's name, Yuga Aoyama, before leaving. Izuku watched over all 19 kids as they grew up. He watched their high moments, laughing along with them. He watched their low moments, comforting them and letting them know he'd always be there. He kept protecting them all from the dangers of the world, refusing to leave them if they needed someone around, even when most of those times they couldn't see him. He spent most of his days just watching over them and laughing at every silly thing they did. The days he wasn't doing that, he was either protecting one of them, comforting one of them, or flying about following his senses. He had grown used to his senses, he was able to tell exactly who needed protecting just by the feel of it. It was a weird sensation, but he seemed to have an individual sense for each person, all of them feeling and sounding different. The more he protected a person, the stronger the sense for them got and the easier it was to tell them apart from the rest. Whenever one of his kids, what else was he supposed to call them, was upset, he knew. He flew straight towards them and was quick to comfort them. He received multiple messenger feathers over the years for revealing himself to them. He had ended up sending one of his own messenger feathers back, saying how he was only letting his kids see him and no one else, and how he wasn't even doing it all that much. He got one more feather back about the subject after sending his own, telling him to be careful. Apparently they didn't want a repeat of something that happened about a decade ago. They told him how dangerous revealing himself could be and the consequences that could come up if he continued doing it as regularly as he did. He never stopped, but he didn't show himself as much after that warning. By the time the kids were around 10 and 11, he stopped showing himself to them almost entirely. It was frustrating. He knew not all of them believed he was real, and it pained him to realize hardly any of them did. Most thought he was part of a dream or just an imaginary friend they made up for comfort. There were the odd few who fully believed in him, though. Shinso, Yaoyorozu and Shoji. Those three learned all the signs he was there, the glimmer of light, the alluring feathers, the random gusts of wind when he flew. They often talked to him, even when he had the charm on, because they knew he was there. There were also the ones who wanted to believe in him, but deep down they didn't because it sounded too much like a myth to be true. Most of these ones seemed to hold a lot hope that he was actually there, but they never let themselves fully believe. The majority of the kids were like that. Then there were the ones who refused to believe in him, like Bakugo, Jiro, Shiro and Hagakure. They either refused to believe Izuku was real because of stubbornness or memories that just couldn't really be explained or sounded too fake. Though, like the majority, deep down they still hoped he was real. Even if they didn't admit it. Still, he adored every single one of them. He didn't care if they did or didn't realize he was there, actually existing. As long as they were safe, he was okay. He liked seeing the character development of each kid. Ojiro, for example, was very energetic and chaotic when he was small, but he grew up to be one of the calmest and quietest ones of the group. Bakugo went from being a little brat towards people weaker than him to being decent. Sure, he was still a bit of a brat, but he was less proud? Is that the right word? Sure, he still refused any help from anyone and still believed he's one of the strongest people to ever have existed, but he wasn't overly confident and knew where he had to improve. He was just stubborn. Really stubborn. People like Mina and Kaminari though, they had barely changed. Both Mina and Kaminari were still as energetic as they had been as children, if not more. Izuku knew them really well. Sure, they didn't know him, Izuku never told any of them his name or anything about himself, not even the ones who fully believed he was there. That didn't mean he didn't know them, though. He could pretty much tell what they were thinking at this point, and almost always knew what they were about to do. He knew their boundaries and he knew when they were about to be too reckless or when they were trying to hide something. He adapted how he comforted them, changing his tactics as they grew and became more aware of what they wanted and what they didn't. He let them do stupid, small things that would get them hurt so they'd know not to do it again, although if any of them were in danger of anything remotely serious he'd step in. All 19 of them grew up wanting to be heroes. All of them wanted to go to UA, already training for the entrance exams even though they were still months away. It was amazing how they all wanted to go to UA. Hopefully, they'd all get in, the Greenette had no doubt they would. It would be easier to protect them all at once if that were to happen, and Izuku was looking forward to see them all grow even more. They were already so strong. He was so proud of each and every one of them. He wanted to show himself and help them train so bad. He wanted to show himself and talk to them and tell them his name and become friends with them, maybe even become a parental figure for them, someone to look up to and rely on, but he didn't because he knew he couldn't. Maybe one day. It would still be fun, no matter what happened. He was so excited for his kids, they were going to be amazing heroes. Izuku was sure of it. Izuku was watching over Katsuki. He had just gotten out of school and was now taking to his friends, hanging out near a shopping mall. If Izuku was being honest, he didn't really like Katsuki's friends. They were bad influences, doing shitty things to others without a care in the world. Sure, Izuku was a guardian so he had to protect humans, but that doesn't mean he has to like all of them. Each time Katsuki did something that wasn't right, Izuku would tell him off for it. He'd talk to the grumpy teen when they were alone about why the things he did were so bad. He'd remind him of how that person would feel and what might happen because of his actions and words. He seemed to shrug it off as his own thoughts, which Izuku guessed was alright as long as he took it in. He was a good kid. He really was. Sometimes he just needed to be reminded to not be such a JRK. He did that with all of the kids that needed it, speaking to them alone about certain things, things most human adults never spoke about, topics that were never brought up. He made sure each of them knew the difference from right and wrong. He made sure to deter them from the wrong path and stop them doing idiotic things that could hurt themselves or others. He taught them to be considerate and to listen to people in need. Izuku was kind of like a teacher or a parent, though that made him feel old, so he preferred to think of himself as a big brother. Someone his kids relied on and came to for comfort and advice, a safe haven. "So Bakugo, wanna go to the arcade?" one of the blonde's friends asked. "No way." Katsuki scoffed, making mini explosions and kicking a bottle out of his path. Izuku laughed, classic Bakugo. "Wait a second. The hell was in that bottle?" Izuku snapped his head to the wall. The bottle bounced off. He saw an eye inside it, staring directly at Katsuki. The cap had came off, unscrewing against the wall the bottle had hit. The lid clattered on the floor, rolling towards Izuku and falling just as it met his foot. The liquid inside creeped out of the plastic, climbing up the side of the wall and slowly growing in size as it all escaped the bottle. The sound of goo and slime moving about slowly and dripping on the floor rose in the air, making the three kids in front of Izuku stop in their tracks. They all looked up at the thing as two big eyes swam through the goo, looking down at the humans, an angel, as if they were its prey. The next thing Izuku knew, the slime manipulated itself to surround Katsuki, picking him up and suffocating him in the liquid-like body. Izuku blocked out whatever the hell the slime thing was saying, instead using his feathers to make sure Katsuki's friends were out of the way of the explosions the slime was forcing out of his kid. The slime villain moved to be just outside the mall, blocking the entrance and keeping everyone outside out, and everyone inside in. The heroes will be able to get Katsuki to safety. I should help rescue civilians so the heroes can do their jobs. It will look natural if they do it. They won't suspect anything if I only help out the innocents. Katsuki will be fine, the heroes can handle it, Izuku thought, jumping into action as heroes started arriving at the scene. Izuku used his feathers to get most of the civilians away and out of the mall as fire started to spread. Explosions flew everywhere, setting the place ablaze and making the walls crumble and melt away as if it were nothing. Screams of the people trapped inside the mall could be heard. Crowds began to form as the scene got more and more dangerous, the mall getting almost completely destroyed thanks to the fire just as Izuku got all the civilians out. The green net went around the civilians, healing any injuries any of them had as secretly as he could. He thought the heroes were able to take care of Katsuki and the villain, so he should prioritize healing all the injured people he could. He looked around at the scene after making sure the civilians were safe, wondering why he could still hear chaos enduring behind him. The heroes were doing nothing. The hell? Why aren't they doing anything? There are no pros around with suitable quirks. We can only wait for backup. We should try and keep property damage to a minimum and keep civilians safe. He heard one of them shout above the roaring fire. No suitable quirks? Quirks were given to humans as a gift, something to help them do things they weren't able to before. They were supposed to be creative with how they used them, not just complain when a difficult situation came up. There was loads that the heroes could be doing. Firstly, MT Lady was stuck at the back of the scene, shouting and whining about how she couldn't get through. Just stop using your quirk, walk up to the monster, use your quirk to grow, squish the villain and boom. Your teammates are saying they need power, you can use your size quirk to give them power? Then there was the tree guy, Kamui Woods, saying that his quirk didn't work well with fire because it was wood. Let another hero distract the villain, sneak behind him, then make your branches stab the villain in both eyes so he can't see any attacks from your teammates. Simple. If you sneak behind the slime, it can't see you so won't send any fire your way. You could do that and so much more, but no, it looks too dangerous for you to even do something as simple as coming up with how to beat a villain with a quirk that isn't necessarily the strongest against your opponents. Didn't you go to a hero school? Were you not trained to do this? There was even 2 heroes with water quirks. Instead of using the water to put out the fires being made by explosions, focus on extinguishing the explosions making the DMN fire. Soak Katsuki's hands with cool water so he can't sweat and he's basically quirkless until the water dries. Then the slime villain won't have any explosions to cause fires within the first place. You don't even need to know the details of his quirk to figure out how to stop it, it's common sense. Hell, only one of the water-quirked heroes needs to do that. You could have one focus on the thing causing the fire while the other puts out the fire being made. But no. Even with all those things they could do, they were just standing there, crying about how they couldn't do it, about how it was too hard. Heroes are supposed to put their lives on the lines for everyone, they were supposed to protect people just like guardian angels. Izuku didn't see anyone do that for his kid. They were just standing there, watching as a literal child slowly suffocated. They were watching someone die and were doing nothing. You are FING trained to do this. You're paid to do this. He looked up at Katsuki's face. His eyes were filled with horror as he tried to breathe, struggling against the slime spilling into his lungs. He was waiting for the heroes, seeing them just standing there was probably making the whole situation worse. He couldn't let it go on. Putting his anger and frustration behind him as best he could, Izuku flew high in the air. The roof above the slime monster was made out of glass, so as Izuku flapped his wings, the wind and force that came from them shattered the roof into a million pieces, some of the shards piercing through the slime. He brought the closest rainy clouds towards the area, letting rain pour down to put out the fire. The slime got even more liquefied. As the villain got drenched with water, so did Katsuki. The villain tried desperately to draw out more explosions from the exhausted boy, failing miserably as he realized the rain had put out all the fire around him that was originally stopping the heroes from getting to him. Everyone and everything seemed to pause. Understandable, the weather had randomly changed, the roof had shattered and there were a few of Izuku's feathers lying around, but come on heroes. Your opportunity to beat the villain is right there. Of course they didn't do anything. They looked confused. Might as well confuse them more. Izuku flew down a bit and started to flap his wings again, making another gust of wind and sending it directly at the villain, while also making it hard for the people around to stay standing. The wind hit the green goo, tearing a hole in the middle. The slime splattered everywhere, covering everything in a disgusting, green substance as the rain turned into a drizzle. Katsuki flew backwards when the wind hit the slime and forced it to let go of him. None of the pros moved to catch him because they were all trying to stay stood up against the harsh wind coming from Izuku, so he sent another feather towards him to stop him from falling, just like he did when he first met the blonde. The angel flew straight to Katsuki to check he was okay. He had a feather in his hand, one of Izuku's, and was staring at it intensely. Katsuki's friends, heroes and a news reporter that had apparently been at the scene started crowding around him, congratulating him for being so brave. Only one of the heroes apologized to him for not doing much, Kamui Woods. The rest ignored the fact they had done nothing, trying to keep their reputation as good heroes. Katsuki wasn't listening to them anyway, he was too busy looking at the feather in his hand. Izuku put his hand up to his arm cuff, checking his charm was still there and sighing in relief when his fingers ran across the rough gem. The police arrived not too long after Izuku stepped in. It had taken a minuet or two for everyone to recover from the shock of the weather literally saving a teenager from a villain none of the pros could go against. Police gathered up all the slime in bin bags, taking the monster straight to a prison cell once they had gathered all the slime. Heroes had made sure civilians and Katsuki were okay and helped get everything back to normal before going back to their daily patrols. Katsuki's parents were called and his dad had picked him up from the police station. He was taken home and went straight upstairs. Izuku checked with his senses in case any other of his kids were in danger, and after making sure they were all okay he followed the grumpy teen to his house. He'd need some comfort after being the victim of a villain attack, even if he didn't admit it. Katsuki got home and went straight upstairs, ignoring the familiar gold light he saw behind him when he entered the house. His parents looked worried. God, he hated when they looked like that. It made him feel guilty as shit. He grabbed a towel from his room before walking to the bathroom, pulling his shirt off over his head and turning the shower on. He could still feel the sticky, green goo on his body, even after the gust of wind blew it all away. Hopefully a shower would sort it out, it would PSS him off if he was stuck feeling icky for a week because of some stupid villain. He looked up and closed his eyes. Water tapped his face, running down his cheeks. The water was cold, just how he liked it. He lifted his hands up and ran his fingers through his hair, remembering how it had felt when the slime held his head in place to stop him moving. Now he had the stupid slime in his hair. Katsuki hated a lot of things. He hated most people, waking up with greasy hair even though you washed it the day before, making a mistake, forgetting something that was important, wasps. All of the small irritating things, as well as some things that were much more of a big deal. Like villains, for example, or the way his mom spoke to him, or even getting really hurt while training and not being able to move the next day. He had always hated villains. Or at least, he never liked them. Whenever he thought he truly hated villains, he was softly reminded about why that person might be a villain in the first place. He didn't know what was reminding him of that, he guessed it was just a small part of his brain. Even he couldn't bring himself to hate villains when, in the majority of situations, he should be hating the people causing villains to be villains. Of course, if you do something shitty, like killing someone, you're going to face the consequences, but he understood where some villains were coming from. That being said, he still didn't like them. And he definitely hates slime. He never really liked it to begin with, it was an old pre-Quirk era thing, but now he just wants to watch it all burn. Taking his hands away from his hair, he stared at them. He saw green goo, even though there wasn't anything on his hands anymore. How the hell was I controlled that easily? Am I really that FING weak? If I didn't need help, why couldn't I get out on my own? It's pathetic, I should train more. After he finished cleaning himself, the blonde teen went back to his room and got changed into clean clothes. He had still been in his school uniform when he was attacked. The DMN thing was pretty much ruined now. It looked green thanks to the amount of slime on it. The stupid stuff would be a pain to get out. As he threw his uniform into his empty laundry basket, he caught the gold light on his bed by looking at his mirror. It was weird, but he felt safe when he saw the gold light. Just like that, his mind was brought right back to a topic that had been dancing around in his head for years. Guardians. He still didn't believe in them, his parents didn't, and it wasn't something he was raised with, even though it was, because he had a guardian angel watching over him all his life. He was just way too stupidly stubborn to realize it, nor was it something ever brought up in school or by anyone else he knew. He didn't need protecting anyways, so it was obviously just a myth, because why would he get one? Of all people, why him? Today was a one-time thing, he wouldn't get attacked by a villain again. He put his newest feather in a pot with the others. Over the years he'd been collecting them to try and prove guardians weren't real. He was proving it to himself, nobody else, because nobody else knew about all the feathers he's been finding. A question you might have, how is collecting feathers proving guardian angels don't exist? Well, that's easy. If he had a lot of the same feathers, he could find the bird they belonged to quicker because he'd recognize the feathers. Also, if he had a lot, then the story was obviously nothing more than a story. They were supposed to be rare, almost non-existent, really difficult to find, and even harder if you were purposely looking for them. So if he had a lot, and if he had gone looking for them and found one, that meant they weren't rare, so meant guardians were just a lie. The two things Katsuki couldn't explain was the gold light he saw all the time and the one fading memory he had of a winged figure talking to him and asking if he was okay. Actually, he could explain both those things. The gold light could easily be the sun reflecting off or onto something. And the memory? He lived in a world with superpowers. It's very possible the winged figure could just be someone he met when he was younger with a quirk that gave them wings, exactly like the pro-hero hawks. It would make sense why he couldn't remember their name or appearance, because it's a memory of someone he hasn't seen or talked to again after the first time he met them. No, he has not asked either of his parents if they know the winged person because he doesn't need the help. He's already figured everything out. Despite knowing they weren't real, his mind was still always brought back to guardians for some reason. He remembered researching them when he was around 6 or 7, around the same time he realized they sounded too good to be true. Too similar to other myths and stories that had been shown to be fake. Too much like something straight out of a fantasy novel. But yeah, he had researched them after he met that winged person, after he had found the same feather that shone in the sun, after all the times he saw a gold light following him, after every time he had been in any amount of danger and something had saved him. But he knew they couldn't be true. He could easily explain each sign of guardian angels being real and disprove them. He could admit the idea of them being real did sound kind of nice. Not the protecting part, he could protect himself, but the comforting part. Katsuki wasn't really a big fan of having anyone see any of his emotions aside from anger, confidence and pride, but having someone to go to with his problems would be better than keeping them to himself. Having someone to break down in front of. Having unconditional support. Being able to ask for help or advice without fear of judgment or being rejected. Someone to talk to about uncomfortable or difficult topics usually never talked about. Having someone to listen to you. Feeling appreciated by someone that meant something. Having someone who could understand being exhausted. Having someone who could understand confusing emotions. Knowing there is someone always there for you, someone to help you through the bad days. Even having someone to lean on, whether that be metaphorically or physically. It all sounded appealing, even to someone like him. Sometimes, Katsuki thought it was a shame they weren't real. He couldn't really go to his parents for any of that. His mom always shut him down and called him a brat for being so overconfident. He wasn't overconfident, he really wasn't. If anything, he used confidence to hide his flaws, and his dad made him feel weak, in a way, as if he was being looked down on for wanting support. He couldn't go to teachers either. He heard how they'd call other kids stupid for having problems. He saw that they never supported the kids who needed it the most. How whenever someone would talk to them about something important they just shrug it off as a child being overdramatic. He couldn't go to his friends either. They saw him as a strong person who couldn't be beaten by anything. Katsuki was not willing to lose his reputation. Plus, his friends only hung around him because he had a strong quirk and had the most potential out of all the people in his class. So yeah, Katsuki liked the idea of guardians. He just couldn't let himself believe in them. A mix of not wanting to admit needing support, comfort and help, stubbornness and just not believing in something that couldn't be proven or something that sounded stupid. A quiet knock on his door ripped him out of his thoughts. "Katsuki, it's time for dinner. You doing all right?" His dad asked, the usual annoying tone in his voice. "I'm fine, old man, I'll be down in a sec." His dad walked away, shutting his door calmly. "You know, it's perfectly okay to show your emotions. They care about you." Something thought for him. He opened his door and went downstairs. He fancied having something to eat. The day of the UA entrance exam had arrived. God, Izuku could not wait. He knew how much hard work his kids had been putting into their training. This was their time to finally show off all their skills to the world. Well, more like to the UA staff. Still, despite being excited to see his kids in action, Izuku also couldn't contain his nervousness. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Honestly, the angel had no idea why he was so nervous. They'd all be fine and they'd all do amazing, he knew that for a fact. Watching over the same people for years gives you time to see the things they are good at. Everyone but two were talking to exam today. The recommendation students had already done their exam and already had their results. Izuku had gone to congratulate both Todoroki and Yaoyorozu in his own way, Todoroki not realizing he was there. Yaoyorozu, on the other hand, knew he was there and the two had talked for an hour or two through a notebook the black-haired girl bought so they could communicate. She even titled it Guardian, a reference to what she called him. The three that knew he existed all had nicknames for him because they didn't know his name, his favorite being Shinso's Bird Boy. While at her house, Izuku noticed she had gotten a new book on guardian angels. Books on Izuku's kind were rare and expensive, most of them belonging to museums or collectors because of how old and rare they were. Yaoyorozu had plenty of them though. Her first one was a book that had been passed down her family for generations, but after actually meeting Izuku she had grown an obsession over fantasy things, so had gotten lots more for birthdays and Christmas. Ida had a few of these books as well, though he had never touched them since they were tucked away deep inside a box of old things. His were family books that had been passed down for generations. The Ida family owned two of them. Todoroki had also had one in his house when he was younger, but when his mother was sent to the hospital Endeavor sold it to a museum. Looking up from the floor, Izuku noticed a mop of loud blonde hair speeding towards the UA entrance. Kaminari? Why's he here so early? Straining his ear, he heard the blonde speak to himself under his breath. Sheet, I'm so late. Oh god, what if they've started exams already? Oh F, I've messed up. Oh, so he's not looked at the time. Izuku followed Kaminari into the auditorium and giggled as he watched the kid's face turn into a look of confusion. The kid in question pulled his phone out of his pocket to look at the time and realized he was really early, sighing as he went and found a seat. Not that that was a hard thing to do, the auditorium was basically completely empty. Kaminari sat down, huffing as he got comfortable in his seat. Izuku could tell he was extremely anxious, so decided to let a feather fall off his wing and onto the blonde's shoulder when nobody was looking. He watched the anxiety and stress slowly fade away as Kaminari started playing with the feather, moving it around and watching how the light reflected off the edges. He was satisfied when he saw the tension in the kid's body leave. Slowly, other examins started to fill the room, sitting with their friends if they came with any. Once the auditorium was full, the doors closed and all the lights went dim except two which were pointing at the stage on the floor. A pro hero called Present Mike appeared on stage and started speaking, his enthusiasm kind of dying when nobody gave the same amount back. Shame, Izuku liked the enthusiasm. While the hero was speaking, the angel flew around, straying from Kaminari's side to see where the rest of his kids would be throughout the exam. There were 4 groups. Group 1, Aoyama, Uraraka, Ida, Shoji. Group 2, Bakugo, Tokoyami, Mina, Shinso. Group 3, Koda, Kirishima, Jiro, Sato, Shiro. Group 4, Ojiro, Hagakure, Tsu, Kaminari. The group numbers corresponded with their room number for the written exam. Group 1 was in room 1 and so on. For the practical exam, Group 1 would be on ground A, Group 2 on ground B and again, so on. Izuku decided to stay with Kaminari until the practical, hovering behind him and his desk as all examins took their written exam. Then, after making sure everyone was in the right place for the practical, he'd fly to the teacher observation tower so he could both watch everyone take the exam and see who their teachers would be. A plus plan. Everyone did amazing on the written exam, now all they needed to do was pass the practical exam and they'd for sure get in. Hopefully. As said, Izuku made his way to the teacher observation tower after making sure his kids were all okay. He settled himself in the corner of the room behind the teachers' seats and got ready to watch things unfold. There was only one teacher there when he arrived, Principal Nedzu. He was strange. He seemed to notice Izuku's existence but refused to acknowledge him actually being there. He paid no mind to him, even when the greenette asked if he could see him. He lifted his hand up to see if his charm had fallen off, sighing in relief when his fingers ran over the stone. Nezu still didn't seem to fully acknowledge him being there. Oh well, no big deal. The other teachers arrived soon after Izuku flew into the room, each one taking a seat and getting ready to watch the exam. Present Mike started it, shouting "Gio" into a microphone and allowing all the students to run inside their area. Out of all the heads, Izuku could tell exactly which ones were the ones he knew so well. He was so proud. He turned his attention to the teachers who were still all staring at the screens in front of them, eyes glued to the kids with the most potential. Nezu had also turned his attention from Izuku's presence to the screens. A few more minuets passed, everyone was doing amazing. Then, Nezu spoke. I think it's time to truly test them all. What will they do, I wonder? The animal lifted his paw and hit a button. The ground began to shake. It rumbled and moved about as something giant emerged from the floor, making every examiner freeze as this giant, metal monster towered over them, threatening to squish them like bugs under its giant, metal foot. The floor continued to shake and screech as 4 of these giant things appeared, one for each examine group. Izuku focused on Group Uraraka was stuck under some rubble, unable to move as the metal giant inched closer and closer. The teachers weren't doing anything. They were just watching, no care in the world that a child was about to be crushed in a literal exam. Everything started to seem all too familiar to the sludge incident the other day. Izuku jumped down from the tower, flying into ground A and up towards the face of the robotic beast. He used his wings and the wind coming from them as they flapped to slow the thing down, a tactic he had used so many times for so many different things. Using his feathers, he pushed the robot backwards, making sure nobody was where the thing would land and watching it as it toppled backwards and crashed into the ground with a low and loud boom. With no hesitation he flew straight down and slowly lifted the giant piece of rubble off of Uraraka as a few examines ran over to her to make sure she was all right. Nobody seemed to question how the concrete lifted itself off her, but even if anyone had, Izuku didn't care. As long as Achiko's okay. Ida ran up to her as soon as he broke out of his frozen state, helping her stand as she steadied herself and introducing himself to her. Izuku stayed with Uraraka for the rest of the day to make sure she'd be okay. He would let the teachers and that DMN rat know that he did not appreciate them throwing in an extremely dangerous robot just for the fun of it. Once all examines had filed out of the training grounds, Nezu went to have a closer look at the destruction in Ground A, a few other teachers joining him. He glanced over at the thick piece of concrete that was upside down before looking back at the broken robot, lying still in the crater that had been made when the thing had fallen. He picked up a singular feather, watching as the white strands of hair that faded into a shiny gold glittered and sparkled in the sunlight, filled somehow with personality and the need to protect along with the alluring sense of safety and mystery. Aizawa, I believe you'll be having an interesting year with this class. He said cheerfully as he ignored the annoyed groan coming from the black-haired man. Interesting indeed, he thought as he left the training grounds, feather in paw. The following week passed by extremely slowly. Izuku's danger sense had only gone off when one of his kids were in need of comfort. Quite a few of them were stuck in the mindset that they didn't make it in, those who weren't thinking like that spent the week relaxing and waiting for the results. Izuku was looking over Siro when he got his letter. Spider-Man, a nickname Izuku had given Siro, shut up. He can give out nicknames if he wants to, had literally jumped off his chair, the one at his desk in his bedroom, when his dad had told him the letter arrived. Izuku watched over his shoulder, patiently waiting for him to open the envelope. The kid took a deep breath in before hurriedly opening the poor, now destroyed envelope. Both Izuku and Siro were surprised when a circular disc-like object, a small projector, fell out. When the silver thing hit the desk, it turned itself on and projected a hologram of All Might up into the air. The man had the same old obnoxious smile on his face and was partially glowing as he spoke, voice filled to the brim with confidence and joy. He was going to be a teacher this year. Funny, he hadn't been at the entrance exam in the observation tower, there had only been 2 blonde people there. Present Mike and someone called Yagi Tashinori. Oh well, it didn't really matter. Being honest, Izuku didn't really care as long as his kids were safe and well taught. All Might had told Siro he had gotten in and ended with the overused motto, plus ultra. When the videotape ended and the hologram of All Might went away, Siro and Izuku stared at where the projection had once been. It took a few minuets for Siro's brain to reboot, to really realize he had done it. When he realized he had, he immediately took out the letter from the envelope and read through it before running downstairs to tell his parents. Before leaving his house, Izuku left one of his feathers to congratulate him. After visiting Siro, Izuku flew over to the foster home Shinso currently lived in. This particular family wasn't necessarily a bad one, but it wasn't all that amazing. The adults already had 2 biological children so tended to leave Shinso out of various activities, keeping him in his room and not talking to the kid all that much because of his quirk. Definitely not the worst home, though. Shinso was one of the 3 who knew Izuku existed, one of the 3 who actually believed in his kind. Izuku flew up to the purple-haired boy's room and climbed in through the window. Shinso noticed his presence about 2 minutes after he arrived, taking a double glance at a gold light on the floor before saying, "Hey there, bird boy," in a whisper, being careful not to speak too loudly so nobody would overhear. "I'm assuming you are here to see if I got into UA or not, huh?" he continued. Izuku shook his wings, causing the gold light on the floor to move about. "I'll take that as a yes." He went silent, thinking about what he wanted his next words to be. "Hey, bird. I know that, well, I know you can't reveal yourself, but do you think you could for a bit? Just while I open the letter I don't dash." He took a short, shaky breath in. "I don't want to be alone." Izuku paused for a moment at the request. He wanted to, but he was still scared. After receiving messenger feathers he had stopped showing himself because he was scared of the consequences. He had no idea what exactly those consequences were, he had no idea what the big problem was, but because he had no idea he didn't know if he'd regret it or not. Looking at Shinso's face though, looking at his eyes as they stared holes into the floor, waiting anxiously for Izuku's answer, desperately hoping for a chance to see a creature person he had known basically all his life, someone who was such a big comfort to him. Well, it made Izuku want to show himself even more. Hesitantly, he removed his charm, placing the stone on the windowsill. The kid looked at him for a moment after he placed the charm down and revealed himself before saying, "Thank you, I don't think I can remember the last time I actually saw you." Yeah, what are you waiting for? Open the letter." Izuku replied, ruffling the tired boy's purple hair. Shinso did the same as Siro, picking up the envelope and taking a deep breath in before tearing it open. The same circular projector fell out and displayed the same video of All Might. Shinso had done it. He had got in. Before the kid could say anything, Izuku jumped at him and brought him into a big, warm hug, wrapping his magnificent wings around the surprised boy. After congratulating him, Izuku flew off to go to see more of his kids. He was visiting Ashido next. Once the Greenette got to her house, only taking a few minutes to arrive because he had just visited Kirishima who lived quite close, he saw her celebrating getting into UA with her parents and her little brother. Not wanting to intrude, Izuku simply watched the pink girl get tackled by the tiny child who was shouting about how his big sister was going to be a hero. He laughed, ignoring how Ashido looked towards him with a slight look of confusion mixed with recognition on her face, before flying away again. Half of his kids visited, another half to go. Izuku left Ida in his room when he started to read, flying over to Kaken's house, yeah, another nickname, to see if he had gotten in or not. No, the blonde had definitely gotten in, no doubt about it. Yep, Izuku was right, he had gotten in. Sneaking up to Bakugo's bedroom, he saw the kid slumped in his blue beanbag listening to music through his headphones while reading something about birds. Izuku noticed how he had gained an obsession with birds, similar to Yaoyorozu's obsession with mythical creatures and fantasy books, after finding a good amount of his feathers lying around. Honestly, the angel didn't know if his stubbornness was a good or bad thing. The idiot was way too stubborn to believe anything regarding Izuku's kind or anything that couldn't be proven or sounded fake. It didn't matter that much anyway. Not wanting to bother him and releasing it was getting late, he still had a few more people to visit and congratulate. Izuku left one of his many feathers, one of the smaller ones, on the floor by Kaken's foot. Then, he flew away. Tsuyu was the last person he needed to visit. He spent the rest of his night settled next to the sofa Tsu and her siblings were on and watching a Disney movie with them. Every single one of his amazing kids had gotten into UA, now all a part of the new Class 1A, to Izuku's pleasure. He couldn't wait for them all to meet each other officially, he even made bets with himself about who was going to become friends with who. He'd just have to wait for the holidays to be over. Izuku was such a proud guardian angel. He felt so happy to be protecting the ones he wouldn't change it for the world. Shoji stepped off of the train and started walking towards UA. The first day of the school year has finally came around, huh? It feels unreal to say he's on his way to UA. It feels unreal that he's wearing the uniform of one of the best hero schools in Japan. Then again, Shoji wasn't really a stranger to feeling like nothing around you is real, like you're dreaming. When you have a green-haired guardian angel by your side, nothing really feels real. Shoji could see a golden light following him. He knew exactly who it was and he felt safe. Honestly, he thought walking to the UA gates would have made him feel just as anxious as it had at the entrance exams, but the eldritch being seemed to chase all his anxieties away. Knowing he had his guardian there, Star as he liked to call him, Shoji decided to take a shortcut to UA instead of going the long way. Then maybe they'd be able to talk. Maybe he'd be able to see those magnificent wings again. How long had it been since he last had a hug from the angel? 5 months? A year? 2 years, maybe? Another funny thing, Shoji never got annoyed that Star hardly ever showed himself. You'd think not being able to see someone important to you would make you feel somewhat sad, frustrated, a bit angry and confused, but that never happened. He knew there were reasons for him to stay hidden, so that probably had a lot to do with why he didn't mind. Plus, he didn't have to see Star in order to feel comfort. His presence was enough, the soft gold glimmer, the angelic feathers and generally just the idea of him being there. Shoji stopped walking to take his phone out of his backpack, twisting his body awkwardly to reach the pocket it was in, and continued to walk when his phone was in his hand. The silver-haired boy opened his phone and went straight to notes, opening the one titled Star and holding the device flat in his hand. He saw the gold light stop for a minuet before rushing over to the phone. His phone started to glitch, blurring and going fuzzy in certain spots as the angel typed something out. "You okay?" Shoji nodded in response. "Just wanted to talk to you before I get to school." The phone started to glitch again. "Oh, all right. I'm sure you'll do amazing, kiddo. Remember, I will be there the entire day if something's wrong," laughing face. "I know. Anyway, how have you been?" The two continued their conversation until Yue appeared and Shoji stepped inside. He walked into the classroom and there were only a few people there: a girl with dark, black hair tied up in a high ponytail, a guy with blue hair and glasses who was sitting straight in his seat with his eyes locked onto the front of the classroom, a pink-haired girl with matching skin, a redhead with sharp teeth and a guy with a bird face as a head. Shoji noticed that there were names on each desk and went to find his own name, choosing to ignore how the dark-haired girl looked the slightest bit shocked to see a gold light on the floor. Shoyuta Aizawa wasn't really one to believe in anything illogical. At the entrance exams he had noticed a dim gold light hovering at the back of the observation tower, and he had caught Nedzu glancing at the exact same light before the practical started. He heard when Nedzu said that this year would be an interesting one, and he had heard Cementos and 13 talk about the feathers that had been near the zero-pointer robot on the floor. He saw Midnight, Mike and Snipe joke about how maybe a ghost was watching over one of the kids, or how maybe guardian angels actually exist, or how invisible aliens might have came down to Earth and took an interest to messing with humans. All Might, or Yagi Tashinori, had told them it was probably down to a quirk, the Big O finally being right about something for once, and turned to Nedzu for some confirmation, only for the animal to simply smile in return. Of course, Aizawa knew the feathers were either down to a bird or a quirk. And the robot falling over like that? Well, either the robot malfunctioned or a wind-controlling quirk made it happen. He predicted it was the former. Sure, the robots were made by the top third-year support students, so were extremely high quality and well-made, but he hadn't seen any kid with a wind-based quirk. At least not in the open exams. Aizawa looked up at the clock in the staff room and saw it was exactly 8:20, so he grabbed his coffee and sleeping bag before heading towards his classroom, dragging his feet slightly as he moved down the hallway. As soon as he could see the door to the room, he could hear the loud problem children inside. Of course, this year's class was going to be a big headache. What did he even expect? He pressed his hand against the door, pushing the giant piece of metal before quietly stepping into the classroom. When he did, he saw that every student was talking to someone and already forming friendships with each other. Nobody noticed Aizawa was there. The black-haired man coughed, causing everyone in the room to jump and turn to face him. Soon after, Aizawa was facing his students who had all lazily moved to sit at their desks once they realized their teacher was there. Their reaction time will need work, he thought, looking around the room and inspecting each of his new students. He told them to get into their P.E kits and head over to one of the many P.E grounds at UA. Once they all left the classroom and went to the changing rooms, Aizawa walked over to the area he had told his students to go to and waited for them all to arrive, taking a mental note on how long each of them took. Ojiro thought that their homeroom teacher was intimidating. He had only seen the man for a minuet or two, so he couldn't really judge him yet, and honestly it's kind of what he expected UA to be like, seeing the school's staff is made up of pro heroes, but still intimidating nonetheless. The dirty blonde had already made a few new friends, Tokoyami, Koda, Shoji, Shinso and Jiro, and was walking with them to the P.E grounds after changing into his P.E kit. It was a bit strange that the first thing they were doing involved P.E, but again, he kinda expected it knowing he was in UA. Plus, it's not like they were going to be doing any actual hero training yet. Ojiro and his new group of friends got to the P.E grounds third, Ida and Yaoyorozu being their first and second. Everyone else arrived after them. Their teacher, Aizawa, didn't say anything until everyone was there and quiet. When he did speak, he told them what they'd be doing. A quirk apprehension test. They'd be testing where they were at with their quirks and strength. A test. On the first day. A test where the person who scored the lowest would be expelled on the spot. Great. Ojiro followed the rest of his class to the first test, running. They were allowed to use their quirks in any way they wanted, the only rule being not to hurt or mess with another student or their score. Ojiro let out a shaky breath, already beginning to feel nervous and panicky. He was usually the calm type of person. He hadn't been when he was younger, but over the years his mini-self's energy faded. Although, one thing that hadn't faded was his tendency to get slightly anxious about things. Especially exams and other things that can mess up your entire future. In all honesty, Ojiro hadn't even decided whether or not he actually wanted to be a hero or if he just liked heroes because they were cool until the day before the entrance exam. He had been so unsure, and he still had no idea what his future was going to look like. Of course, now he was in UA, he realized he wanted to be a hero more than anything, but he still had no idea what sort of hero he wanted to be. He had already thought about the possibility he'd have to get a side job to make enough money to live, or if the hero career failed and he wasn't able to become one, yet he still had no idea what that side job would be either, or if he really wanted one or not. If Ojiro were to be expelled on the first day, he had no idea what he'd do. He'd go into another high school for education, but then what? What job would he get then if he couldn't even decide what sort of hero he'd be when he had the chance to be a hero? What job would he get if he couldn't choose a side job when he could be a hero and when he would have actually needed one? Would he even be able to find another good career that would accept him if they found out he was expelled from UA on the first day? Surely some people would think he was weak, unrealistic, and overconfident. He was none of that, but other people would want a reason for him getting expelled from UA, and he was sure, oh yeah, my homeroom teacher decided to kick me out because I came last in a test on the first day, wouldn't be believed by many people. So he had reasons to be nervous, and it was understandable why he was beginning to feel pressured to do well. He really wanted to be a hero, even if he hadn't fully realized it until just before the entrance exam, and even if he was still not entirely sure what his future would look like, he still really wanted to be a hero. And so, his whole future depended on not coming last. He couldn't mess up. If he did, he'd grow old and die without ever managing to achieve anything because he would have been too busy deciding on things his whole life. The more he thought, the worse the panicky feeling got. He knew being nervous wouldn't help him. If anything, it would probably only make him mess up more. He just needed to take a moment and breathe. One problem, Aizawa was getting closer to his name as he called out people in order of last names to take the first test and run. Izuku stood next to Shoji as he watched all his kids run around the field one by one. He had shrunk his wings down to a much smaller size so the sun wouldn't shine off the gold edges as much and distract Kaminari or Tokoyami anyone. His hair ruffled slightly in the breeze and he internally cheered each time someone passed the finish line on the race track they were currently using. Go Class 1A, he thought, so proud to be watching over them all. Ojiro had been standing on the other side of Shoji for most of the day so far. So far, it looked like most people were making fiends with who he had expected. Izuku was so good at guessing. Then, the Greenette noticed some nervous energy coming from Ojiro, his senses picking up on his kid's distress. He looked over to the blonde and saw that his tail was hung low and wasn't being controlled much by the boy, a clear sign of him not being okay or entirely there. He also saw the slight twitches in his hands and tail, another clear sign of him feeling anxious. Izuku remembered that as a kid Ojiro got distracted by things a lot, so he plucked a feather out from his wing, a small one to match his size-down wings, and purposely let it shine in the sun, reflecting the light it emitted onto the floor where Ojiro was looking. Shoji picked up on this and subtly nudged Izuku's side with his elbow. He lifted his head and looked to the side slightly, hoping he had actually looked at the angel before he threw a confused and questioning look towards him. Even the three that knew about Izuku had no idea he was also watching over their classmates. Why none of them had asked how many people he protected, Izuku didn't know. They had asked about things he wasn't sure he could tell them, but none had asked him the questions he could actually answer. He decided to shrug off that fact, Shoji's confused expression included, and focused on Ojiro again. The kid hadn't moved, not even sending a quick glance at the light still dancing around on the floor in front of him. Izuku was worried. He decided to get Shoji to help, seeing as he was the closest person to Ojiro who also knew Izuku was there. He gently tapped the silver-haired boy's pocket where his phone was until he got the hint and pulled out his phone for Izuku to type in the notes app. I think Ojiro is anxious about the whole quirk test thing. I can't help him because I can't get his attention. Could you do it instead? I don't like seeing people upset, he typed. Shoji put his phone away and gently laid his hand on Ojiro's shoulder. Ojiro flinched slightly at the contact, obviously not expecting it, and turned to face the taller boy. You alright? Shoji asked quietly. Oh, yeah, I'm good. You know, whenever I'm stressed or worried about something, looking at gold light seems to help quite a lot. It's calming. Ojiro finally noticed the light Izuku was still shining onto the floor in front of his feet. The tension seemed to leave his body as he focused on the glimmer instead of his worries and thoughts. Ha, he mumbled, I guess you're right. Izuku kept shining the light for Ojiro, at one point even moving to be between the two kids so he could slightly lean into the blonde side without being too obvious. This continued for a while. It seemed to help calm Ojiro's nerves even more, and soon enough Izuku's senses stopped buzzing. When Ojiro was called up to run, the angel tapped Shoji's pocket again until the boy pulled out his phone. He started typing something out as soon as he was able to. Thanks for helping him there, kiddo, but was my gold light really the only thing you could think of? The kid nodded and lowered his voice so nobody else could hear. You are safe. Izuku looked at him and let a small smile spread across his face. Oh, how much he loved being a safe place for his kids. He was happy Hei felt protected around him. He nudged Shoji with his shoulder, copying what the kid had done earlier, and earned a quiet laugh out of him. Feeling satisfied with the familiar warm, fuzzy feeling that squeezed his heart, he went back to watching the remaining small humans take the first part of the test. By the time Aizawa had said the quirk test was over, every student was out of breath and exhausted, each one having worked hard and having pushed their limits to prove themselves, to prove they deserved to be at UA. Izuku was proud. They had all done amazing. Everyone gathered in front of Aizawa for their results. As they did that though, Izuku couldn't help but feel a little bit frustrated for them. While they had all done amazing, the quirk test had definitely been more in favor of those with strong, physical quirks and almost completely disregarded the ones that needed the user to be more creative. Not only that, no, now most of 1A were on the verge of panic attacks. His senses were telling him multiple people around him were swimming too deep into their own thoughts, scaring themselves by continuously telling themselves they were going to come last and would get kicked out of UA on the first day. He did his best to distract them and reassure them they did great, but that was difficult because only 3 of them knew he was existed and he couldn't really take his charm off and reveal himself to all 21 people. Aizawa walked to the front and readied himself to speak. Izuku honestly wasn't sure what to think about his kid's homeroom teacher now that he thought about it. He wasn't sure what to think about any of the UA staff, to be honest. He was still a little bit angry at them for putting Uraraka in so much danger at the entrance exam. He understood training to be a hero was meant to be difficult and dangerous. That's probably what any pro hero would tell you the profession was like if you asked, but he didn't think the entrance exam, or any training in the first year, should involve something so dangerous a child could die. Die might be a bit of an exaggeration for the quirk test, but even so this quirk test was making all his kids anxious. Like, really anxious. It had started with Ojiro, then had moved on to Jiro and Tsu, then Kaminari and Shinso, and kept doing that until it had been around every single person in Class 1A. Izuku had even felt the one person in 1A who he hadn't been watching over his whole life, Mineta, feel the same nervousness. Then again, the short boy had been making all the girls uncomfortable and had been doing and saying some things that make Izuku feel uncomfortable just seeing and hearing it, so he wasn't too bothered about him at the moment. But yeah, he didn't know what to. Going to go insane if he didn't figure out why he kept seeing the same lights and feathers wherever the F he went. Maybe he should ask Recovery Girl. No. Hell no, it's nothing and he doesn't need anyone's DMN help. He also doesn't need the school nurse thinking he's going insane at the age of, you can go back to class now, Bakugo. He looked at her, turning his head away from the window. You can take the ice pack with you as long as you return it at the end of the school day. The old woman said. Did she read my mind or something? He thought as a shiver was sent down his spine. Creepy. He looked back at where the light had been and noticed how it had disappeared. He hopped off the bed and headed towards the door, still pressing the ice pack onto his wrist. Come back to me if it gets worse. Whatever. He replied with a huff, stepping out of the room and softly shutting the door behind him, not wanting to be disrespectful. He wandered down the hall slowly, taking his time to take a peek into the few classrooms he passed, mostly third-year hero course classes. He had 5 full minuets to get back to where he was meant to be, so he could take as much time as he wanted to. Might it well take a detour, maybe he'd finally find that dumb bird with the weird feathers if he took enough time to look out the windows. The blonde roamed about a bit more, taking his time to move his feet and taking long, slow steps. Then, he passed one of the big windows that overlooked a small garden courtyard thing surrounded by the rest of UA. Katsuki could see how it was surprisingly gorgeous and mystic considering how small it was and considering how even through the window you couldn't see it all clearly because the view was blocked by leaves hanging from the branches of a giant tree. The wall surrounding it and the leaves getting in the way of anyone seeing it clearly from above made it look safe, kind of like a hidden gem, of sort. It looked really relaxing and unused, cut off from the rest of UA, almost as if it were protected by a magical force. It was probably quiet, even at lunch. He doubted many people knew about the place. He saw Aizawa walk out from an open hallway next to the area and watched the man walk to the opposite side of where he came from. Katsuki paused and stopped walking when the hero did. He watched closely as the man bent down and picked up something white, shiny and small. He squinted his eyes and leaned towards the glass to get a better look at whatever the man had picked up. A feather? Wait, that's the same type I always find. The hell? Aizawa stood still and stared at the feather for a good minuet, obviously thinking. Katsuki saw him shove the feather into his pocket before continuing to walk. How come every place I go to has a bird infestation, and yet I still can't find the type of bird with those stupid feathers, was the blonde's last thought before he decided he didn't want to deal with birds that day and started heading back to class, picking up speed as he marched down the rest hallway. Enough detours for today. When Aizawa dismissed the 1A students, he went to Nedzu's office to tell him about Mineta getting expelled for behavior. He thought he'd have time to take a nap in the staff room before going to teach his second class, but he hadn't realized how long the Quirk apprehension test had taken, and so didn't realize he had no time to take a nap until he got within sight of the staff room. Instead of taking a nap for a few minuets, he decided he'd head over to where his next class was. He'd be able to rest there anyway, he was only supervising a second-year general studies lesson. And so, he picked up a cup of coffee Mike had made for him and started walking again. He went down the stairs to the ground floor of UA and through a small, open hallway that led to a small courtyard garden area. It was peaceful, probably the most quiet and relaxing place on campus. It was a shame no students hung out there at lunch. There were benches and a bin, as well as some shade because of the open hallways and tall walls that surrounded it. The grass was lush and green, and the stone path that led from one side to the other was clear of any stray leaves or litter. There was one big oak tree that stood proudly in the middle while also providing shade from the sun, but just the right amount of shade. The leaves still let sun leak through in spots and still let cool, summer breezes pass by easily and without a fuss. Aizawa remembered how it looked the exact same as it had when he went to UA as a student, flashback to 3 teenagers sitting at the bench, watching birds fly overhead and laughing at terrible jokes a certain blue-haired male came up with on the spot. Thinking about it, it was nice nobody hung out there. It kept it clean and away from any danger. No risk of anything getting hurt. Aizawa strolled down the stone path and took a deep breath in. The smell of freshly cut grass filled his nose, and the sound of birds singing happily while sitting within the tree branches submerged him. He looked at the tree, observing how it seemed to arch its back over the mini forest in a protective way. He stood still for a moment. He waited, taking in the surroundings. This place was truly wonderful. It looked just as amazing in all seasons too, not just the summer. Even when the leaves fell off the tree, it looked just as precious. When the leaves fell, when things changed, Aizawa knew things would go right back to being beautiful, even if it took some time, so he was able to look past it changing every now and then and was able to appreciate its beauty instead of being dragged back into wishing it had stayed the same. Though, the only thing that ever seemed to really change was the lighting and season. The lighting was always golden warm during the warmer months and was always cool during the colder months. The seasons were always gorgeous and like something out of a book. Somehow, the weather seemed to always be relaxing there. Rain was never heavy, the sun was never too bright or too hot. Wind was never too harsh or too cold, the clouds never even looked gray, not really. You may think that would be odd, and to some that might be unnerving or unsettling, or it might make them feel uneasy. But it didn't make him feel like that. It had never made anyone who actually found the enclosed area feel like that either. Instead, it always felt like a safe haven, no matter how hard you tried to make it seem dangerous, eerie, and not right. While looking at the scene, he saw something glitter in the sunlight in the corner of his eye. He walked closer to whatever it was he saw reflecting the light. A single feather. He picked it up and held it up to his face, studying it carefully and taking note of how it was the same feather as the ones at the entrance exam. He looked at one of the birds perched on a tree branch and saw how the feather was definitely not from that bird. The bird he saw in the tree was dark gray and blue, the feather he held was bright white and gold. It was mystic and pretty, just like the place he was standing in, like something out of a fairy tale. Somehow, even as he stared holes into the thing, he felt a wave of security and warmth fly over him, almost as if it were forming a barrier around him and protecting him from anything and everything it could. He felt safe and was able to actually relax, letting all the tension in his shoulders crawl away. He let his guard down for a quick moment, before he realized that a feather was making him feel as if he were protected from all dangers that could be creeping around the corner or that could jump out and attack him at any moment. He questioned why this random feather made him feel a way he hadn't been able to in years. How and why did simply looking at a feather make him suddenly feel protected? Shoving the alluring thing into his pocket, he paced forward and arrived at the classroom just before the bell went off. He'd take the feather to Nedzu at lunch and hopefully get an answer out of the rat. For now though, he needed to focus on teaching. It was only the first day of UA and Momo already had too many questions forming in her head. Her guardian angel had been with her for as long as she could remember. She had asked him about his kind multiple times, but most of those times he had just told her he wasn't sure he could say anything. Which was annoying considering he'd been watching over her for years now. He wasn't there all of the time, only appearing when she was scared or upset or lonely, so she expected him not to be at UA on her first day. Momo had told herself he probably didn't want to distract her or anything, so figured he wouldn't be there and that she might see him when she got home instead of at school. And so she hadn't bothered waiting for him before school and had gone to UA early that morning. Everything went how she expected, up until Shoji arrived. When he arrived, Momo had noticed the gold light following him and the small light sparkling in the air. She noticed how it hovered over his shoulder until all her new classmates arrived too. When they did, the light floated to the back of the classroom, patting her head softly as it drifted past her seat at the back. Shoji had seemed to not acknowledge the light at first, but then Aizawa told them to go to the P.E grounds so that he could see where everyone was at with their quirks and strength. She had watched Shoji closely throughout the moments where she wasn't taking a test and had seen what happened with Ojiro. She confirmed the light was Izuku when it patted her head at the beginning of the day, and so had slightly panicked when the angel typed something out on Shoji's phone, breathing in almost too sharply and completely freezing in fear of what Shoji's reaction might be. She only breathed again when the silver-haired teen didn't question it and simply helped Ojiro calm down. She had also seen how Shoji seemed to keep communicating with her the Guardian even after Ojiro was back to normal. It was like they already knew each other, Guardian and Shoji. Then, she saw Shinso interact with the Guardian's light too. She had seen him freeze when his name was called out, and she had seen him look directly at where Guardian would be. At the same moment, she swore she heard the familiar, soft and calming voice that belonged to the angel whisper something. She always knew the Guardian probably had other people he was protecting too, she always knew she wasn't the only one, but it still surprised her and honestly she wasn't 100% sure either of them definitely knew about the angel. Although, she was about 90% sure they knew he was there because they kept interacting with him in subtle ways throughout 2nd, 3rd, and 4th PRD. So she decided she'd ask them at lunch. She didn't know if she was excited to know people who knew the Guardian existed or if she was nervous and slightly irritated that he had never told her. When lunch rolled around, she got some food and ate it quickly. Once she finished, she went to find Shoji. Shoji was with Koda and Hagakure and was still eating. Momo didn't really feel like interrupting their conversation nor did she want to interrupt his meal, so she turned around, walked out of the cafeteria and went to find Shinso instead. She found Shinso walking around the school. She was definitely more excited than nervous or irritated. "Shinso!" she called out, making the purple-haired teen stop and look behind him, facing her as she ran up to him. "Shinso! Hey, I was wondering if I could talk to you about something quickly? It won't take too long." "Oh, sure I guess." He replied sounding very confused. He had been caught off guard. "All right. I think it's best if we go somewhere a bit more private for this." And with that, Momo led Shinso over to an open yet quiet area, outside and sheltered by the back wall of UA. The walk had been silent and neither of them went to talk straight away once they found a place to stop. She looked around, making sure there was nobody to overhear them talk. Then, she spoke again, breaking the silence. "So, I was wondering. Have you noticed a gold light following you around? If you have, do you by any chance know what it is?" She saw Shinso pale slightly at the mention of the gold light the Guardian always brought with him. "So what if I do?" She looked down at the floor. "You?" he said, impatiently urging Momo to continue. "I know what it is too." "What is it then?" Shinso asked cautiously. Momo sighed. "Right. It might sound a bit crazy, especially if you don't think it's the same thing. I also know for a fact that the light is actually what I'm about to tell you it is, because I've seen it." She looked up, noting how he seemed to have no reaction. "It's a guardian angel." No response. He's been protecting me my whole life and I guess I knew it was always possible he was protecting others too, and then I saw you interact with his light end. Yeah. I figured I'd talk to you about it." Still no response. "Please don't think I'm crazy, I'm really not." No, no, I don't think you're crazy. Shinso quickly tried to reassure her. Well, I also know the light is a guardian angel. Mine's been protecting me all my life too. He never brings up anything about him, and I don't ask him to because he's not even told me his name. I call him Bird Boy. Mine's never told me his name either. Momo thought for a moment. What does your guardian look like? He has green messy hair and really big wings. He replied, making an overdramatic hand gesture to show how big the angel's wings were. He wears a robe-like shirt with trousers and he has freckles. He rarely shows himself, has a charm he can take on and off that lets him either be invisible to humans or, well, visible to humans. That's funny, 'cause that's exactly the same as my guardian. Bird Boy, get over here and show yourself please. Shinso called out, turning away from the girl. They both waited in a semi-awkward silence until they saw the signature golden glimmer appear next to them. It took another moment for the guardian to take his charm off, probably making sure nobody else was around. The glimmer grew into a teenager-sized light before it faded out, revealing a green-haired angel with magnificent wings and beautiful eyes. What's wrong? He asked in a whisper, are you both all right? Have you been watching over both of us all our lives? Momo and Shinso asked in union. Yeah? I thought you both knew I look over multiple people. No. Nope. Oh. Well anyways, is that all you wanted? The two looked at each other before nodding. Okay, well if you don't mind I'm going to go back to what I was doing. He raised his hand, moving to put his charm back onto his arm cuff. Wait, before you go. Momo interrupted, have you also been watching over Shoji? I saw him interacting with your light too. Oh, yeah, Yaoyorozu, I have. I told you before, you can call me Momo. You let him call you your given name? Asked Shinso jokingly. And you don't? Oh hell no, he won't tell me his name. Until he does he's calling me Shinso. The kid is lying, he gets all embarrassed when I call him Hitoshi, uses that excuse to make me stop even though he secretly likes me calling him his given name. The guardian messed up his purple hair as he teased him, giggling and earning a small laugh out of Momo as he did. Shut up! Shinso squeaked, fixing his now slightly flattened hair. Seriously though, are you both okay? Both teens received a concerned look from the angel when he spoke. They both looked at each other again, as if to confirm they weren't dreaming or something, and nodded back at him. Okay then, I really have to go. You know I can't keep breaking the rules as often as I do, I'll get told off again. Alright. The teens, again, said in union, sounding slightly disappointed and sad that he had to go so soon. Will you show yourself again soon? As soon as I can. You should both try talking to Shoji. You three would definitely get along, you all have a few things in common and I think you three would make a nice friendship group. Also, you are both doing great. I'm so proud. Keep it up, kids. Then, the guardian, their guardian, lifted his hand up and put his charm back on, again disappearing from Momo and Shinso's view. Izuku stayed with Momo and Shinso for most of lunch, simply watching as they both fumbled around awkwardly in an attempt to start a conversation with Shoji. Each attempt failed and they never got a chance to talk to him about Izuku. They'd have to try again the next day. He later joined Todoroki who was talking quietly to Tsuyu on the roof. He stayed with them until the end of lunch and walked back to the 1A classroom with the pair. Once they were back in lessons Izuku simply hovered around the room, like he had that morning, until the end of the school day. The day ended and Izuku made sure all his kids were alright before he walked with Uraraka and Ida back to wherever he decided he was going to sleep that night. He ended up going to the Ida household to sleep on their roof. He'd walk Ida to school in the morning. When the evening came around and when the stars settled in the sky for the night, Izuku perched on top of the Ida household's roof and wrapped himself up in his wings. His wings held him tightly, only resting when his senses told him everyone was okay. When the last light was turned off and Izuku was left in the dark, the only thing lighting anything up being the gently glowing moon, he left himself fall into unconsciousness and drift to sleep. He was so proud of how well everyone had done, he couldn't wait for the next day. He was sure they'd all do just as amazing again. He loved humans. He loved his humans. Yaoyorozu and Shinso had a plan. They wanted to talk to Shoji. Now that they had found out their guardian was watching over both of them and Shoji, they figured they should all become friends. I mean, wouldn't it be fun to be able to talk about their guardian together? They'd have so much to talk about and their guardian would be able to join in on conversations. He might even show himself more. It would be amazing, and neither of the two could wait to talk to Shoji. Although, talking to him was proving to be more difficult than they had expected. They had both tried to talk to him at lunch, but each attempt failed as they couldn't get him away from the rest of his small group of friends. So, they came up with the idea of texting him after school, but that plan also failed because the class group chat Ashido suggested hadn't been made yet, meaning they didn't have Shoji's phone number so couldn't message him. They had given each other their phone numbers though. When they got home they messaged each other and came up with a new plan. At lunch the following day, they'd walk up to his desk as soon as the bell goes, the one signaling lunch, and ask him to meet them near the back of UA. Then, once they were at the back of UA, they'd make sure nobody else was around before talking to him. It was simple, but as long as they got to Shoji's desk before anyone else or before he left it should go okay. So that's what they did. As soon as the bell went off, Shinso paced right up to the silver-haired male before anyone else even began to stand up. Shoji looked up at Shinso, waiting for him to speak. He looked at him with a concerned and confused look on his face. At least from what anyone could tell, he wore a mask that covered the bottom half of his head and his neck, so to read his facial expression you had to figure it out by just looking at his eyes and nothing else. "Shoji, I need to talk to you about something. Meet me at the back wall of UA." Shinso said, leaving no room for the other boy to protest or ask why. After receiving a hesitant "okay" from Shoji, Shinso walked out of the classroom to join Yaoyorozu who had already gone to the back wall of UA. Shinso and Yaoyorozu only had to wait for a minuet before Shoji arrived. He walked up to the pair and waited for one of them to start the conversation. He still looked confused and slightly concerned. "Okay, before we start, did anyone follow you here?" Yaoyorozu asked hesitantly, voice reaching just above a whisper as she looked around the area they were in. "Not that I know of. What is it you wanted?" The two teens in front of Shoji looked at each other before looking back at him, noticing a familiar glimmer of golden light appear behind him as they turned their gaze to Shoji's direction. Both of them thought it was really strange how even their guardian's light emitted a sense of security and warmth. Upon seeing the angel was there, Yaoyorozu gained enough confidence to start the conversation. "Do you know anything about guardian angels? Do you know anything about guardian angels?" Shoji took a minute to process Yaoyorozu's words. When his brain caught up with what she said, he initially froze, but then he took a closer look at both her and Shinso. They both looked serious, obviously not joking around. He thought for a moment. Star had never really told him anything about his kind. Shoji honestly never asked. It wasn't really any of his business, so why would he? Having said that, he kind of just assumed there were more guardian angels on Earth, and even though he couldn't confirm it he was sure Star probably had a lot more people he was protecting too. Not only that, but Shoji knew there were plenty of people on the internet who liked to theorize and talk about old legends and mythical creatures. Star was like a hero, in some ways. There was a lot of stuff out there about his kind. People enjoyed the idea of his kind existing. He protected the people he could, there were probably, definitely at least some more of his kind out there, and he probably worked to protect anyone and everyone, not just one singular person. It wasn't really that hard to assume his classmates had guardians of their own, or believed in them, or didn't, or maybe they had just read about them and thought Shoji might know a bit more. He might as well just give them what they want and answer them. What's the harm? He doesn't know Star's actual name, and even if he did he doubted he'd end up brining his angel up. It was unlikely Shinso or Yaoyorozu were actually going to ask him if he had one, so there wasn't any harm. Worse comes to worse, they find out he's being protected by a mythical creature. So what? They probably won't believe it anyway, maybe they'll just think he's weird and try to avoid him. People had done that all his life, he was used to being seen as the weird quiet kid with some freaky mutant quirk. So he decided to just go with it. Even if they did find out and actually believed him, Shinso and Yaoyorozu seemed nice enough, and they seemed like the type who are able to keep secrets. Things might not go well, but things might, and some more quiet and nice friends would be cool. Talking to them might form a friendship between the three if it didn't make them see him as just strange. He hadn't had many friends before, he mainly relied on Star or his parents for any social needs in the past, and he most certainly didn't have many social skills. He didn't like talking, being bullied can do that to you. But he liked the idea of having friends, especially friends who don't need to talk when hanging out, or friends who don't mind if you need some alone time. Yaoyorozu and Shinso seemed like that type of friend. Maybe he should try not to mess talking to them up. "Well, I know a little." He eventually decided to say. "Do you believe in them? Like, do you think they actually exist?" "I'm not sure." Shoji panicked and tried to lie. Of course he knew guardians existed, but was saying he believed in them the right thing to say here? There was a small, awkward silence for a minuet or two before Shinso spoke up. "We noticed a gold light following you around. It might sound like we are in a cult or insane or something, but that gold light is a guardian angel. Our guardian angel to be specific." Then, Yaoyorozu took over. "We basically think, no, we know that you are being protected by the same guardian angel we are." Oh, they know about Star. He thought, they believe in guardians. And we all share the same guardian. Or they think we do. Okay. Are they messing with me? Shoji thought for a moment longer, observing how the pair simply waited. Okay, he replied after taking a couple of seconds to properly process the information. Is that it? Shinso questioned quickly, sounding slightly irritated. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to respond. That's fine. We were wondering if you wanted to be friends? Well, I was wondering. Not so sure about Shinso to be honest. Sure, Shoji ignored Shinso huff when he was called out, and he ignored the voice in the back of his mind telling him they were joking and messing with him for a laugh. What now? No idea, the purple-haired boy said. What do you all call Bird Boy? Bird Boy? It's what he calls our guardian. And Shinso, to answer your question, I refer to him as guardian. Shoji didn't respond straight away, instead spending a few minuets figuring out if they were just messing with him or if they were actually being serious. Shoji? You okay? Oh, yeah. I call him Star, I guess. I love all of your adorable nicknames for me. Shoji quickly snapped his head behind him and saw Star standing there, wings as stunning as ever and eyes just as heavenly as they had been the last time he saw them. Holy sheet, dude, don't do that without a warning. Hey Guardian, nice to see you again so soon. Shoji glanced at Shinso and Yaoyorozu and took in the fact neither of them seemed particularly shocked to see Star there. He looked back at Star, realizing the angel had greeted both of them like he knew them. Wow. They actually do know he exists. They weren't messing around. The trio watched as their guardian smiled at them. After a minuet or two of them just peacefully looking at him, Yaoyorozu walked up to him and wrapped her arms around his body, resting her head on his shoulder and melting into the calming warmth that surrounded him. Shoji was quick to follow, finally accepting the fact he wasn't being made fun of and earning a soft giggle out of the angel before hugging him from the opposite side of Yaoyorozu, resting his head onto the green layers of soft hair. Come on, Hitoshi, join the hug. Shinso immediately went red. He hesitated before walking forwards and joining the hug, hiding his face in an attempt to not get tested for getting embarrassed because their guardian called him his given name. As they all leaned closer into him, they felt a pair of giant wings cover them as if they were forming a barrier around them all to keep them safe. They each relaxed completely, feeling safe and protected from everything as they closed their eyes and let the greenette hug them tighter. They stayed like that for a while. Shoji could get used to it, hell, all three of them could. You know, I really can't keep doing this. I've shown myself too many times this week, I'm going to get into trouble again. He finally said, letting go slightly and looking at the three teens. We know, they all said in union, still not letting go and holding him tighter in their hug. I'm going to put my charm back on, it was nice to see you three. He broke the hug after another minuet or two, I'll see you again when I can. Remember I'm always here if you need it. You aren't in any danger, okay? Alright, whatever. MHM. Their guardian said goodbye before disappearing yet again. Shoji was a little bit sad that Star had to go so soon, he would have loved it if he was able to stay, but he had friends to keep him company. And now? Now he had friends who were in the same position as him, so he'd be okay. Yaoyorozu got Shoji's number and added him to a group chat her and Shinso made the night before. Then, the three of them went off to do their own thing, each of them feeling content and happy to know they weren't the only ones being protected by a creature that supposedly didn't exist. Todoroki watched Shinso walk up to Shoji when the bell went. He watched Shinso walk out, Shoji following quickly behind. He had seen Yaoyorozu walk out just before Shinso, and he had seen Yaoyorozu and Shinso both look at Shoji throughout every lesson so far that day. Curious, he decided to follow them. He waited a couple of seconds before leaving the classroom, going down the same hallway he had seen Shoji go down. Eventually, he found the three at the back of UA, arriving just as they started to talk. He hid just around the corner of the back wall and listened. He wanted to know why they had been acting strange, he was curious. What is it you wanted? Do you know anything about guardian angles? Todoroki sked in a breath. He hadn't heard of guardian angles in years. He doesn't remember many things from his childhood. Most of his memories are the bad ones, the ones that make him feel sick whenever he thinks about them. The only semi-decent ones are with his siblings. He remembers how they used to hide in Fuyumi's room, just sitting there, huddled up and protecting each other. He remembers some of the stories he was told by both his older siblings as they tried to cheer him up after a bad day of training, and he remembers how a few of those stories had been about guardian angels. He remembers Natsuo telling him about how their mother used to have a book about them, and about how she always used to read it to them before she was sent away and before the book was sold. Shoto himself was far too young when his mother was around to remember that now, but he trusted his siblings were telling the truth. If Toya were still here, I bet he'd tell me the same stories. Those memories, though, had nowhere near as many links to guardian angles as some other memories he had did. He remembers someone promising he and his siblings would be protected. He remembers how every time something bad happened, there always seemed to be something stopping it from getting too unbearable, something there to help out and act as a source of comfort and support. He remembers feeling safe in his home sometimes, even when Endeavor was home. He always felt protected, always had some invisible force telling him things would be okay after something bad happened. He always had comfort from that same something whenever he needed it. He doesn't remember what exactly comforted him. He supposed those memories were dreams, trauma responses maybe. Although, he assumed, if those memories weren't dreams, that something was either Natsuo or Fuyumi. Part of him wanted to believe that person had been an angel. He wished so desperately that maybe, just maybe, those memories really did have as much of a link as they seemed to have to guardians. Unbeknown to him, that person had been an angel, Izuku, to be specific, but he knew they weren't real. Endeavor always told him not to believe in stories, and as much as he hated doing things that man told him to, he didn't want to get his hopes up for something that was most likely a plain, old myth. He remembers that he had Googled guardians once. He had found a website after scrolling through thousands of theories and fandoms for about an hour. He hadn't stopped scrolling because he was so desperate to find something, just something that meant anything even remotely close to stability or security. The website he found had a lot of people on there explaining their own experience with what they thought were guardians protecting them. He remembers how most of those people had described a strange sense of comfort and safety come over them in dangerous and terrifying situations. He found it odd that he related to that, feeling safe and protected in places you aren't supposed to or around people you aren't supposed to, feeling an unexplainable sense of comfort when nobody was around or when any average human would feel absolutely shit. He thinks he remembers a feather too, a feather that matched some wings he seemed recognize from somewhere he couldn't quite place. Wings attached to a person that he couldn't remember clearly. He thinks that was a dream, though, because he had woken up and found no trace of that feather or winged person ever even existing. Honestly, he thought that most of his happy childhood memories that didn't have any clear faces in them had been dreams. He assumed that any and all memories with the blurry winged figure he seemed to feel safe around had been dreams. It made more sense to him than anything else, especially since he didn't know any person with a wing quirk. The last time anyone around him ever brought up guardians, not including himself and his own thoughts, was when he looked up that website. He was around 5 or 6. He was now 15. Part of him still held on to some hope they were real, but again, he never let himself wish too hard for it. Whenever the bicolored teen even began to think about the possibility they existed, he shut it out, no second thought about it. He had decided the strange sense of safety and comfort was normal, something that just happened. He asked Fuyumi about it once. She had told him she often felt the same sort of feeling come over her. He knew his sister also didn't believe in myths, so that feeling couldn't be anything but normal. He talked to Natsuo about it too one time. He had basically said the same thing, said that if guardian angels were real they would have helped stop their old man from harming anyone. He supposed that was true, but a small part of him, a part of him hidden away from the rest of the world, clung on to the belief that they wouldn't be able to do anything because they were invisible and unable to communicate with humans like a lifeline. Around the time he looked guardian angels up he had stumbled across another website full of theories and different versions of the old legend. A few of those had said guardians weren't able to communicate with humans, and God, finding that made him feel a whole load of new emotions all at the same time because it sort of confirmed he had one watching over him. He just couldn't really prove it and so couldn't bring himself to ever fully believe it. Plus, Natsuo still held a point. Surely, if guardians were real, they would have done something more to help him and his siblings throughout his childhood. Maybe Toya would still be alive then. He had zoned out of the conversation he was supposed to be eavesdropping on while he thought about the weird memories of his childhood, the ones that couldn't be explained. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a gold glimmer of light appear on the floor. He saw it move towards Shinso, Shoji and Yaoyorozu. Zoning back into the conversation the three were having, he heard them talking about names, odd names at that. Oh, yeah. I call him Star, I guess. Shoji said. Star? Sounds more like a hero's name. Shoto thought to himself, wondering just how much he missed and how the conversation had gotten here. He blinked and the next thing he knew, he was staring at a strangely familiar winged figure, one that had their back facing him. I love all of your adorable nicknames for me, the figure spoke, some of the feathers on their wings fluttering about, glistening in the sun. The eldritch being greeted Shoto's classmates as if it were nothing, the three of them greeting them, him, her, it, back, seeming to light up at the sight of their face. He watched the winged figure move towards the three. Usually, in this type of situation, Shoto would have readied his quirk in case the unknown person attacked, but for some reason, this time he felt no need to. He stared intently as Yaoyorozu went up to the winged figure and hugged them. He continued to stare as Shoji and Shinso did the same. He noticed all three of them relax at the contact, Shoji taking a deep breath in and resting his head fully onto the winged figure's head, Yaoyorozu gently nuzzling her face into their neck, Shinso simply leaning all his weight onto the greenette. He silently wished it was him being hugged. It was weird, but just looking at the figure seemed to calm him down a lot. He got that uncanny feeling of protection again. Part of him, most of him, liked it and recognized that that feeling only seemed to deepen the more he stared, the more he leaned closer into the light and warmth the figure seemed to emit somehow. He continued to stare as the hug dragged out, taking his time to gaze a little bit closer at the figure. He couldn't see their face, what they looked like. Their wings, however, he could see. He stared, held completely spellbound to each alluring feather, big and small. He watched each one shine in the sun, glowing slightly with a golden light that Shoto recognized. The hug dragged on longer. Even as the magic element that surrounded the figure faded slightly, charm flickering every now and then as it adjusted to the mortal world, their wings still glittered beautifully. Their green hair looked soft to the touch. Shoto guessed touching it would feel like touching a cloud, if clouds were more solid, that is. The robe-like shirt they wore draped majestically over their shoulder, covering their back while also letting the wings out, free to move as they wanted. The golden hem on the ends of the robe-like shirt matched the gold edge of each feather perfectly, making the figure seem more like something from an entirely different world, from a fairy tale or myth, way too perfect to be anything close to human. Then, it hit him. The reason he found this person? Shoto had no idea what they were, what it was, so familiar was because it was the same figure as the ones in his memories and dreams. The same wings. The same gold light. The same feather he swore he had seen. The same, unexplainable feeling of safety and comfort. He must be seeing things. His vision must be acting up. He was getting ahead of himself. The person, because what else could they be but a person, was probably just a third year that Shinso, Shoji, and Yaoyorozu knew. The wings could be explained by a quirk. Just because he recognized the wings didn't mean they were the same ones he remembered. The ones he remembered were part of a dream anyway. Yeah, they are a third year. They are just a third year with a wing quirk. He kept reminding himself that, sighing and turning around to walk swiftly away before his mind drifted back to the mystic being in his dreams. He decided to ignore Shoji, Shinso and Yaoyorozu for the rest of the day, which, by the way, was kinda difficult to do when you sit near all three of the people you want to avoid in class. Not to mention, he hadn't talked to anyone apart from Ida and Uraraka yet, so he had nobody to stay with during lunch, meaning his mind was more likely to drift. He would feel rude and intrusive if he sat with the two he had talked to, and would feel the same way trying to talk to anyone else. Nedzu had always thought humans were the most interesting and complex creatures alive. He had always admired certain aspects of them, even if he had a much higher IQ and even if he enjoyed messing with them. He could admit he enjoyed watching humans do stupid little human things every now and then. He liked watching them grow. He found it interesting to think about how their minds worked and how they thought. People often mistook him as some cruel animal who wanted to see everyone suffer, and as much as he also found it amusing to make humans confused and irritated, he wasn't as cruel as most people assumed he was. He supposed the fact humans were interesting and complex creatures hadn't changed, that very much stayed the same. Although, now he was starting to see signs of another being, a different thing completely separate from humans and yet also completely separate from him. The presence felt like nothing he had ever come across. A presence, a being that piqued his interest. The entrance exams had been full of delightful surprises, examines getting high rescue points, very little examines failing the written exam, a nice batch of varied quirks and skills. This year, Nedzu had had to think long and hard about who to let in and who not to. While observing all possible students, however, he noticed a gold light hovering behind him. Upon seeing all of the feathers near the zero-pointer robot at the end of the day, Nedzu decided he'd do a little investigation on the matter, read for a bit and see if he could find anything. He'd found multiple sites that seemed to link. Guardian angels were a common theme. And so, he took it upon himself to research a little more. Not that he needed to do that to figure out for sure what the presence was, he already knew it was indeed a guardian, he just wanted to find out some more about the new being he decided he'd gladly welcome into his school. Most of the information he found had been so obnoxiously fake it pained him to read. Most had been theories, lore made up by fandoms who adopted the idea of guardian angels existing. A lot had simply been linked to religion or to the afterlife or any other sort of belief. Thinking for a quick moment, he realized if he wanted any information on the being he would have to meet it and ask, maybe invite it for tea someday. Nedzu chose to wait for the guardian to come to him. He knew it was there, he figured it was looking after 1A, Aizawa's homeroom class, so he'd simply watch it all unfold and wait patiently in the shadows. He decided all of that after the first school day. Now was the second day. The bell rang, the bell signaling lunch, and the animal looked down at his watch to check the bell was on time. It was, just like it was every day. 12:30 on the dot. Aizawa burst through the door not even a minuet later and trudged into his office, facial expression easily, to Nedzu, giving away the fact the pro-hero wanted to speak. "Aizawa, what is it I can do for you?" Nedzu chirped, acting oblivious. "You know exactly what I want." The black-haired man replied, scowling. Nedzu grinned. Now, Aizawa. I don't know anything more about your class than you do." "Of course you don't," Aizawa grumbled sarcastically. "Is it something I should worry about?" "Only time will tell. I don't think you should concern yourself too much, though." "Is it a danger to any of my students?" he tried to rephrase, hoping to get a more certain answer from Nedzu. "I suppose not, it might be helpful, actually." "Can't you just tell me what the hell it is?" "I'm afraid I want to let you figure it out yourself." "I'm not a child, don't treat me like one." Nedzu grinned even wider, looking more sadistic every second. "I am not treating you as if you were a child. I'm treating you as if you can figure it out without my guidance." Aizawa said something under his breath. Nedzu, with enhanced hearing, heard him growl out the words, "This DMN rat." Before the man had a chance to leave the room, Nedzu spoke up again. "What I said at the entrance exam was no lie, Aizawa. This year will not fail to be an interesting one. If you really want my advice, I'd tell you to be prepared for anything. Now, off you go, I'm sure you want your afternoon nap and I won't keep you waiting any longer." Aizawa walked out of his office after waiting for a moment, checking to see if Nedzu was planning anything. When he left, the animal turned to his computer and switched to the security cameras. When he saw a golden glimmer appear in the lovely, small courtyard garden area, waiting still just next to the tree that stood high in the middle, he grinned again, this time even wider than before. Oh, what a wonderful year this would be. Nedzu couldn't wait. He should get some popcorn, he might like it. Usually, the school year starting was a very normal thing that the media paid little attention to. Although for UA, being one of the best hero schools in Japan meant that the media was always trying to get hold of the first years to see who had gotten in. Usually though, most news reporters would wait for the sports festival to come around, and those who chose not to wait normally arranged a meeting with Nedzu to get permission to interview some students. Apparently this year was different. Well, of course it was different. All Might was a teacher this year, of course people weren't going to wait for the sports festival to get a scoop on what being taught by the #1 hero was like. Plus, seeing how everyone wanted to be the first to get hold of the news, people weren't going to try and get permission from Nedzu to interview the kids either. It would take them too long and someone would beat them to it and get the information first. So, Izuku fully expected that he'd see an ocean of people pushing and shoving each other out of the way to get into the school when he arrived with Jiro. When he could see the gates, when he saw the mess of people, he made one of his feathers stop Jiro from moving forward. She was glued to her phone and had her headphones in, listening to music with the volume turned almost all the way up. He knew for a fact the girl wouldn't like being surrounded by that many loud people, she would absolutely hate having a bunch of microphones shoved in her face from all directions, and she would hate all those cameras pointing at her too. So he decided he'd bring her attention to the crowd in front of her with his feather so she wouldn't accidentally walk straight into it. He manipulated one of his small feathers and brought it in front of him, lifting it up before letting it drift down to Jiro's face. He watched Jiro notice his feather. He watched as her eyes followed it, as she noticed the crowd at the gate, a look of displeasure forming on her face along with a shudder at the thought of walking right through the swarm of people. "You've got to be kidding me," he heard her mutter. She looked around for another way into UA, phone still in her hand but this time with her music paused, and as she did Izuku's senses picked up on her starting to feel slightly nervous and uncomfortable. Before one of the news reporters noticed her standing there in the UA school uniform, Izuku moved his wings to shine his gold light in the direction of the other entrance to UA. Jiro, the smart kid she was, picked up on the gold light almost straight away and subconsciously followed it, finding the other entrance not too long after. For the rest of the journey to the 1A classroom, Izuku simply hovered over Jiro's shoulder, following her and copying her footsteps in a playful manner as they wandered towards and through the entrance before continuing to walk through the hallways within the school grounds. He saw Jiro glance as his gold light that danced around the floor as he stepped with her every now and then, but she seemed to shrug it off and continued walking. Eventually, they got to the side of the building with the hero course classrooms and they started walking up the stairs to the floor the first-year classrooms were. While walking to the 1A classroom, Izuku took a quick moment to look out of the window, curious to see if the news reporters were still there. What he saw was, again, no surprise. News reporters were still flooding the main entrance and students were trying to navigate their way into the building, the few unlucky ones getting dragged into the mess and getting completely surrounded by people screaming questions at them. Just before he turned away from the window to follow Jiro into the classroom, he noticed someone standing behind the crowd still swarming. The person was dressed in all black, save for their bright red shoes, and had light hair that matched their pasty skin. They definitely weren't a student, but they also weren't a member of staff. They looked like they weren't a news reporter either, too calm and standing too far away from them, as if the person didn't want to be associated with people or society in general. They just stood there. Watching. Waiting. That's weird. I wonder what we'll be doing in P.E today, Kaminari spoke up as the class waited for their teacher to arrive. Yeah man, I can't wait to find out, Kirishima replied energetically. Izuku smiled, he liked seeing his kids excited. It was fun. Humans are fun. Izuku loves humans. He was standing just behind Uraraka and Sato, wings reduced down to their smaller form. His senses were pretty calm, he was calm, his kids were all okay. Until a few minuets later when All Might burst through the door. He felt that bubble of calm pop. I am here, the blonde hero yelled, posing in the doorway for dramatic effect. Most of 1A erupted into excitement, cheering and screaming, the odd few freezing at the sight of the pro hero out of pure shock and awe. Usually, when his senses weren't calm, it meant that at least one of his kids, or another human near, wasn't safe and was scared or upset. But sometimes, if humans felt other strong emotions like excitement, his senses picked up on it too. His senses actually picked up on all emotions, they were just more sensitive to the negative ones because if someone had a negative emotion it meant Izuku should be there to protect whoever needed protecting. His senses were made to tell him if someone needed help after all, and they did that by detecting negative emotions. Being able to sense a human's happiness was simply a heaven-sent benefit. It never failed to make him feel nice when his senses picked up on the positive emotions. He loved all 19 of his kids, he loved humans in general, so he loved it when their happy emotions were strong enough to make a fuzzy and warm feeling squeeze his heart and dance around his chest. Izuku couldn't help but giggle a little bit at the massive smiles he saw on every face in the room. At the cheers of excitement that came from almost everyone when they saw the hero. At the sparkles glittering in their eyes, almost like how his golden light did sometimes. All Might eventually calmed the class down enough to tell them all to get changed into their hero costumes. Hero costumes meant real hero training. Izuku could not wait. They were told to meet at ground beta in no less than 5 minuets. Izuku went with All Might to ground beta while his kids went to get changed, taking time to look at the surroundings before 1A filled into the area, partly out of curiosity and partly to make sure it was safe. It was honestly quite nice. The fake street layout resembled a city, tall buildings and fake shops scattered about, alleyways and paths winding between buildings, roads and pavements set out in a grid-like pattern. All you had to do was close your eyes and imagine hearing the voices of civilians around you, smelling the scent of food and hearing cars driving past, and it felt like you were in an actual city. Izuku wondered how many people it took to build. He also wondered how much human money it cost. Kind of a shame, most of these buildings probably get destroyed during hero course training, he thought. After a few minuets of waiting, each student filed through the tunnel that lead into the training grounds, one by one showing off their costumes to Izuku, even if they didn't know that's what they were doing. The greenette had to hold back a snort of laughter when he saw Todoroki's costume, but he also had to refrain from storming up to the rat principal's office to scream at him for allowing costumes like Momo's and Hagikure's. Yaoyorozu was holding herself in an awkward way to try to cover up a bit more, while Hagikure tried to hide behind the rest of the girls. Izuku didn't blame either girls for doing that. If Mineta was still there, Izuku would take his charm off and would stand in front of both his kids to scare off the tiny shriveled grape. Screw the rules. Another thing the angel noticed was a certain similarity between 3 students' costumes. Oh how he loved humans. Oh how he loved his humans, his kids. Yaoyorozu, Shoji and Shinso all had something that correlated with him on their costumes. Yaoyorozu, for example, had on a golden arm cuff that almost matched Izuku's own. The gold went perfectly with her red costume and matched her golden belt. The cuff was subtle, and only those who knew about guardians and had seen one would know what it symbolized. Shoji, he had a white feather tied into the hair over his eye and he had a golden trim on his hero outfit along with gold boots that again, almost perfectly matched Izuku's. And Shinso, he had incorporated the design of Izuku's charm into his mask, a picture of a small gem on the sides. He also had a light blue, white and gold scarf that resembled Eraserhead's capture weapon, made out of a similar material and probably had the same function just in 3 colors Izuku wore on his robe-like shirt instead of plain gray, light blue, white, gold. Once all 19 students were standing in front of All Might, and Izuku who was standing next to him, charm still secured onto his arm cuff, the hero started to actually explain the training exercise. He explained that it would be an indoor, 2-on-2 battle. One team would play the villains, their objective being to guard a fake nuclear weapon until the time runs out or to capture both heroes. The other team would play the heroes, their objective being to get to the weapon or to capture both villains. While 2 teams fought each other, everyone else would be at the observation tower and would be watching the fights take place. Each team would get 5 minuets to make a plan before the battle started, but as soon as the timer started to count down the training exercise begun. Izuku decided he'd stay with the rest of the class to watch the fights. He didn't want to get in the way or distract anyone. There was no need to worry, All Might was a teacher, he'd step in if something happened. And if he didn't? Izuku would step in, and would then proceed to haunt the sheet out of the old, blonde, scrawny little man for the rest of eternity. Anyway, moving on. All Might lead the way up to the observation tower, the entire class and Izuku following behind, before picking the groups. He chose the teams by putting names in a box and picking one out at random. He picked out the 4 students who would be going against each other first, gathering all the students in front of him before doing so. The first team, Uraraka and Bakugo, would be the villains. The second team, Yaoyorozu and Shinso, would be the heroes. Both teams were told to head down to the fake city, the villain team going inside the building and the hero team waiting outside for All Might to start the fight. Alright, Team A and B, get ready to start. All Might announced once all 4 students were in place and once the 5 minuets of planning was over. The observation tower had one big screen on the wall that was surrounded by a lot of smaller ones. There was the timer too, a digital clock on the top right of the bigger screen. 3, 2, 1, go! And the first battle begun. It was quite a quick fight. Not much happened considering it was hero training. Yaoyorozu and Shinso showed incredible planning and communication skills. It was obvious they had thought up a great and effective plan and that they had faith in one another, an important quality to have in the hero profession. Izuku thought it was amazing how they were both so confident in their teammate to do whatever they needed to. Yaoyorozu had gone inside the building as soon as the exercise started, gaining the attention of both villains about a minuet later when she stood in the hallway facing the room they were in. Bakugo decided to run ahead and fight her while Uraraka stayed back. Izuku thought Bakugo and Uraraka were amazing too. He was seeing both of their quick thinking skills and they both seemed to be getting more and more confident the more they worked together. Bakugo, while fighting, purposely did a lot of damage to the pillars and walls that weren't holding the whole building together, giving Uraraka plenty of opportunities to use her quirk. She started to build a layer of debris and chunks of concrete around the fake weapon to stop either hero from touching it. The fight only ended if the heroes touched the weapon. If the weapon was covered in rocks and they weren't able to touch it, they'd be forced to fight and the only way of winning would be to capture both Uraraka and Bakugo. The fight between Yaoyorozu and Bakugo got way more intense the longer it dragged on, forcing Uraraka to join the fight and help her teammate once she finished covering the fake weapon. Of course, when you fight someone, especially in hero training that has quirks involved, you tend to get hurt. Izuku winced every time he saw one of them get hit or punched, and his senses started buzzing as he felt them all panic slightly at the timer counting down. Izuku was excited, he loved watching his kids do things they were amazing at. But he still hated seeing them get hurt. He hated seeing humans get hurt. His neutral expression soon turned into a wide grin when he looked at one of the smaller screens and saw a figure creeping around the back of the building. In the moment of the fight the villain team seemed to completely forget about Shinso. Looking around the observation tower for a quick moment he saw almost everyone had seemed to forget about him too. Big mistake. Shinso hadn't followed Yaoyorozu inside the building. He had instead climbed the outside of the building, sneaking around it and eventually crawling in through the window and quietly tearing through the layer of debris Uraraka had built around the weapon from behind it. He used the big metal object to hide himself from the other team as he tore through their defense effortlessly. Just as he did, Bakugo managed to secure Yaoyorozu with the capture tape both teams were provided with. The villain team paused for a minuet before it clicked. Bakugo turned around with his quirk popping in the palm of his hand just as Shinso touched the weapon, just as All Might announced the hero team had won. Everyone in the fake building paused when that was announced, none of them fully expecting the fight to be over just like that. Shinso walked around the weapon after a moment of hesitating to reveal he was there, slightly shocking both Bakugo and Uraraka even though they both figured he had sneaked inside the building. Bakugo pretty much instantly stormed out of the building when they were told to leave by their teacher, not bothering to help Uraraka untie the capture tape still holding Yaoyorozu in place. "Very nice fight you four," All Might praised, leaning forward into the microphone on the desk below the screens. "Congratulations to the hero team. Head to Recovery Girl if you are injured and need assistance, then please head back up here to receive some feedback." It only took them a minuet or two to get up to the observation tower as none of them were seriously hurt. Izuku sighed in relief at that. He knew this training would be safe. All Might lined the four up against the wall. Izuku, who was standing next to All Might, decided to let the light from the screen reflect onto his feathers, making his same old gold light appear on the floor to congratulate the team that won and to cheer up the team that lost. He didn't miss Bakugo's stare holes into the ground where the light was. He didn't miss Kirishima, Ashido, Tsu, Koda and Siro notice the light too and look at it curiously. And he definitely did not miss the trio that knew about him share a smile with each other when seeing it. Izuku noticed, All Might didn't. The teacher didn't even spare a glance at the light and he seemed to be completely blind to the fact several students were staring at the ground near his foot. Instead, he simply started speaking, making the students looking at Izuku's light jump slightly at the sudden loud, booming voice. "Okay," he started, "do we have any positive feedback?" Ida was the first to put his hand up, shooting his arm up into the air with little to no hesitance. "Yes, young Ida. Shinso showed skills in stealth, something that will prove to be incredibly useful for undercover missions." "Yes, he did. Young Shinso, if you are planning to become an underground hero, then I must praise you on not being seen. Although, if you are looking to be a limelight hero I want to be an underground hero." Shinso cut him off. All Might was very obviously taken aback at the sudden interruption. "Oh okay then," he paused, "anything else?" Izuku didn't think it through. He didn't think it through before speaking. He didn't think before replying to All Might, his voice just above a whisper. "Uraraka used her surroundings really well," he said. "And just his luck." Apparently All Might heard him. "Ah yes. Whoever said that is correct. Young Uraraka did use her surroundings very well. A little bit reckless of Bakugo for destroying the building like that, but Uraraka was able to think up an idea on how to use that as an advantage. Actually Kaken was doing that on purpose. Izuku began to think. Then he realized All Might had replied to him. He snapped his head up, quickly looking around and immediately noticing the silence. He shot a glance towards the trio who knew for a fact he was there and saw all three of them share a concerned look. All Might hadn't noticed the awkward silence filling the room. It took him 2 long, suffocating minuets to question why nobody was speaking and why everyone was staring at him like they had just seen a ghost. "Are you all okay?" he eventually asked, the oblivious hero not even taking half a second to think, to really use his brain and think. "Did I say something? All Might." Nobody said anything about Uraraka. Kirishima managed to mutter out after another minuet of silence, stuttering over his words and hesitating before finishing the sentence. "What?" Izuku looked over at Shoji and saw him on his phone, trying to hide the device in his hand and typing something out quickly and messily, hand going all over the place as the tapping got more desperate. The angel moved towards him and looked at the phone once Shoji had finished typing and once he could see the message. "I'm guessing that was you?" Izuku read the message and started typing back almost instantly, trying not to drag on the silence still filling the room. "Yeah, I didn't think he'd hear me." "K," the silver-haired male replied, shoving his phone back into a secret pocket in his hero costume. Izuku heard him take a sharp breath in before he stepped forward and spoke. "I was the one who said it. I think Uraraka used her surroundings really well," he said, ignoring the looks he got and the questioning stares. All Might thankfully paid no attention to the looks Shoji got and instead shrugged the issue off, telling him to speak up next time. After going through some more positive feedback for the first fight and some improvements that could be made, All Might picked out the next people for the next fight, swiftly moving the conversation onto a new topic. The hero put his hand in the box of names to choose the 2 for the hero team. Hagakure and Todoroki were chosen. Then, he did the same for the villain team. Sato and Kaminari were chosen. The next fight was very similar to the first, it went by quickly. It had started with Hagakure and Todoroki splitting up to find the other team who were somewhere deep within the building with the fake weapon. Hagakure had found them first and went to fight them both, however she was outnumbered and both Kaminari and Sato combined were much stronger than her even if she could sneak around them easily. Still, she fought hard and tried to use her stealth skills to get around them both. It had worked for a moment, but then Kaminari did the smartest thing Izuku had ever seen him do. The loud blonde kneeled down and put his hand on the floor, telling Sato to run out of the room as he did. For a second, Izuku had no idea what the hell the kid was doing, but when he looked at the floor it hit him like a rock. The floor was metal. Hagakure and Sato both looked confused and had no idea what Kaminari was doing, so they were completely unbothered to move at the seemingly empty threat. Izuku's senses flared as Kaminari's quirk started to activate. Neither Sato or Hagakure had gotten out of the room, they weren't even moving, and Kaminari was about to unknowingly use a dangerously high voltage, a voltage that could kill either student. A voltage that could get both students killed and Kaminari seriously injured. Izuku knew Kaminari definitely didn't want or mean to kill anyone. But he also knew that the kid still had trouble controlling his output of electricity, and his senses were going wild. Most of the time his senses knew what was going to happen before it happened, meaning Kaminari's quirk was definitely about to go completely out of control because his senses were screaming at him to do something, only getting louder, more desperate, more angry and aggressive the longer he waited. He felt the itch to go to the building and get them all out. But he couldn't. There was nothing he could do without being seen. There was nothing he could do in time. He had let his guard down thinking his kids were safe and he had let himself leave them in the hands of an unqualified teacher. Why Nedzu let the hero teach at UA was beyond even the minds of him. All Might wasn't doing anything. He didn't even realize Kaminari was about to do something that would get them all seriously hurt, high voltage or not. But then, just as Kaminari's hair started lifting up, just as Izuku felt his powers start to lash out to stop the kid, Todoroki used his ice to freeze the entire building, securing everyone but himself in place, distracting the blonde hero student who then stopped using his quirk just before tragedy. Izuku sighed. His kids, always making him worry. It took another minuet, but Todoroki eventually walked into the room the others were in and touched the giant fake weapon. It was announced the hero team had won. All Might again told both teams to go to Recovery Girl if needed, and to head back to the observation tower for feedback. Izuku stayed silent through feedback even though he wanted to say so many things. His kids had done well, even if they had scared the ever-living shit out of him near the end of the fight. The next battle was Tokoyami and Kirishima, the hero team, versus Ojiro and Aoyama, the villain team. The villain team ended up winning after a long, drawn-out battle. Kirishima and Ojiro had both gone to Recovery Girl for a few injuries they both got during the battle. They had both fought against each other. The fight was beginning to get a little bit too violent for school until the announcement was made that the villain team won when the timer ran out, and by a little too violent Izuku meant extremely dangerous as both boys were losing stamina and control over their quirks. Honestly, after the hero ignoring the safety risk of that move Kaminari tried to pull, if the battle hadn't ended then and he doubted All Might would have intervened. Izuku left the observation tower to go check up on his kids when he realized they'd gone to Recovery Girl's office. When he got there, he saw that the old nurse was taking good care of them, but even so he decided to stay with them both. Recovery Girl noticed his presence. Just like Nedzu did at the entrance exams. She noticed, sending a few side glances at Izuku's light while she healed Ojiro and Kirishima. Healing them didn't take too long, so after a minuet or two Izuku found himself following both his kids back to the observation tower. They got to the observation tower and started watching the ongoing battle. It looked like Ida and Kota were playing the villains while Jiro and Siro played the heroes. Another couple of minutes passed and the battle ended, Jiro and Siro being the winners. The group came back and received their feedback, positive and negative, and were then told to stand with the rest of the class. All Might put the box of names to one side and called Ishido, Tsu and Shoji to the front. This will be the last battle of today. He explained, keeping up his energy and smiling as he talked. As Mineta has been expelled by Aizawa, someone who has already fought will be pairing with Shoji as the villain team. Ishido and Azui, you both will be the hero team. The blonde paused and looked around the room for a second, scouting out whoever he wanted to fight again. Todoroki, you are the least hurt out of everyone, so you will be fighting with Shoji. Is that understood? Yes, sensei. Great. Off you four go then. To the battlegrounds. Looks like the fake weapon is at the top of the building, the room on the far left. Shoji said as he and Todoroki walked slowly through the corridors. His own eyes remained glued to a map the pair were given to figure out the building layout before the battle begun. We'll have plenty of time to plan once we find the weapon if we speed up. Let's go then. The bicolored teen replied. He hadn't spoken much. Shoji understood why, though. People were exhausting most of the time and talking to someone you didn't know at all was awkward. They continued to walk through the building, picking up their pace so they could find the fake weapon quicker. Although he understood why his teammate wasn't talking much, Shoji couldn't help but feel as if Todoroki wanted to say something. Shoji knew what that meant. When he was younger, there were a lot of kids that liked to say things. There were plenty of others who thought he was weird, who judged him for his face and for how he acted. Because of that, he put on a mask. Both a literal mask and a metaphorical mask. He wore a blue mask across the bottom half of his face to hide his jaw, to stop people being scared, to stop them saying things. He wore a metaphorical mask to hide himself, his personality. He put on a calm, quiet mask to hide how he actually was. The only person Shoji had truly been himself around in the past 7 years had been Star, and Star alone. Shoji never missed the weird looks he used to get. He didn't miss the bullying, the laughing, the screaming and crying. Ever since he started wearing those masks, ever since he moved house and left the old bullies behind, all of that stopped. All of it. And he never once missed it. But now, walking around a fake building with Todoroki, he started to feel uneasy because he didn't know how he knew, but he knew that Todoroki wanted to say something. He could feel it. Right on the tip of Todoroki's tongue. But his teammate wasn't saying anything. It annoyed Shoji to the core. Sure, he didn't miss people saying things, but he'd rather someone say something to his face than talk behind his back or to pretend there was nothing wrong. They eventually got to the top floor. When they did, they walked into the room with the fake weapon and started to plan. The first thing they did was examine the room they were in. It was large, spacious with only 2 pillars near the walls. There were a few boxes and other things scattered around, but nothing too useful when it comes to combat, mostly just dusty crates and cardboard. The hallway outside was thin, dark and narrow and had many doors leading into smaller rooms that were just as empty as the big one with the weapon. The corridor also led to a big open area by the stairs. There was nothing they could really use as support items, so they just have to rely on their quirks and fighting skills. Simple enough. I think Ashido will be our biggest issue. Todoroki suddenly spoke, making Shoji jump slightly. He gathered his thoughts and started to speak again. She can melt through my ice. That means I won't be able to use it to freeze her like I did in my battle earlier, because she'll be able to get out. Shoji thought for a moment. What could they do about that? Realistically, Ashido could escape any and all traps they tried to put her in. Bingo. Cover the weapon with your ice. The silver-haired teen said. But she can melt through dash. She can't damage the weapon. It won't count as a win if they damage the weapon as much as her acid would damage it. If you cover it with a layer of ice, it won't count if they touch it, and they won't be able to use her acid to melt through the ice because it will risk the weapon being damaged. That means we can focus on fighting them instead of protecting the weapon, because they won't be able to get to the weapon safely. He paused, looked at Todoroki and spoke again. As long as you don't use your fire dash. I'm not using my fire. I refuse. That won't be an issue. Oh, okay. So, we do that and then fight them until the timer runs out. MHM. A buzzing sound came through both boys' earpieces, followed quickly by All Might's shouty voice. All right teams. The timer is starting in 1. Give us a good final fight, Team I and J. You may begin. Todoroki headed straight for the weapon and started to cover it in ice. Shoji, realizing the building was warm and stuffy, opened all the windows in the room and then went on to open all the windows on the top floor to let air flow through the building to keep the place cool. As soon as Todoroki finished covering the weapon, the pair stood near the door of the room and waited. Not even a few minuets later, Tsu and Ashido were tumbling through the open door, attacking both boys as soon as they were within eyesight. The double doors burst open with a loud boom, bouncing back off the walls at the impact and leaving a few dents and scratch marks on the bland walls. Ashido charged forwards first, aiming straight for Todoroki and attacking him with a firm kick to the cheek. As Ashido moved, Tsu did the same. The green-haired girl ran to the weapon, obviously aiming to grab it, but before she could reach the giant metal object, Shoji pulled her back, throwing her onto the floor and against one of the 2 pillars. From there, both sides started to fight. Todoroki sent waves of ice to Ashido while she sent bubbles of murky acid to melt his waves that were rapidly turning from calm ones to tsunami-like monsters as she tried to fight her way into close range. Across the room nearer the weapon fought Shoji and Tsu. Tsu kept far away, hiding behind the pillar she had crashed into as she tried to take the weapon with her tongue. Shoji tried to fight her off, at one point even letting himself get hit violently in the stomach to ward off her attacks. The fights dragged on for a good couple of minuets. Things were beginning to get rough for the villain team. Tsuyu and Mina were really strong. Shoji glanced quickly over at Todoroki, worried that his teammate might have gotten hurt when he felt Tsu's tongue hit his upper arm. He thought it was just a normal hit. Until Tsu's tongue ripped away from his skin. He hissed in pain as he felt the sting feeling flare across where Tsuyu's tongue had been. The silver-haired teen lifted his other hand to his upper arm, grabbing onto the injured area. When his hand made contact with his arm, though, he again felt the pain flare up. He quickly let go of himself and took a look, not realizing how everyone else had paused to look at what had happened. Some skin had been torn away from his arm. "Sheet," he heard Tsu mutter, "I didn't mean to do that." In the background, Ashido and Todoroki started to fight again, slower this time and less aggressive. What was that? Shoji asked, getting into a defensive position. Part of my quirk, Tsu explained. Right after she spoke, her tongue flew forward again to hit Shoji. Before Shoji could even begin to move to dodge the attack, Todoroki ran to him and latched onto his wrist, pulling him up and running out of the room, leaving the girls behind with the weapon. A few minuets later, Shoji found himself in a dark, cold storage room with Todoroki. We were losing, so I ran. Todoroki admitted suddenly. What are we going to do now? Shoji asked hesitantly. Either hide or fight. Todoroki replied. Hide? Why would we hide? Like you said, they can't get to the weapon with my ice on it. They can't even melt through my ice without damaging the weapon, which would end the exercise and give nobody a win. The only way they can win is if they capture us both. We can win by waiting until the timer runs out or by capturing them. So we wait. And wait they did. In silence, they waited. Shoji couldn't help but notice Todoroki's growing urge to say something in the silence. He felt annoyed, frustrated that his teammate, no, his classmate wouldn't just spit it out. He hated it. So he said something first. Hey, Todoroki? He spoke, startling the teen next to him with the volume of his voice. Sure. We don't want them to find us. And what? Todoroki whispered, voice stern and quiet, reminding Shoji that they were hiding. Sorry, he whispered back, it's just, look, you seem like you want to say something to me, something you are holding back. I don't care what it is, but I know you want to talk about something, so do us both a favor and just spit it out, okay? By the end of his sentence, Shoji was whisper shouting. Todoroki paused before he huffed and looked away. It's nothing. Why would I talk to you? We aren't friends, he scoffed. Because it's annoying me. Just tell me, then I'll leave you alone, okay? Both boys paused again and remained quiet for a good 15 seconds. I saw you, Shinso and Yaoyorozu with a third year who had wings. I want to know who that is. He eventually muttered. He saw us? But I was sure nobody followed me. Oh my god, he saw Star. Do you know what I'm talking about? The bicolored teen snapped, getting impatient and very obviously set off. Shoji panicked. No. Todoroki started, maybe a name will jog your memory. You called them Star, I'm assuming that's a hero name. I'm sorry Todoroki, I have no idea what or who you're talking about. Yeah, whatever. Nothing much happened in the next minuet. The villain team stayed hidden inside the storage room, silent, while they listened to the sound of the hero team walk around the halls looking for them. The timer got down to about 3 minuets before Tsu and Ashido sneaked into the storage room the two males were hiding in. Hello? Ashido called out, walking forward and looking behind the many stacks of boxes laid out randomly across the room. Luckily, Shoji and Todoroki were both hidden behind multiple tall stacks of boxes and crates near the back of the room, so they hadn't been seen just yet. They had a clear escape route too, all they needed to do was climb over the wall of boxes they were hiding behind and sneak to the door. So that's what they did. Shoji went first, climbing over the first set of boxes as quietly as he could. He was quickly followed by Todoroki, who then proceeded to climb over the next stack of boxes and sneak behind Tsu to hold the door open. Shoji creeped towards the door and started walking out the room while Todoroki held the door, getting ready to close it when he left. Okay, I don't think they are dash. Mina turned her head, shining a flashlight she had found at Tsu and the door behind her. Wait, Tsu behind you! She screamed. Run! Both teens in the villain team darted out of the room, Todoroki slamming the door behind them to hopefully slow down the others. This, however, failed as the doors were light and very easy to slam open. As they ran for the stairs, both girls chasing after them, Tsu used her tongue to grab onto Todoroki's leg and pull him backwards, making him trip over. Shoji stopped running and moved back to help his teammate up, yanking the bicolored teen to his feet and pulling him straight into an open area in the fake building that was near the stairs. They went to run downstairs, but they couldn't. The stairs had been blocked off. The girls caught up with them, and another fight broke out. Acid went everywhere, ice spikes pierced straight through the walls and windows. Tsuyu kicked, Shoji punched. At one point, a small flicker of a flame came from Todoroki, but that flame was burnt out as soon as it came in. 2 minuets left. Neither sides advanced. The walls started to crumble and structural pillars started to collapse as the fight dragged on, as it got more heated, more dangerous. 1 minuet left. The pillars broke even more. Dust started to spew out of the roof and cracking concrete as quirks were thrown carelessly around the building. 40 seconds. Tsuyu jumped into the air, aiming to kick Todoroki. Todoroki made an ice pillar shoot up, trying to stop Tsu's attack and knock her out of the air. Ashido jumped towards the ice pillar to try and melt it, Shoji speeding after her in an attempt to shove her out of the way and possibly trap her with capture tape in the process. 20 seconds. Tsuyu attacked Todoroki's defense, shattering the ice pillar before plummeting to the ground, the exact spot of ground Todoroki was standing in. Shoji collided with Mina, launching both himself and the girl right at Todoroki and Tsu. As all four students collided with each other, the walls snapped and the pillars cracked and crumbled under the force. The ceiling fell in and dust exploded out of every crack and hole it could find. The building creaked and roared as it collapsed. Shoji could have sworn he saw a burst of angelic light come from the observation tower before the ruins of the top floor blocked out all and any light. The timer ran out. If it wasn't for Todoroki's quick thinking, they would have all been crushed. He created a dome of ice that protected them all from the ceiling, a dome that formed shelter and protection. Though the ice was protecting them and keeping them as safe as ice could, the place soon felt freezing. Luckily, the earpieces all four of the students were given still worked. And that is a win for the villain team, came through All Might's unsure and awkward voice. He tried to play off the building collapsing as best he could. The heroes weren't able to retrieve the weapon or capture the villains. He paused, do not fear, students. I will get you out of the building soon, just hold on. It was a very nice fight. Well done for sticking it out until the end. And so Shoji, Todoroki, Tsuyu and Ashido were left to sit in the cold, dark ruins of a safe, fake building until their teacher came to rescue them. Izuku was livid. The fight should have been called off as soon as the structural pillars started to crumble. All Might should have said something to stop them destroying the building any more than they already had. He should have told them to be more careful, to stop or to get out of there. It was taking everything he could muster to not take off his charm and scream at the idiotic teacher. If it wasn't for Izuku holding the rest of the building up and together with his powers, if it wasn't for him reinforcing Todoroki's thin layer of ice so it could actually keep the chunks of concrete from crushing them, those four students, four of his kids would be dead. All Might should consider himself lucky that Izuku couldn't take off his charm. Sure, maybe getting irritated at All Might for letting his kids get hurt was a bit too much, maybe getting angry at him for not realizing something that could only be predicted by Izuku and other eldritch beings was uncalled for, but getting mad at him for this was beyond reasonable. If Izuku hadn't been there, if he had been out protecting other humans, four of his kids would have just been dash. All Might was lucky Izuku had been able to use his powers in time. The Guardian snapped his eyes away from the building on one of the screens to glare at All Might. He watched the man shut down the screens showing what the cameras inside the fake building were seeing. None in there were working now, they had all been destroyed, leaving only two screens still switched on, a screen showing the front of the building and a screen showing the back. Class dismissed, he announced. There was a pause, a short moment of silence where everyone just stood still. Yaoyorozu moved first, walking outside with Shinso trailing swiftly behind her. After she had walked out, all the other kids followed, leaving only Izuku and All Might in the tower. Much to Izuku's pleasure, All Might very quickly pulled out an old-looking phone and used it to call Sarmentos. After that, All Might left the tower and went over to the fake building, meeting Sarmentos there and working with the other teacher to get the four kids out. Izuku held up the building and kept reinforcing Todoroki's ice the whole time, only letting his powers rest when he saw his kids were out and safe. As soon as Izuku stopped using his powers, he ran for the door of the observation tower. He ran down the industrial-looking stairs that spiraled around the outside of the tower, at one point even jumping off them and into the air in a moment of panic. The angel spread his wings and flew to the main school building, soaring through the sky as fast as he could. He flew through an open window and landed, not even taking a second to stop before bolting off in the direction of Recovery Girl's office. When he got there, All Might was standing in the door, blocking Izuku out. Thankfully All Might was just leaving, so sneaking around him and into the room when he walked away wasn't that hard. Shoji, Todoroki and Tsu were all sitting on one of the beds in the room while Mina, the least hurt out of them all, was sitting in one of the chairs near the bed. Tsu sat closest to Todoroki, leaning into the warmth the boy's fireside emitted. She had a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. The girl looked cold and very tired. Shoji sat near the end of the bed further away from Todoroki, and upon seeing them both Izuku immediately sensed the tension between them. "So Tsu's okay?" Mina said in a hesitant whisper. Izuku frowned. "Did Tsu get badly injured?" "She'll be fine, dear. It's just a side effect from her quirk. Frogs go into hibernation in the cold, her body is simply responding to her surroundings. She just needs to keep warm and she'll be as right as rain in no time." "Thank God it's not serious," Izuku thought. "Todoroki, Mina, you two are free to go now that I've healed you both." Recovery Girl smiled at them and pointed to the door. Although, I think it would be a good idea if you, Todoroki, stay here with Azui for a bit as she seems to be using you as a heater. Todoroki gave a simple nod in return. Mina soon left, taking a lollipop from a jar on Recovery Girl's desk on her way out. Now, Shoji, show me your arm. Izuku peered over the old woman's shoulder as she cleaned Shoji's arm, the part where a bit of skin had been pulled off. He watched her bandage the area, assessing how she did it to make sure Shoji's arm would be okay. Once she took care of Shoji, she sent him out, offering him a lollipop. He refused and walked out, smiling slightly when he looked at the window in the door and saw a gold light reflecting in it. The angel stayed with Todoroki and Tsu for around 5 minuets before they were both given the oki to go back to class. When Recovery Girl offered them a lollipop, both kids said they did want anything. Azui, be sure to eat something at lunch. Recovery Girl reminded her sternly as she watched them both leave, Tsu still clinging onto the blanket she'd been given to warm up. Izuku was about to walk around Recovery Girl and out the door to follow his kids when she said something again. This time, however, she seemed to be directing it at someone even though nobody else was in the room. Principal Nedzu is very interested in you. Consider joining him for tea at lunch today, I'm sure you will both get along. And with that she hopped back onto her stool and started filling in some paperwork. Izuku swiftly moved out of her office and ran to catch up with his kids. Nedzu sat happily at his desk. He was enjoying the human hobby he had picked up, the wonderful art of origami. In the past hour he had already learned how to make several different complex flowers, shapes, and animals. He was currently in the process of making a dragon. He was on the 21st fold and the object was coming along nicely. That's when his office doors opened. He looked up from his paper and saw Lunch Rush walk in with a bowl of rice. The hero liked to gift Nedzu with a bowl of his famous rice every now and then. Nedzu appreciated this gesture greatly. The man left and closed the double doors behind him. Nedzu didn't look back down at the paper, instead pushing it to one side and clasping his hands together. He watched the center of the room closely. He leaned over his desk as a bright light appeared. It hovered for a moment before transforming into a human figure, a green-haired one with wings. They held on tightly to something small that looked like a rock from Nedzu's point of view. The two beings stood in silence for a while before anyone moved. Beautiful. Nedzu whispered. He started at the figure's magnificent angelic wings. His eyes were a gorgeous mix of pale blue, green, gold, and white. His hair was mostly dark, viridian green, but had a streak of lighter green fading into white at the front. He wore the most flowy robe-like shirt Nedzu had ever seen. It draped over his shoulders and covered his torso and chest, leaving his arms uncovered to show off a delicately crafted arm cuff that swirled in the middle as if something were meant to be held there. You are a guardian angel, aren't you? Yes, I am. Is there a reason your school nurse knows about me? Is there a reason she said you'd like me to join you for tea? The figure spoke. His voice, though stern and demanding answers, was soft and warm. It provided comfort, even to Nedzu who wasn't affected by emotion-related quirks. I just wanted to get to know you. That's all. You see, neither of us are entirely human, and you happen to pique my interest. I'm not leaving if you are going to ask me to. I have a duty, I have reasons why I need to be here. Don't worry, my friend. I will not make you leave. In fact, I quite gladly welcome you to my school. You are protecting Class 1A, correct? Mostly. What's your name? Nedzu asked, leaning forward even more. He was a curious animal. He could already tell he and this being were going to get along. I can't tell you my name, Nedzu. How should I address you, then? Any way you want. Well, I am busy at this particular moment in time. I am learning origami. I recommend it, it is quite fascinating if I do say so myself. How about we talk another day? Perhaps Friday? 1A will be going to the USJ that day, they will be in good hands. Why don't you meet me here when their bus leaves? Then we can talk more. Nedzu suggested. Okay, I guess. But only if you can 100% confirm that my kids will be safe. He replied. Of course. They will be with 3 pro heroes, and we take security seriously here, so I can assure you that they will be safe. Alright. I'll meet you here on Friday then. But if I so much as think my kids are in danger, I'm leaving and I'm finding them. And with that, the angel put the stone he was holding onto his arm cuff and disappeared. Very protective, Nedzu thought before getting back to his origami, finishing the dragon only 2 minuets later. Maybe he'd give it to Lunch Rush as a thank you for the rice gift? The sky was settled at a pale blue and the sun was shining through each and every leaf on the trees just outside the 1A classroom. On one of the branches sat a lime green bird, a bone-in white eye to be specific. It sat there still, peaceful, calm. Bakugo simply observed the animal. He wondered how it could be so calm. He had seen this bird multiple times, He could remember the first time he saw one as clear as day. He was about 5 years old? He remembered how disappointed he was when he didn't feel the sense of comfort and safety come along with looking at the bird's feathers. He felt upset. He wanted to feel comfort, he wanted to feel okay and feel like he was enough, and he had hoped that maybe, just maybe, those feathers would be the right ones, that he had found the bird he was looking for. But they hadn't been. They were just normal feathers. That day, when he had gone home from the park feeling disappointed, he ended up finding the third white feather to join his collection laying in front of his bedroom door. The white feather with the golden edge, the one that always brought happy emotions. It was almost like someone heard his longing for another feather, for more comfort and protection. He still felt disappointed though. Sure, the feathers were always nice, but Bakugo wanted more. The feathers helped him feel okay, they helped him feel less alone, but he wanted to know what or who was doing it. He wanted to see the thing bringing him clarity, bringing him peace. While the feathers helped a lot, he always felt like something was missing. Like something was there, but it was something he couldn't quite reach. It annoyed him. It annoyed him almost as much as the group of idiotic extras that had apparently decided to start trying to get a response out of him, their methods being to poke his arm and repeat his name over and over. It all started the lunch of the first day of school. The grumpy teen had gone to get some food from lunch rush and was planning to eat in the courtyard place he had found until one of the idiots, Kirishima, had bumped into him. Then, the rest of the idiots caught up with Kirishima and before he knew it he had been dragged along to an empty classroom with them all. So yeah, since then they had all stuck to him. He was still in the I hate everyone and want to go to sleep phase of meeting new people, and was incredibly set off at the fact he hadn't gotten to visit the courtyard place he found yet. Because of this, he was ignoring them and was going to do that until Thursday. The blonde was also planning to run off at lunch to go to the courtyard alone, but we won't mention that. After a few long minuets of ignoring the extras, their homeroom teacher walked in. Everyone went straight to their seats and sat down, watching Aizawa-sensei as he walked to the chalkboard and picked up a piece of chalk. The man wrote down USJ in big letters before turning to face his students. The unforeseen simulation joint, he started, or the USJ for short. Some of you might have been told this by your parents, but tomorrow we will be going on a trip to the USJ to train your rescue skills. Up until now the few hero lessons we've had have been on the basic laws and hero versus villain combat. Tomorrow, we will be focusing on saving civilians. He paused, letting everyone process the information. Rescue is an important part of being a hero. The media like to show off the fighting aspect and they like to make it seem like it's all to do with beating the villains, but in reality being a hero means to be someone who saves others, not just someone who beats villains. There are many things people can need saving from, and the USJ helps simulate just one of those things, natural disasters. It will be a full-day tip so you can come into school in casual wear, but you will have to change into your hero costumes before we leave. If your costume is damaged to the point that you can't wear it, you will wear the school P.E kit. Is that understood? Yes, sensei, the class chanted. Good. He turned back around to clean the board before picking up the piece of chalk and writing again. This time, the black-haired man wrote, Class Representative. Today you will be choosing your class representative. You can do this however you want, just get it done by the end of homeroom. I'm taking a nap, do not wake me up, and with that, he took out a yellow sleeping bag and went to sleep on the floor. He's so weird, Bakugo thought. The class decided to vote for who they wanted. Ida, who was the one who suggested voting, handed everyone a small piece of paper to write down the name of the person they were voting for. You could vote for anyone but yourself, simple enough. Katsuki thought about who he wanted to be the class rep. Of course, he wanted to be it, but he couldn't vote for himself. The first person that came to mind was Four Eyes, but he was annoying as shit and Bakugo didn't think he'd be able to go a day with him as the representative. Then he thought of Yaoyorozu. While she was a good option, a great one even, he had someone else in mind. Uraraka. They worked together during the training battle the other day and she was someone Bakugo could tolerate. She was kind, she worked hard and she obviously got on with other people considering the fact she'd made friends with half the class already. She was strong too, and she was smart enough to pick up on the whole cover the weapon with debris so the other team can't touch it idea in training with all might, which was saying something because usually people thought Bakugo destroyed sheet just because he could. With a huff, he messily wrote down Uraraka, folding the paper up once he was done and walking to the front to put it in a jar they were using to hold the votes. Once everyone put their votes in the jar, Ida stood at the chalkboard and started counting the votes. Everyone watched Ida write names down, eagerly waiting to see who had been chosen. Eventually, there were no pieces of paper left in the jar and the votes were all written down on the chalkboard. Class Representative. Uraraka, 4. Yaoyorozu, 3. Ida, 3. Shoji, 2. Bakugo, 2. Kirishima, 2. Ojiro, 1. Tsuyu, 1. Todoroki, 1. It read. Looks like Uraraka is the class rep, well done Uraraka. We have a draw between myself and Yaoyorozu for vice president, though, so now everyone should vote for one of us to figure out who the vice president is. Me and Yaoyorozu will sit this vote out. Ida said. He went to hand out more pieces of paper but Uraraka stopped him, speaking up loudly so the whole class would hear her. Surely it would be easier to do a show of hands for this one? You know, since it's only 2 people. She said cheerfully. Ida looked a little surprised. He didn't move a muscle, obviously not expecting to be stopped. Bakugo smirked. Ha, not even been a minuet and she's already shutting him up. This is great. From there Uraraka took over, giving Ida enough time to reboot. She walked to the front, dragging Yaoyorozu to the front with her, and stood between the two. Okay. Hands up for Ida. 5 people put their hands up. Hands up for Yaoyorozu. 12 people, including herself, put their hands up. Looks like we have a winner. Sorry Ida. It's okay, well done to the both of you. Ida went back to his seat and sat down, leaving both girls stood at the front. Aizawa-sensei, we are done now. Uraraka announced. Aizawa simply grunted in reply. 1A spent the rest of homeroom talking to their friend groups, the odd few getting things out and ready for first PRD. Maths with ectoplasm. Fun. The lunch bell rang and Aizawa rushed straight to the teacher's lounge to get to one of the computers. Today was the day he decided he'd figure out what the hell was going on with his new problem class. He got to the teacher's lounge and said hi to Yamada as he picked up the cup of coffee the blonde had made for him before trudging over to the computer in the far corner of the room. Hopefully no one would bother him there since it was away from everyone else. His first idea was the gold light he kept seeing everywhere. He opened the computer, logged in as himself, went straight to Google and typed in, "What does it mean if you keep seeing a golden light wherever you go?" The man hit enter as aggressively as one could, getting a few questioning looks from the other teachers in the room. Is he okay? He heard Kayama ask. He didn't bother listening to the responses she got. He sat impatiently on the edge of his seat, waiting for the internet to do something and load. Honestly, the hero was starting to regret picking the slowest computer out of all of them. Eventually, the slow computer caught up with itself and loaded. The first result was something about meaning you're connected with your supermind, whatever the hell that meant. It read, a state of awareness higher than the physical mind. Aizawa scrolled down a bit, looking at the other results, but it was mostly filled with angel numbers and websites about spiritual energy. There were an odd few sites about healthcare, but it didn't really link with the kind of light Aizawa was talking about. The next thing he tried was birds. He had found multiple feathers so far this week, and there had been that whole feather incident at the entrance exam, so feathers probably had something to do with it. He searched for a list of all common birds across the world. He found none that had feathers that matched the ones he'd been seeing. He then searched for the more rare ones, exotic birds, but again found nothing that matched. He couldn't really think of much else, so decided to ask a question he'd honestly been asking himself for years. He typed, "Am I going insane?" into the Google browser. The first result read, "The good news is, you're not going insane," which made Aizawa question how many true answers he was actually getting from this research. Aizawa thought for a moment. What else was there? Leaning back in his chair, he took a sip of his coffee. He guessed some of his students had been acting strange. Shoji, Yaoyorozu and Shinso had all been whispering about people with odd names, but that could just be normal teenage gossip. There was also the fact that none of his students had ever really gotten seriously hurt. Take the battle trail, for example. Aizawa had watched it. The cameras record everything they see, and he had been given the footage of the battle trial by Nedzu so he could further assess where all his students were with their skills. In the last fight, when the ceiling fell in, Todoroki had created a layer of ice in a dome shape above himself and the other 3 to protect them all from getting crushed. He'd have to talk to All Might about the safety risks he found in the footage later. Aizawa noticed that the ice was very thin, it even had some cracks across it as if it was about to break. He didn't doubt Todoroki's skills, but it should be common knowledge that a thin layer of cracking ice can't hold up an entire floor of a building. But it didn't break. Instead, it stood still, like it was being held up by another sort of power. Every time Aizawa rewound and rewatched the footage he noticed a soft, faint, pulsating glow around the ice. The glow was warm and reminded him of the gold light he kept seeing. It wasn't just the ice that was surrounded by this glow. The whole building, excluding the top floor, was submerged in it. Speaking of the rest of the building, you'd think there would be more damage done to the other floors considering the entire ceiling had fallen, but no, it was completely fine and stable. Only when the kids had gotten out, when the light surrounding the building disappeared did the other floors start to crumble and collapse under the weight of the top floor. There were other times the students should have gotten hurt but didn't, even if they weren't as big as the battle trial. And so, Aizawa put down his coffee and started typing again. "Why do I never get hurt, even in dangerous situations?" he typed, figuring he'd get a more certain answer if he asked the question like it was him in the situation. There were a lot of results about a medical condition called congenital analgesia, also known as SIPA, but that again didn't answer Aizawa's question. He scrolled down for a while before he found something other than medical conditions. It was about an old myth. He almost didn't bother reading it. He didn't believe in myths, but it was the only other thing he could find and he couldn't think of anything else to search. He hesitantly clicked on the link and waited for the computer to load. It eventually took him to a website named oldmythsandlegends.com and then proceeded to take him to a section titled Guardian Angels. There was a long explanation that did a deep dive into everything about the myth, where it came from, what group of people first thought of it, the different versions of the myth, how it evolved with time. He sighed before reading through it. This was going to be a long lunch. Present Mike was teaching Class 1A English. It had just been lunch. The blonde was worried about his friend. Aizawa had seemed very distressed and looked like he was in a rush to do whatever he was doing on the computer. It looked like he was searching something up on Google, but the computer he was sitting at was one of the slow ones. He knew his friend very well, they were close and had known each other since their teenage years. He knew his friend never liked doing things illogical, but surely going on of the slow computers to use the internet when in a rush was illogical? He had asked Aizawa about it before the end of lunch, though the man simply told him it was too tiring to explain and if he wanted to know he should talk to Nedzu. That wasn't happening, hell no. Nedzu was a genius and liked to play games with everyone he met. Yamada was terrified of him. He would be going nowhere near the rat's office if he could help it. He zoned out of his thoughts and went back to focusing on teaching. He walked around the room, looking over each student's shoulder to see if they needed help. He got to Kaminari's desk and saw the kid was stuck on one of the questions. The blonde kneeled down and gently asked Kaminari if he needed help. When the boy admitted he did, Mike started to talk him through the question and started to guide him to the correct answer. While helping him, though, he noticed something sticking out of his pencil case. It was a feather. A white one with gold edges. It was beautiful. Mike guessed it came from a really pretty bird. He wondered why his student had it. Why on earth would you keep such a precious feather like that in your pencil case? He subconsciously looked around the room, noticing some other students also had a similar feather. Aoyama, for example, was wearing a necklace with a feather hung on it. He had it hidden under his shirt at the start of the lesson, but now he was holding onto it as he wrote. Jiro also had a feather, a smaller one attached to her bag. That's odd, he thought to himself. By the end of the lesson, Mike noticed over half of the students had a feather with them. He decided to ignore it. If it was an issue, Aizawa would be sorting it out already, so everything was probably fine. Mike stood at the front of the class as he spoke, his mini-finishing speech to do with the topic they were learning about leading up to the end of the lesson. That's when he saw it. Something at the back of the classroom, in the corner nearest the window. Something flickered in and out of existence. It was quick, he almost missed it, but something was there. It looked almost human. There was something secured to its arm, in the middle of something gold that was wrapped around the skin. It looked small, kind of like a stone. The stone flickered along with whoever was there. It glowed for a second before going dull, the light around it fading. When the glow faded, the figure became more visible. As soon as the stone went dull, it immediately started to glow again, making the figure disappear. It repeated the flickering sequence a few more times before it stopped, leaving the corner completely empty of any sign of life. Maybe he would give Nedzu a visit. Friday was going to be a big day for Class 1A. Sure, they had already had a hero training lesson, but this would be their first time going out to the unforeseen simulation joint. They'd be doing rescue training there, which was something they hadn't even began to cover in class yet, with a super cool hero called 13, and Izuku was sure his kids would do amazing. He was a bit disappointed that he couldn't go and watch, that he couldn't be there supporting his humans, but he felt like seeing Nedzu would be important. He had been told that everyone would be 100% safe. Nedzu had even assured him there would be 3 strong heroes going, so he felt a little more at ease leaving them for the day. Though, some of his senses were still telling him that something was going to go wrong. Usually, he would trust his senses entirely, but he figured he needed to start to trust the staff of UA with his kids' safety. So far, every teacher he'd seen had been okay, except for All Might. Izuku had plenty of ideas stored in his head on how to haunt the BSTRD. Aizawa was a bit strict, and the man did make Izuku and his kids nervous at times, and he still hadn't done anything that showed he was okay, but he hadn't done anything to show he wasn't either. That was the same with the other teachers and UA staff members. None had done anything to prove they would keep his kids safe, but none had shown that they would choose to harm any of them, so he supposed he would try to trust them all for now. Plus, if his kids were all going to be heroes, which Izuku had no doubt they were, he needed to feel more calm about letting them go. They were going to get hurt, humans get hurt in many ways, that's just a part of life, so he needed to get more comfortable with the idea of letting them go into possibly dangerous situations without him there. Alright, stop thinking about the worst possible outcome, Izuku. The angel thought to himself as he watched the class get onto the coach taking them to the USJ. The vehicle rumbled when the engine turned on, moving backwards and reversing out of its parked position when everyone inside was sat down. Izuku put his hand up to wave goodbye, only to remember they couldn't see him, putting his hand back down and watching the coach drive smoothly away. He stood where he was until the coach turned the corner and drove out of sight. Kendo, what lesson do we have first today? Izuku turned his head over to the voice and saw 3 students from Class 1B walking towards the school. There was a ginger girl with her hair tied into a ponytail, a silver-haired boy that looked kind of similar to Kirishima, and a blonde boy who was walking ahead of the other 2. I think we have Japanese. Ah, DMN it. Izuku sighed and followed the 3 students into the school. He listened to their conversation, laughing when the silver-haired one started making really random jokes about jellyfish. He eventually left them, though, and started walking to Nedzu's office, taking his time as he looked around the corridors. He and Nedzu would talk, then he'd go look after some other people. Maybe he'd find a few civilians that needed saving, a few people upset or just needing someone there. Maybe he'd even visit the other first-year hero course class, Class 1B, they seemed interesting, and maybe he'd unofficially adopt all of them too. Just like 1A. He was a guardian for everyone after all, sometimes he needed to remind himself of that. It was his job to protect the people the heroes couldn't and or wouldn't, and that included everyone. He arrived at Nedzu's office after only a few more minuets of walking. Honestly, he wasn't so sure about how he was supposed to enter the room. Nedzu would probably want him to take his charm off while they had a conversation, and screw the stupid rules Izuku had to follow, but how could he do that without being sure he wouldn't be seen by anyone else? You may just be thinking that he doesn't have to take his charm off until he gets into the room, but surely it would be rude to go inside without knocking? He didn't before, but that was only because he was following Lunch Rush, and Lunch Rush had knocked. And he couldn't just knock on the door either, because what if someone walked past and heard him and then started a rumor that Izuku was a ghost haunting the school? He wasn't a ghost. He looked around, scouting the corridors around him. There were thankfully no classrooms near, no people out either. Hesitantly, he reached for the door and knocked, charm still secured to his arm and still glowing brightly. There was a moment of silence before Nedzu opened the door, greeting the empty space Izuku was stood in happily. Izuku walked in and took his charm off as soon as the door closed. He held his charm tightly in his hand and slipped it into his pocket, sealing the pocket when he took his hand out so it would remain safe. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Nedzu peering curiously at the pocket he had put the charm in, but he decided to ignore it for now. Nedzu hopped over to one of the lime green seats in front of his desk, picking up a teapot and pouring some of the liquid into a small china cup. When Izuku looked up and saw All Might sitting on the seat opposite Nedzu, the old man staring back up at him, he froze. Now, don't get angry or anything. Nedzu interrupted, you see, All Might here dash. The man in question coughed up blood suddenly, slightly scaring Izuku and sending his senses into brief panic. And Nedzu. Hush now Tashinori. All Might can't do any more hero work for a while, so I've brought him here to rest. I know I said 3 strong heroes would be going to the USJ, and All Might was meant to be one of them, but I can still assure you that Class 1A will be with both Aizawa and 13 the whole time they are away, and I have a few more people monitoring the security system at the USJ, so if anything were to happen they wouldn't get hurt and I would be alerted immediately. Also, look on the bright side. All Might won't be able to make another mistake with his training method since he won't be there. No more collapsing buildings, woo! Nedzu ended with a cheer and gestured for Izuku to sit down. Izuku, not wanting to be rude, took a seat next to the deflated All Might who, by the way, still looked incredibly confused. Izuku didn't bother questioning the deflated form of the blonde, he figured it had something to do with his quirk. Now, I figure the 3 of us can have a lovely chat. Tea? Nedzu reached forward to hand both Izuku and All Might a cup. Izuku refused while All Might very quickly accepted. Shall we begin? Bakugo had put on his headphones as soon as he was sat down. He was sitting near the back of the coach, sitting next to Kirishima who was in the window seat. Behind them was Kaminari and Siro, and in front of them was Ashido who was sitting with the rest of the girls. The blonde had decided he'd ignore all the extras on the way to the USJ, he wanted to listen to his music. And that's what had gotten him here. 5 minuets into the bus ride, music playing loudly in his ears while the extras behind him leaned forward and over him to talk to the ones in front. It was annoying, really annoying, and it was honestly making him regret choosing to go to this away-from-campus training site. They were all wearing their hero costumes too, so not only was Bakugo being crushed by people entering his personal space, but he was also trying not to get hit in the face by metal support gear. He huffed and looked to the side, turning up his music a bit more as he tried to ignore the urge to blast everyone around him to hell. He looked at the seats across from him and stared directly at the back of Todoroki's head. The teen was looking out the window and wasn't talking to anyone, there wasn't anybody sitting in the seats behind him, and the people sitting in front were Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, 2 people who were quiet and didn't seem to mind silence. The seat next to Todoroki was empty, and it would only take one quick movement to change seats. So, reluctantly, Bakugo got up and moved, slumping down in the chair and facing forward as he continued to ignore everyone. Todoroki, who had felt the seat move when Bakugo sat down, turned his head to look at him. "The hell do you want, icy hot?" the blonde practically yelled. Todoroki simply stared at him for a moment before going back to looking out the window. Come to think of it, Todoroki had been acting strange. Similar to how Shinso, Yaoyorozu and Shoji had been acting. He wondered why. He couldn't really describe it either. It was like Todoroki had something on his mind, and the other 3 almost seemed as if they were hiding that something from Todoroki as well as the rest of the DMN class. He had noticed some tension between Todoroki and Shoji too, tension that had been spread to involve Yaoyorozu and Shinso, which was weird because from what he'd seen the 4 had barely spoken. Even though Shoji, Shinso and Yaoyorozu were obviously fiends, they hardly talked in class and they all hung out with other people. Todoroki was the quiet type, and hadn't really talked to anyone, let alone a group. He figured the tension had something to do with the battle trial though. Todoroki and Shoji talked then, the cameras showed it, so they must have had a disagreement or something similar, and then Shoji must have talked to the other 2 about it since they were friends or whatever. It wasn't any of Bakugo's business anyways, it's not like he actually gave a shit. Soon enough, the class arrived at the USJ and filed out of the coach to gather in front of Aizawa. Their sensei led the way into the dome building and from there they met 13, a hero that specialized in rescue. When they got inside, 13 started off with a speech about how quirks can be dangerous and how heroes need to be able to use them safely. They went on about it for a while, at one point using their own quirk as an example for how dangerous they can be. Bakugo looked at the central plaza as 13 spoke, curious to see what the famous USJ was like on the inside. That's when he saw it, that's when it happened. It started with a black dot. A small, almost invisible, black dot floating in the air in front of a fountain that sat peacefully in the middle of the central plaza. He thought it was nothing, but even so he looked around, just in case it was something and just in case somebody else had noticed it too. He looked to his side to see Kirishima staring right at the dot. Aizawa had noticed it too, along with 13 who had stopped talking mid-sentence to stare at the thing. Bakugo looked back at the dot with a quick movement of his head. It was expanding. Growing in size. Nobody moved, everyone waiting with bated breath to see what it was. As it grew, the detail became more apparent. Purple mist swirled around the middle, seemingly being sucked in by the pure black void that it surrounded. The mist danced, but not in a graceful, majestic way. No. It danced in a somehow threatening way, each movement rigid and unclean as it threw itself around in an attempt to escape the ever-growing darkness behind it. Then, a hand reached out. A single hand. The arm attached to the hand was dressed in a black sleeve that matched the abyss it came out of perfectly, all while making the pale skin of the hand stand out even more than it already did. I thought this was rescue training. Kirishima eventually asked, voice sounding confused and slightly scared as his eyes remained glued to the void. This was meant to be rescue training. Bakugo looked back at his teacher. His goggles had been pulled over his eyes and he was in a fighting stance, already reaching for his capture weapon that hung loosely around his neck. These are real villains. And that's when it hit. Villains were attacking. 13, look after the students. And with that, Aizawa leaped towards the fountain, a small tug at the fabric of his capture weapon making the thing come alive as he prepared to act any and all oncoming threat. As soon as he leaped down the stairs, the hand moved forward. The person that emerged had light blue, tangled hair and was dressed almost entirely in black. He looked young despite his pasty skin, and he held himself in such a childish way that it irritated Bakugo just by looking at him. Although, that wasn't what Bakugo's eyes were focused on. Hands. The man had severed hands secured to his face, arms and back. Before anyone could really process the sickening fashion choice, an ocean of villains came pouring out the void. The villains all turned their attention to Aizawa when he landed on the ground with a solid thud, each one getting ready to activate their quirks as the heroes started taking them out left and right. Bakugo watched, ignoring the itch to jump into the battle as he stood still with 13 and the rest of his classmates. Soon after Aizawa jumped into the fight ahead, 13 tried to call the main school to inform them about the villains, but the attempt failed due to somebody interfering with the connection. They asked Kaminari to try and get the connection working again, a good idea in theory, but when he stated using his quirk, one of the voids appeared right in front of the group, distracting everyone from the lack of internet. 13 took fighting stance and the students followed. Bakugo made a few small explosions, readying himself to defend the people around him against a real villain. He had protected himself before. He lived through the slime villain, and he got out almost unharmed. Even if that gust of wind saved him in the end, he held his own and didn't let the villain win. He could fight these villains. He'd prove to himself and all the people who watched that day that he wasn't weak, that he could fight and that he was strong. This was a test. A test to see who could handle life as a pro. And Bakugo would never let some villain scum stop him achieving his dreams. He wouldn't. The void grew and grew and grew until it was big enough to fit a fully grown adult inside. It stopped growing and stood still for a moment, the purple mist swirling around the void slowing down as it seemingly waited for something, for someone. Then, just as the mist got to its slowest point, it darkened and started moving once again. The soft, warm purple turned cold and harsh as the movement became more rapid, more vicious. The void morphed into a wall of nothingness and leaned over the class as it began to grow once more. 2 flickers of yellow formed on the wall, 2 bright yellow smudges that resembled eye sockets in the best way smoke could. I apologize for our sudden interruption, but we have a job to do. We were informed All Might would be here today. But he's nowhere to be seen. A voice explained. The way the voice spoke, the taunting, sinister way it apologized for interrupting, sent shivers down Bakugo's spine. Maybe threatening a few children would help him find his way here. Sheet. The wall began to grow quicker, towering over the class and 13 even more as it corrupted the sky above. The darkness weaved its way through and around everything in its path, blocking out every single speck of light and submerging everyone present in an eerie pitch-black abyss. Bakugo scrambled around in an attempt to find the light again, an attempt to find the comforting golden glow he subconsciously wished was there. He never liked being weak. He didn't want help, he didn't want to be protected because he needed to be strong, he needed to protect himself, but the abyss that covered him made his skin crawl and his body start to shake as memories of slime forcing itself down his throat surfaced. There was a pulling sensation. He felt as if he was being lifted and pulled away from the stability of the ground. He felt helpless. Katsuki Bakugo hated feeling helpless. In one last attempt to fight off this villain, he set off a series of explosions that lit up the area in a series of harsh flashes. The orange light from his explosion was similar to the gold glow he saw, but it lacked comfort. It was more red. It seemed more villainous, more dangerous. The light lit up the place with a deep orange-red hue, turning it into something straight out of a sci-fi horror movie as it made the smoke swirling inside the void more visible. The shadows of everyone around him were running, and multiple people were being pulled up and away with him as they tried to fight their way back to the ground. Only a few people remained on the ground, running and screaming as they wafted their arms about to form a clear way through and out of the smoke. As the light from his explosion faded out, the puling sensation got stronger. The blonde felt himself get sked fully inside the abyss before he felt his body fall. Wind rushed through his hair and rustled his loose trousers around wildly. The sound of his metal gauntlets rattling bounced around the void as he fell further, picking up speed even as he tried to desperately to get some control back. Any amount would do. The pulling sensation let go of him suddenly, dropping him onto the polished concrete floor of a broken-down building he assumed was in the ruin zone. The void behind him disappeared before he could even register where he was, and he was left completely stranded. What's better yet, he could already see all the villains previously stood outside slowly creeping towards and into the building. When he heard footsteps, he figured that sheet was a very big understatement. One, for all? Izuku asked, sipping a cup of tea he had eventually been persuaded to try. Yes, one for all is what the quirk is called. All Might replied in an awkward laugh. Nedzu had started the conversation when Izuku first entered his office. The first thing the three talked about was who Izuku was. Upon hearing Izuku was a guardian angel that had not only been protecting 1A for a while but had also been at the battle trial, All Might, or Tashinori as the guardian later learned, had apologized continuously about putting the students in danger. He told Izuku he'd be getting some teacher training between then and the time his next class rolled around, and had then apologized again before thanking him for being there to protect those he endangered. Izuku figured the apology was semi-decent, and maybe he would be holding off haunting the man for the time being. But he promised that if he made one more mistake, no matter how big or small, he would regret it for the rest of eternity. Izuku was satisfied at the shudder he received and took it as All Might telling him he wouldn't be doing anything stupid anytime soon. Once they had that sorted out, Izuku had let his interest in humans and their quirks take over him, and he had asked All Might about his. That led them on to this conversation. Izuku had been told about the secret of One for All as well as the entire backstory of the power, including the infamous villain, All for One, and everything Nezu and All Might knew about him. He understood why a quirk like that had to be kept under wraps, so promised to keep it a secret. Apparently, All Might was looking for a successor. According to Nezu, he was having trouble finding a suitable option, so the rat suggested the hero look at someone Form 1A or 1B, and that's why All Might was teaching at UA this year. Izuku thought any of his kids deserved the quirk and that it was up to them whether or not to accept it if they were asked. He thought it was the same with 1B. Izuku hadn't actually met anyone from 1B yet, though, so he couldn't say for sure. He planned to go see them later. So, what about you? Nezu asked. Me? Izuku asked in reply, forgetting for a moment Nezu didn't know his name. Yes, you. As I explained before, you have piqued my interest since you are not human and yet you are still so vastly different from me. I'd like to know a bit about your kind, if that's okay. There isn't much information about your kind out there, and I quite frankly suspect most of the existing information isn't true. Nezu leaned forward to pour himself another pot of tea as he spoke. How about we start off small? I'd like to know what that stone in your pocket is and how it works. Oh. Sure, I guess. Izuku mumbled, hesitantly moving to open his pocket. He didn't mind showing off his charm, he just hoped he wouldn't get in trouble for showing it to humans. Then again, Nezu had been the one to ask about it, so he technically wasn't showing it to a human. Plus, he supposed he'd get told off for showing himself rather than for the charm. Honestly, Izuku was more or less waiting to find a messenger feather telling him to stop showing himself again at this point. He'd been doing it a lot in the past few weeks and he knew he wasn't supposed to. Oh well, screw the rules. Izuku took out the charm and placed it onto the coffee table between the two seats, softly placing it down as to not damage it. He watched as the two mortal beings leaned forward ever so carefully to get a closer look at the thing, gazing at it in awe when they saw it. Fascinating, he heard Nezu mutter. It was a small, translucent crystal. The thing was just as alluring as Izuku's feathers, the only real difference being the color. The gem was light blue with a hint of natural gray and white mixed in it. The gem still emitted a sense of comfort, although it wasn't as strong as the comfort his feathers and light did. To Nezu, the charm gave off the idea of a divine being, a whole different world full of species unimaginable to the intelligence of humans. Truly, fascinating. Nezu muttered again. I agree, All Might started. Do the symbols on it mean anything? Izuku nodded. His charm had a few small engravings on it, some were recognizable as feathers and light, but there were a few that just looked like random lines and squiggles to anyone but him. There's the light and feathers, which represent guardian angels specifically, but everything else on there represents the supernatural abilities and powers among our world. You see, while you have quirks, we have power that is far beyond that. My charm helps me keep that power when I come here. It helps the magic my kind breathe stay in my lungs and lets me fulfill my purpose, to protect. If I were to break it or if I stopped wearing it altogether, my body would eventually adjust to this world and I'd be stuck just like humans before the time of quirks. I'd be quirkless. My wings would fall limp, I wouldn't be able to use any of my powers, and I wouldn't be able to connect with my world like I can now. Izuku explained. He moved his hand to cover the charm, making it glow slightly. When it glowed, Izuku's hand turned invisible. When it's activated, it hides me away from the human eye. I don't know the reason behind why it does that, the reason is a legend even among guardians, but it does. I see. Is you taking the charm off now going to have negative effects on you? Nezu asked. All Might sent Izuku a worried look, the hero in him showing. Not that I know of. I'm pretty sure it's only if I remove it permanently, which I wouldn't dare do. I think the reason why I'm not supposed to take it off is mainly for the same reason it makes me invisible. Humans aren't really meant to know we exist, you see. I don't know why. No need to worry, I'd get explicitly told if taking my charm off every now and then would harm me in the long run. Interesting. I'm assuming the reason you can't say your name is also for the reason the charm glows. Yep, haha. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. Wow. Up until now I never really believed in guardians. All Might said. My grandparents used to tell me stories from time to time, but Izuku sat up straight, ignoring All Might. Something was happening. Something bad. Nedzu, have you had any alerts from the security? Nope. Why, is something wrong? They are in danger. Izuku said, grabbing his charm and securing it to his arm cuff as hurriedly as he could. He wasted no more time and took off at the speed of light, opening the window and flying out as fast as he could. His kids were in danger. Shinso felt the pulling sensation let go just as the feeling of falling washed over him. He plummeted to the ground, unable to stop himself, and smacked into the deep blue water below. Sheet, bird boy, we might need your help, he thought. When he hit the water, he sunk into it slowly. There was nothing but blue, and the perception of light seemed to fade away the deeper he sunk. The portal villain, because that quirk had to be teleportation related, had split up him and his classmates. The villain. A real villain. And here he thought today would be fun. Seriously though, villains just had to attack the day Bird Boy wasn't there? The angel had told him, Yaoyorozu and Shoji, about his meeting with Nedzu, about how the rat had told him this was going to be safe. He should have known the moment All Might didn't show up. It was fine. Everything was fine. He was training to be a hero, he'd have to protect himself in situations like this. He couldn't just depend on Bird Boy being there, he had to protect himself too. He had trained hard for this, pushed his limits with his quirk and physical strength just to get here. He would be okay, he knew how to fight, so it's not like he couldn't. This was his chance to prove himself. This was his chance to prove to all those that told him he couldn't that he can. He'd just have to hope that if something took a turn for the worse, Bird Boy would be there to stop it. Shinso looked around more to see if he could spot anything else in the water. Everything was still blue, and there appeared not to be anyone else around. Until something moved behind him. He turned around quickly to see a pair of neon yellow eyes staring right back at him from a distance. The eyes were stuck to a dark blue blob, probably a person, that resembled a shark or a fish of some sort. The eyes stared at him, the figure staying frozen solid in the water as if it were trying not to startle him. Like he was the prey and it was the predator. Just as the eyes started to inch closer, he felt an arm wrap around his waist and lift him up and out of the water, throwing him roughly onto a boat along with another person who landed just next to him. It was Tsu and Kirishima. Sorry about the rough landing, Karo. Tsuyu croaked. We're surrounded by villains. Don't apologize, man. Kirishima said with a gruff. And are we actually? There are tons of villains in the water, Karo, and the Central Plaza has even more. I'm pretty sure this boat is the safest place we could be right now. Surely the entrance would be the safest, since 13 is there. Kirishima laughed awkwardly as he stood up to take a look at the villains in the water surrounding the boat. None of the villains were showing themselves, you could just see their heads, all hiding within the safety of the water. Too scared to venture out. Some villain, was a collective thought that rang about the boat. Shinso, however, actually looked over at the entrance. I'm not so sure about it being safer there, he said, gesturing to where he was looking. 13 is lying on the floor, I think they got hurt by that portal villain. Kirishima looked over to where Shinso had gestured, a somber expression painting his face when he saw the small figure of 13 lying on the floor, still and unmoving. Ida looks like he's trying to get out. Do you think he's gonna go get the heroes at the main campus? The redhead asked. It was honestly amazing luck that they could see the entrance and Central Plaza from the boat, it gave them a better understanding of the situation. Hopefully, Karo. If he gets out, the heroes will come and rescue us. I know someone who could do that quicker, Shinso whispered to himself, looking back at the water. You do? Bro, who are they? Oh, no one, don't worry about it. Let's focus on not getting killed by these villains, they look like they are getting impatient. Shinso turned both Kirishima and Tsu's attention to the water as he spoke, making them realize most of the villains were indeed getting impatient. Anyone have a plan? All three students looked at each other, quickly realizing nobody had any idea what to do. Well, it's obvious they don't know any of our quirks. If they did, they wouldn't have sent me here, to the water. I'm a good swimmer. Tsu broke the silence of thought and turned to face the two boys. Maybe we should just stay on this boat, the villains don't seem to be trying to attack us yet, so it's probably the safest bet. I think that's because they don't know our quirks. They have an advantage in the water, Shinso said, adjusting his mask to sit on his face the correct way. It had been moved slightly when he fell in the water and had practically fallen off one side of his face. So we just stay here then? Simple enough. You really think it will be that easy? One of the villains screamed, almost mocking the three students in a mad, psychotic way as they begun to swim closer. They roared, rising up in the water to show the top half of their body. They looked strong, and they seemed to be controlling the water underneath them to hold themselves up in the air in an attempt to look intimidating. The villain lifted their arm, hand glued in a fist position, and pulled the water beneath their feet further up until they were seemingly standing on water. With their fist, they threw an aggressive, hard punch to the air. It took a moment, a short moment of the three students looking confused, for a ball of water that had somehow risen behind them crashed down onto the boat. The boat creaked and screeched as the force of the water hit it, cracking under the pressure and causing all three students to tumble off the edge. Kirishima grabbed onto Shinso's wrist just before his foot touched the never-ending ocean, holding him up with the help of Tsu, who was clinging onto a short, metal fence. The villains sunk back into the water, leaving only their face and head uncovered like the rest of the villains around. That's when another villain spoke up, tone of voice demanding and rough. "Why don't you join us down here? What are you scared?" The villain from before sent a wave of water over the boat, drenching everyone on it and causing Azui's grip to loosen slightly. Tsu lifted Kirishima up, hoisting him over the fence and back onto the boat before pulling herself up and helping Shinso clamber his way up too. Once back on the boat, they climbed to the top and started to come up with a plan, water rising as the boat continued to sink deeper into the water below. "That guy has some sort of water quirk," Shinso started quickly. "I'm thinking, if his quirk works the right way, I could get him to create a whirlpool to drag the villains away from the shore." "Good idea, Karo. Once you do that, I'll grab you both and jump to the shallow water. From there we can climb out and sneak back to the entrance, being careful not to get involved with the fight at the Enteral Plaza, of course, Karo." "What if the villains swim away from the whirlpool though?" Kirishima asked warily. "It's a great idea, but most of the villains around us are probably good and strong swimmers since they probably have quirks suited for it." "Good point." Shinso looked away. What were they going to do about that? There were villains further away from the boat than others, so even if the whirlpool plan worked, who's to say a few of them won't escape it? They should try to avoid fighting at all and any cost, leave it to the teachers, to the heroes who actually knew what they were doing. One of us could try to scare them. Shinso looked back at the others to see Tsu speaking. "What do you mean?" "Well, they don't know what our quirks are, right? For all they know, we could be as strong as All Might, Karo. They are obviously scared to attack first, and they are trying to make us fall into the water so they can have the upper hand. Or so they think. What if one of us goes in the water and acts like they are about to use their quirk? That way, the villains will get scared and back away from the person who jumps in and they will go towards the whirlpool." That's a good idea. It can't be you though, Shinso. You've got to stay up here and brainwash the water-controlling villain, and it's better to do that from a safe way away, Karo, so you don't get attacked while doing it. That leaves either me or Kirishima. "I'll go." The redhead in question stood up and stated to walk to the edge of the boat. He took a deep breath in. Shinso watched his shoulders rise and fall as he did, before jumping into the air and rocketing down towards the shallow water. As he fell, a scream of confidence and adrenaline could be heard, and the villains nearer the shore backed away with wide eyes. They obviously weren't expecting that. Shinso thought, a smug smile forming on his face underneath his mask. Shinso followed Kirishima's courage and stood at the edge of the boat to shout at the water-controlling villain. "What are you doing here?" he yelled. "HAH, like we'd tell yo dash. Bingo. Create a whirlpool with your quirk, a strong one." Despite protest from his comrades, the villain instantly activated their quirk, pulling the water towards them in one big movement. The villains around started getting pulled in, each of them forgetting teamwork and trying to save themselves against the giant gush of water that showered over their heads. At first, the villains further out were fine, but when Kirishima swam towards them as he screamed, hand out like he was about to use his imaginary quirk, they swam further back and eventually fell into the whirlpool along with the rest. Kirishima stopped himself from swimming any further when all the villains had been sucked into the spinning chaos, and stopped to let Tsu's tongue pull him out. Tsu jumped off the boat with Shinso clinging onto her arm, and all three students landed with a splash into the shallow, more clear water. They crawled onto the shore and hid behind a rock blocking their view of the central plaza, collapsing onto the floor as they watched all the villains spin around and around in the whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to grow stronger the longer the water-controlling villain used their quirk. Shinso let the villain out of his control once he decided the villains wouldn't try to attack and watched as the whirlpool stopped growing. "That should keep them busy for a while," he said with a sigh. The light from one of Bakugo's explosions lit up the void with a deep orange-red hue, turning it into something straight out of a sci-fi horror movie as it flashed and made the smoke swirling inside the void more visible. Ida looked around at the shadows of his classmates running around to find an exit, wafting their hands and arms around in an attempt to clear the smoke. Many of them were being pulled up and away, further into the black abyss that surrounded them, and there was nothing Ida could do. His feet thankfully remained on the floor, so he figured the best course of action would be to stay at the entrance and go and get help. In a rush, he moved around to try to find some light again, to find some sense of hope among this horrible situation. Eventually, the void cleared, and the smoke villain fell back into its original wall-like form. Looking around, Ida could see he wasn't the only one still at the entrance. 13 was still there, thank God, as well as Shiro, Ashido, Uraraka, Shoji and Sato. Again, I apologize for the interruption, the villain spoke. But we have a job to do, and I'm afraid we can't have you interfering. Now, mind telling us where All Might is? Not here. 13 snapped, moving to stand in front of Ida and his classmates in a protective manner. If Ida was in this situation, if none of this was happening, the blue-haired male would be focused on how cool 13 looked right now. He loved heroes, the idea of saving people. Even if he seemed uptight and formal most of the time, he loved heroes and he was fascinated by them and how cool they were. That's why he was here, at UA, training to be one. But of course, right now he was more scared than anything. Scared for himself. For his teachers. And most of all, for his classmates. As 13 stood in front of the group, arm up and out in a way to shield them from any attack, Ida heard Shoji whisper something under his breath. Star, this is urgent. I can see that he's not here. The villain started. Where the hell have you sent the students, villain? 13 yelled, cutting the villain off from speaking and falling further into a fighting stance while readying their quirk. Now, no need to be rude. They are scattered around, visiting our comrades, if you will. Are you going to tell me where All Might is? No, now bring Dash. This time, it was the villain's turn to cut off 13. Such a shame. The smudges of yellow smoke darkened, almost as if the villain was offended by 13's answer. I wonder if these young heroes will be strong enough in the end. The villain moved away and the void-like portal started to shrink. Sheet. 13 mumbled, activating their quirk and directing it straight at the villain. It worked for a second, the purple mist surrounding the villain starting to be pulled into the black hole 13 created. But it didn't last. Ida stood there, watching, as some of the smoke detached itself from the villain and formed another, smaller void right where 13's black hole was. Another one formed behind the hero, and in an instant he was watching their back being ripped apart by their own quirk. Some blood splattered, small dots of it flying into the portal while the rest stained the edges of the tears in 13's costume with a dark, crimson color. Ida, along with the other 5 heroes in training, tensed at the sight. 13 turned off their quirk as soon as they could, still trying their best to stand in front of the kids behind them even as they stumbled over their feet. Ashido and Shiro both rushed to the hero to stabilize them, both holding them up in an attempt to help their teacher. Ida stood back as he watched it all unfold, completely unsure of what to do with himself. That, students, is a type of villain you need to be careful of. The students all looked at the villain in front of them. He's smart, and knows 13 grunted in pain, hunching in on themselves slightly before continuing to speak, knows how to use his quirk effectively. I thank you for the compliment, but I must return. I'd wish you all luck, but then again, I don't think you'd make much use of it. The villain's voice surprisingly wasn't in a mocking tone. Instead it was calm, devoid of any and all emotion, simply stating the words it spoke. Nothing more, nothing less. The villain moved away again as the void begun to shrink once more. Ida. The teen turned to look at the hero calling his name, trying not to look at their red-stained back. Get out of here, go and get help. With a quick nod and rush of adrenaline, Ida took off and ran through the door before the portal villain could even begin to stop him. His classmates would be okay. Aizawa could handle it, and getting help was the best thing he could do right now. He ran and ran, gaining speed with every step he took. Everything quickly became a blur of colors and shapes as he sped towards the school, pushing his quirk as far as it could go all while testing his physical limits. The wind raced past him with every passing second, that wind only growing stronger the faster he ran. Then, he saw something. Someone soaring through the air in the direction he had just came, back towards the USJ. They were flying. Big, magnificent wings flapping in the air as their robe-like shirt rustled in the wind and as their hair moved in an almost mystic way. An almost calm, enchanted way that could only come from the magic of another world. Everything seemed to slow down when he saw the person, and Ida felt an uncanny sense of comfort and relief wash over him as the person flew by. The figure emitted this soft, golden glow that sparkled and shone in the sun, and as they flew they left a trail of that light behind them, glittering and layering everything around, including Ida, in a warm, soft blanket of protection. The two locked eyes for a moment, gorgeous green meeting beautiful blue, before the person flickered out of sight. Ida abruptly came to a stop, turning off his quirk so suddenly he nearly fell over. He looked back, trying desperately to see the person again, to ask who they were. But there was nothing. Nobody was there. They had been going at the same speed as Ida, if not faster, so now they were gone. No matter, he thought, deciding to shrug off the longing to feel that sense of comfort and relief he felt so familiar with all over again. He silently hoped that person was called Star, and that maybe, just maybe, the person Shoji was calling out to had came to save everyone. He turned back to the direction of UA and ran again. He needed to help his classmates, his teachers, his friends. The two locked eyes for a moment, gorgeous green meeting beautiful blue, before his charm activated again and he turned his focus back to the USJ. Izuku had been surprised that Ida saw him, but he supposed he just hand put his charm on securely enough. He had been in a rush, after all. But still, Ida was out, probably on his way to go get the pro heroes. A mission that was in vain since the pros were already on their way. Nevertheless, Ida was out, that meant at least one of his kids were safe. When Izuku got to the doors of the USJ he stopped flying and touched the ground with his feet, checking his charm was on properly and clicking it into fully his arm cuff before walking inside. The first thing he saw was Shiro, Mina, Shoji and Sato all gathered around 13. 13 was lying on the floor, blood staining parts of their costume as the kids around them panicked. Izuku walked up to where the group were crouched down, glancing toward the central plaza to see Aizawa fighting villains. Hundreds of villains. He decided the man could hold his own for now, just while Izuku scouted the area to find where everyone was. The greenette turned back to his kids and 13, silently assessing if any of his kids needed healing, and kneeled down beside Shoji as he moved a hand to hover over 13's back carefully. He closed his eyes, making a white glow appear. When he opened his eyes, the hero was thankfully starting to respond to the kids more. The hell was that? Sato muttered, confused as he looked at where the white glow had been. Looking around, all four students were confused. Izuku didn't care. From what he saw, none of them were injured, which meant they held their own against whatever terror they had just faced. Nobody here has a healing quirk, right? Mina glanced up to look around at everyone, sending a questioning glance to Shoji when she saw he was looking at 13's back with happy, bright eyes. Soon enough, they were all staring at Shoji, and the kid obviously knew. Nobody has a healing quirk, he said in a whisper, but we don't need to fear the villains. Not anymore. Izuku smiled at that, knowing his kid knew that when he was there everything would be alright. Ignoring the silence that followed, Izuku stood up and walked to the stairs leading down to the central plaza. Aizawa was still fighting, and he was winning by the looks of it. There was, however, 3 villains standing at the back who weren't moving. They were just watching, staring, observing. Simply standing there as their party members fell and as their numbers steadily decreased. One of them looked like they were made out of the purple mist surrounding a dark void behind them, and they seemed to be talking to the shortest one out of the 3, if the flickers of yellow smoke facing the shorter villain was anything to go by. Izuku scked in a breath when he saw the shorter villain. The person was dressed in all black, save for their bright red shoes, and had light hair that matched their pasty skin. The exact same person he had seen at the gates of UA, standing away from the news reporters that crowded the main entrance. The only difference was that they were wearing severed hands on their face, arms and back. Now that he was closer, Izuku could see this person was male. He held himself in a childish way, in a way that, to Izuku, made his senses go off for some reason. This villain was obviously the ringleader. He wasn't getting involved with the fight at all, and he seemed to have some sort of power over the mist villain. If he was the leader, it meant that he had ordered this attack. He was the reason for his kids' distress, for their panic and fear. If any of his kids had gotten so much of a scratch on their body from this, that DMN villain would pay. Someone would pay. What scared Izuku the most, though, was the monster standing idly next to the other 2 villains. It was a ginormous thing, brains spilling out of its head as its eyes gazed at nothing in particular. There were scars all over its body, and it reminded Izuku somehow of a greater evil, something far worse, far more dangerous than anything else there. As he looked at it, his senses flared up, screaming at him to stop it before it hurt anyone, screaming at him to protect everyone around, including the villains. If just by looking at the thing made Izuku want to protect those who had threatened his kids, those who had hurt them, then we wondered out of complete and utter terror what it could do. How dangerous it actually was. What if it had already attacked? What if Izuku had come too late? What if he had missed it? He knew it hadn't done anything yet, it looked like it was still waiting for the command, but if he didn't move quick he would be too late. He had to fight now. He had to protect them, now. He could see multiple groups of kids working their way back up to the entrance, the only one he couldn't being Todoroki. It was now, or never. That should keep them busy for a while, he said with a sigh. Shinso, Kirishima and Tsu had defeated the villains in the shipwreck zone. As they watched the whirlpool submerge the villains, the 3 felt slightly more relaxed. They had done it. They had fought against real villains, and they had survived. They had won. That was epic, Kirishima gasped, leaning his head back on the rock they were still crouched behind. We should head back, Karo. Tsuyu was the first to move out of the three. Shinso watched her cautiously look over the top of the rock, presumably to get a look at how well Aizawa was getting on with all those villains. When she saw whatever was happening, a look of horror filled her dark eyes. What? Shinso asked, what's going on? He moved next, looking over the rock. He was quickly followed by Kirishima, who peeked his head over the rock hesitantly, and God, the red head wish he hadn't. When the three looked, they saw Aizawa facing off against a blue-haired villain, the one with hands gripping tightly onto his arms and face. The worrying thing about this wasn't the fact they were fighting, because Aizawa was a hero, he could fight. It was that Aizawa's elbow was literally crumbling away, skin turning into dust as it fell and revealed the muscles underneath. It looked like he was in tremendous amounts of pain too, if the way he was clutching his arm, gritting his teeth as he limped slightly was any giveaway. Aizawa had beaten the other villains in seconds, and he had done it without getting hurt by them at all. But this villain? This one was holding his own against their teacher. This one had managed to actually hurt him. He was obviously stronger than the others, and Shinso figured he was the leader, so the rational part of his brain told him that of course the fight was going to last longer, of course there was going to be injuries. Aizawa could do it, couldn't he? He could win, right? Eraserhead would be fine, he's strong and he knows his stuff. That's why Shinso looked up to him so much, that's why he uses a capture weapon similar to his, and it's why he was inspired to be a hero. There were two people in his life who inspired him. Bird Boy, obviously, and the coolest hero ever, Eraserhead. He remembered this one time where Bird Boy was sitting with him, hidden away in the attic in whichever house he was staying in at the time. They were talking about heroes. Shinso had brought up Eraserhead in that conversation. He had talked about how cool he was and about how he wanted to be a hero just like him when he grew up. His guardian had encouraged him, had told him he could do it, and Shinso believed it. So he trained. He trained hard. He's pushed his limits, even got a fake Eraserhead scarf. It was the only merch he could find back then. Looking back on it, it probably wasn't even official hero merch, probably just some old, battered scarf nobody wanted. He practiced, watched all the footage of the hero fighting he could get his hands on. He studied the way he fought, the things he did, just so he could be like him when he grew up. And then he made it. He got into UA, into the hero course, and found out his teacher was going to be the one and only Eraserhead. When the USJ trip was announced, he was so excited because it meant hero training with his favorite hero. He'd be able to see the man in action, and Bird Boy would be there cheering him on as he showed his worth. But then, of course, Bird Boy had told him he wouldn't be there. It disappointed him, made him upset and mad, but he figured he'd just tell him all about it at the end of the day when he got home. He hoped he'd still get to see his favorite hero fight. He had hoped, he had wished for it so much. But this? This wasn't how he had imagined it. Watching your favorite hero fight real villains on TV was breathtaking. Watching your favorite hero fight real villains in front of you. That was terrifying. He was in this situation. Villains versus heroes. This was his life now, and yeah, he expected that, yeah, he knew full well what sort of things would come with being a hero, but it felt too soon to experience a villain attack like this. But it would all be fine. Because Eraserhead was taking care of it, so there was no need to worry. Right? You're so cool, Eraser, the blue-haired villain spoke up, voice rasp and harsh as he fell back to catch his breath. Even with the hand covering his face, you could see the corners of his mouth twitch upwards and into a wide, maniacal grin. But I wonder. He spoke with a hint of mockery, what would happen if I? The villain trailed off, pausing for a moment as he stood there. He twitched and looked to the side, turning his head slowly, ever so slowly, to look right at the three kids. Suddenly, he lunged forward, hand out, and Shinso saw Aizawa's eyes go wide. He saw the black-haired man go to run forward. He heard him yelling for the villain to stop, completely ignoring his injured arm in favor of protecting his students. The villain got closer, reaching out further. He went for Tsuyu's face. He got so close. So dangerously close. Images of Tsu's body crumbling away, just like Aizawa's elbow, flashed in his mind. Do something, damn it, he thought, trying so desperately to pry his feet away from whatever invisible force was holding him down. Trying so hard to save her, to be the hero and save her. The villain was less than an inch away, and his maniacal grin had widened even more. But before he could reach her, before he could connect all his 5 fingers to her skin, a harsh golden glow erupted between them. The glow expanded furiously, forming an almost invisible barrier around not only the students but Aizawa too. The barrier pulsated at a steady beat as most of the light divided into rings. The rings separated themselves from the barrier and pushed outwards, taking the blue-haired villain with them and throwing him back to the portal villain and that other creature. The shockwaves of light, while harsh and angry, carried with them comfort. Comfort and an odd sense of reassurance. The rings grew in size of radius as they got further away from the central glow, and even from where he was standing Shinso could see another one form at the entrance. As the light got brighter, more powerful, the third barrier forming at the entrance sealed. There were more people there. The whole class was safely back with 13 if he guessed right, and they were all staring at the central plaza in complete and utter shock and bewilderment. Bird Boy was here. The 3 barriers protecting them stayed up for a good minuet. Eventually, however, they all fell. There was no glimmer to be seen. What the hell? The villain chocked, staring in just as much shock as everyone else. What kind of quirk was that? Shinso watched Aizawa again, choosing to ignore the immature villain as he started scratching his neck restlessly, muttering nonsense to himself. Aizawa looked confused, looking up and around at the barrier around him as it fell. Nomu. Shinso snapped his head right back at the villain. The guy was practically growling, shaking in anger and obvious annoyance. Attack. When Izuku formed the barriers, he expected the villains to run. He expected them to retreat, to scatter away in fear. But no. Because that monster, the thing the leader villain called Nomu, still hadn't been used. Attack. Izuku watched from the bottom of the set of stairs leading to the entrance as the villain growled out that word. He watched as this Nomu snapped awake, eyes suddenly moving to glare straight at Aizawa as it started to move. It walked up to him slowly, and in an instant latched onto the hero's hair. It lifted up Aizawa's head, holding it in place and waiting. Izuku looked over to see if Shinso and the others had gotten out, only to see them all still standing there, watching. Tsu was trying to persuade them to go back, but the boys wouldn't budge. Just then, the Nomu bashed Aizawa's head into the ground with a loud, booming crunch that echoed throughout the facility. Izuku could have sworn he saw red. How dare these villains? How dare they not only attack his kids, but also those who helped protect them? How dare they? Izuku walked forward, not willing to take any more of this. This fight was over. The Nomu lifted Aizawa's head again, but as soon as the man's face came crashing down, Izuku sent a feather to soften the blow. Nomu looked confused, angry, irritated, and tried to smash Aizawa's head into the ground for a third time. Izuku sent another feather to soften the blow yet again. But then, before the monster could move Aizawa's head, one of Jiro's earphone jacks stabbed its eye. "Hey! You!" she screamed. Izuku looked to the opposite side of the shipwreck to see not only Jiro, but Bakugo too, standing there. Jiro had fire in her eyes while Bakugo was popping mini explosions in the palm of his hands to show his anger. Jiro retorted her earphone jack and Izuku looked back towards the water. Shinso, Kirishima and Tsu were all standing there too, quirks activated. As much as he was proud, he was not going to let them get hurt by fighting. Still, Jiro's attack had made Nomu let go of Aizawa, giving Izuku the perfect opening. The Guardian launched forward at the speed of light and kicked Nomu right in the head, right in the brain. The monster roared, screeching as it flailed its limbs about in an attempt to not fall over. The thing stabilized itself eventually and launched forward, right back at Aizawa who was lying on the ground watching in disbelief. Izuku didn't let it reach the hero, though. Instead, he brought its attention back to him. He kicked and punched, attacked from behind, from in front and from the sides, used his wings to knock the thing down and his feathers to distract it. That worked, and the villain put all its attention on him. It marched over to where it assumed Izuku was standing and attacked, Izuku dodging this and attacking right back. They broke out into a miniature war, a war between two creatures of incredible strength and power humans could only wish for. In the end, only one would come out on top. The two beings fell back multiple times before they both launched forward again, attacking each other over and over until dust from the ground started to lift up and move with the wind. Their attacks got quicker, less time between them, and injuries started to actually consume the creature. It seemed to be able to regenerate, so Izuku was throwing all his best attacks at it at the same time. Meanwhile, the two other villains, Blue Hair and Purple Smoke, watched, completely baffled. Nomu roared and screeched desperately, trying so hard to fight off Izuku and his invisible presence. By now the rampaging beast was ignoring its leader's commands, and Izuku could hear his kids rushing to get Aizawa away from the scene. To anyone else, to all those watching, it just looked like Nomu had gone haywire. It wafted its claws around and punched the air, roaring louder each time it was attacked. His kids hurried away, Bakugo and Kirishima working together to lift and carry Aizawa back to safety. Nomu's eyes zoned in on them as it refocused and went for the attack. Jiro saw, she saw, and she shouted for Bakugo and Kirishima to watch out. If this had been a normal battle, one without an overpowered guardian there, they would have been crushed. But Izuku wouldn't let these BSTRD villains do that. He created another barrier above the group of kids that rebounded Nomo and sent it flying into the fountain, breaking the water pipes and crushing the ground beneath it. The doors slammed open just at that moment. The heroes had gotten there. But there wasn't a need for them now. Izuku had already won. He closed his eyes and flew up into the sky before letting himself fall, letting his body rocket down to crush the Nomu further into the ground. As he fell through the sky and gained massive amounts of speed, he let out another burst of light, this time brighter, more harsh and destructive. Instead of feeling warm and comforting, this light was scorching, seething with fury and rage that was so intense it practically blinded everyone that even dared to glance its way. Izuku hit the Nomu with a deafening crash, his white-hot light obliterating the beast into ash and flakes of burnt, crusty skin. Silence. Nobody dared do anything. Izuku's light faded out and he stood proud, running his hand over his arm cuff to find that his charm was still there. Nobody had seen him. But they had all seen his light, and oh boy did that leave everyone completely astonished. Among the silence, a hero called Snipe raised his gun and aimed to shoot the blue-haired villain who still stood there, gawking. Izuku would have let him get hit. He should have let him get hit. But for some reason, his senses called out. One of Snipe's bullets was shot directly at the villain's leg, which was fine. However, the other one was flying straight at the man's chest. His chest where his heart was, to be precise. Izuku stopped the second bullet from hitting the villain, and instead watched as the Warp Gate villain rushed the other away. The final portal closed, and All Might hopped down, in his buff form, to take a look at what was left of the Nomu and the unconscious villains in close proximity. Izuku sighed and flew back to the entrance. He landed softly next to Nedzu, the rat peering up at him even though Izuku had his charm on. He looked down at him and stared for a moment, unsure what to think of the principal now, before turning back to his kids to count who was there. "Where's Todoroki?" All that could be heard was heavy rain spilling out from the sky above. It was dark, and the artificial rain drumming on the ground somehow made the atmosphere even more tense. It was cold, too. Freezing cold, numbingly cold, and it was making his hands shake violently even as he used his fireside slightly to help warm himself up. Shoto Todoroki had been warped to the downpour zone, alone, by that DMN smoke villain. At first, he was completely outnumbered by villains that thrived in the surroundings, villains with quirks that were well suited for this sort of situation and with support gear that, while poorly designed, helped them navigate the surrounding alleyways. Usually, he would be able to beat villains with his ice instantly, even if they outnumbered him and even if they were more prepared. He had been trained to work smartly, and the ice plan was effective, so he should have been able to. Only, of course, when that portal thing had opened, it had dropped him from pretty high up and he had crashed down at an alarming rate. He had tried to use his ice to stop himself, had tried to form an ice slope to slow his fall, and it worked, but not as smoothly as he hoped it would. He had tumbled down the thing, landing on his arm funny. He swore he heard it crack, and the end of the ice slope had hit a building which he had then rammed into, hitting his head because of how uncontrolled his fall was and landing on his arm again, which caused an unbearable, sharp pain to shoot through his nerves like electricity. He pushed himself up after momentarily blacking out, and as soon as he got to his feet, several villains jumped on him and he had to fight through the throbbing pain in his arm and head. He had been taken off guard and was already injured, so the fight had gone as good as it could have. He used his ice to fight against the villains, shooting up spikes and shields where he could and freezing villains when he got the chance. He ended up getting stabbed in the leg by one of the villain's quirks, getting thrown around carelessly which did nothing to help his head, and his already injured arm had gotten even more beaten up as he tried to fight back. Eventually though, he had managed to power through and got the opening to freeze the remaining villains while scaring the few that got lucky and escaped his ice away. After he did that, he had tried to get out of the downpour zone and back to the entrance, only to find that the only exit was being blocked off by a quirk from a villain outside. He was trapped. He looked around for a bit, searching for some way out, but he hadn't found any. The rain had already soaked him by then, and his injuries weren't doing the best. He was almost certain his arm was broken, and he was shivering, so he reluctantly decided to find some shelter and rest until help came. Which brought him to this moment. Stuck in an alleyway deep inside the downpour zone, knees brought up to his chin as he rested his probably broken arm in his lap, trying to stop his leg bleeding, all while ignoring an oncoming headache and trying to keep warm. Fun. Just then, a harsh light appeared outside the downpour zone, a light that leaked in through the translucent, frosted glass windows at the very top of the walls that surrounded. It took a moment, but rings started to appear. Rings of glimmering light that resembled the rings of Saturn, seemingly expanding and pushing away from the original source. These rings passed through walls and buildings, covering everything in their paths in a soft, golden glow, and just when you thought the last one had come, another one followed. When the first one came, Todoroki backed away, almost scared it was another villain. But then it passed, and nothing happened. Nothing happened, but somehow Todoroki felt this strange sense of reassurance fall over him. A strange sense of hope. Then, the next ring came, followed by the next, and the next. You'd think that in this situation, when you're completely alone and isolated during a villain attack, injured and unable to get help, it would be impossible to feel like that, to feel comforted, in a way. Any other person would wither and crumble in anxiety and fright. Yet somehow, all it took was light. A soft, gentle light. A light that reminded Todoroki of memories he couldn't explain. A light that reminded him of a figure, a winged figure that had been there as long as he could remember, someone who had simply been there to hold him when nobody else would. The light was soon followed by a loud, deafening screech that sounded a lot like when nails run across a caulkboard. The roaring noise seemed to be filled to the brim with blinded fury, and the loud noises of the thing attacking came almost instantly after. Todoroki listened as dread started to take over him, the hope and reassurance once left by the soft glow now gone. What if somebody had gotten hurt? What the hell was that thing that screamed anyway? Did the villains kill someone? Did the villains win? Where were the pros? Why weren't the pro heroes here yet? Had the alarms at UA not gone off? Oh God, what if the villains won? What if he was the only one left alive? What then? Horror-struck, he sat there, listening closely to the sounds in an attempt to figure out what the danger was, where it was coming from, how close it was. He slowly drowned in his thoughts as the sight of his classmates lying helplessly on the floor on top of an ocean of dark, crimson-red blood filled his mind, making the shiver still submerging his body worsen to lengths he had no hope of controlling alone. No hope of escaping this nightmare. As the sounds of a miniature war continued to fill the background, he continued to listen. Listen for any sign of life. To see if he was, truly, the only one left or if maybe there was someone else there, someone else in the same situation. Waiting. Listening. He wanted to run, wanted to hide further into the alleyways that surrounded him, yet he was frozen solid. He hated how this once safe field trip had turned into something so unbearably similar to what he called home. The screaming. The fear. The pain. Why am I crying? He thought, resisting the urge to move and wipe away a stray tear falling down his cheek. Eventually, the sounds in the background stopped, ending with the loudest roar yet and a burst of blinding, white-hot light that seemed to erupt with seething rage and fury even angrier, even more aggressive than all the roars from that thing put together. And even though that rage was not directed at him, he flinched. Todoroki, however, had fallen far too deep into his own unsettling thoughts to notice any of this. He instead continued to sit there, eyes drifting into the dark depths of space as he tried not to think. His knees remained held up to his chin as he contorted further into a ball to try and protect himself from any and all threat, as he tried to desperately to appear small so he would go unnoticed. And he almost did go unnoticed. He almost wasn't found. "To Ki?" a voice called out. "Ro, Ki, can yo hear me?" This time, the voice was accompanied by a soft, gentle hand touching his shoulder. He flinched back at that, not expecting it, but quickly let his body go limp and leaned into the gentle touch he oh so craved. "You're okay." The hand began to move slightly, affectionately rubbing his shoulder. He couldn't help but lean into it more, sniffling as he held back the new tears forming in his eyes. "You're okay," the voice whispered again, still so gentle and kind. Todoroki hadn't realized how much he needed to spend a moment to just let himself be vulnerable. Him and whoever this person was stayed like that for a while, simply existing in each other's presence. It was nice. Eventually, though, Todoroki had calmed down enough to focus on his curiosity surrounding who the hand belonged to. So he looked up, uncurling from his protective state to see who it was. The two locked eyes. The figure had such alluring, enchanted eyes that somehow held Todoroki completely spellbound for a good minuet. The person smiled at him, and his smile was almost as bright as the sun itself. He looked at the figure's green, curly hair and at the part that faded softly into a lighter green before fading into white. He looked at the freckles sprinkled lightly onto his clean skin, an undertone of pink dusting his cheeks and nose. He looked at his clothes, the way they looked so perfect, even as they moved in the wind and rain. And he looked at his wings. His gorgeous, magnificent wings. "You're okay," the winged figure, the winged person spoke, "I've got you. Your classmates are fine, and your teachers are safe." Todoroki stared. "I promised I'd always be here, to protect you the best I can, didn't I?" And with those words said, for the first time in years, Shoto Todoroki felt okay. For the first time in years, he felt like he was allowed to cry, that it was okay to show emotions and just be vulnerable. To simply lean all his weight onto another person and let them hold him. For the first time in years, he felt safe. You know, we should probably head back to the entrance. We've been here for a while, everyone is probably worried sick about you. The wing person spoke. Todoroki didn't flinch at the sudden voice. Usually, he would. Usually, he would internally freeze, and he would have to fight to suppress flinching away from whatever was so sudden. But this time? This time he didn't. The bicolored teen, who was curled up against the person, resting his head on the being's chest while their wings held him tightly in a warm embrace, let his eyes drift upwards. You'll see me again soon. Let's get you back, yeah? The person smiled, and Todoroki couldn't help but smile slightly back. Okay, he replied a few moments later. The two moved to stand up, the wing person helping Todoroki by keeping their left wing wrapped around his waist underneath his arm, and started to walk towards the exit of the downpour zone that had been previously blocked off by a villain. They are waiting for you just outside the building. The person beside him said, stopping themselves from walking just as they were about to step outside the downpour zone. I've got to hide myself now, so you won't be able to see me, but I'll still be here. Get yourself some medical attention, that arm looks painful. So does that leg. And with that, the wing person put something on their arm and disappeared. The feeling of a wing holding Todoroki up didn't go away, though, and a golden light was still trailing steadily beside him as he continued to move. Things were beginning to make more sense. Todoroki kept walking toward the entrance of the USJ, half using the wall to help him stay up and half leaning on the invisible wing still wrapped around him. He chose to ignore the few police officers and heroes still inside looking for any remaining villains. He chose to ignore the few patches of dark red blood staining the ground. He chose to ignore the central plaza where sizzling ashes of something that smelt like flesh mixed in with that same deep shade of red. He chose to ignore it all, instead favoring the idea of getting outside and seeing with his own eyes that everyone was okay. When he got outside he was immediately surrounded by his classmates all at once, all of them asking if he was okay as they started to notice his very obvious injuries. While they were all busy doing that and while one of the police officers came over and started shouting for a paramedic, Todoroki noticed a certain 3 students looking at him with a knowing smile. Izuku carefully let go of Todoroki when the paramedics came over to take him to one of the ambulances. He gently removed his wing from underneath Todoroki's arm to let the paramedics hold him up and slowly guide him away. Once Todoroki was out of sight, Izuku walked over to Shinso, Yaoyorozu, Shoji, and the rest of his kids. Shinso, who had noticed his light move closer to the group, started speaking soon after. So is anyone else hurt? The purple-haired boy asked, directing the question at the police officer still standing with the class. Apart from Todoroki, Eraserhead and 13, everyone else is fine. The police officer started, you all proved yourselves today and most of you were able to get away from the villains completely uninjured. I must congratulate you on that. As for the 3 that did get hurt, there is no need to worry about them. They will be taken good care of. You kids should get back on the coach. One of your other teachers will drive you all back to UA soon. The police officer gestured to the coach before turning on his heel and walking over to talk to another police officer who was handcuffing a villain. We should do as he said. Ida announced, his voice sounding a bit more dull than usual. The rest of the kids seemed to agree though as all of them somberly began to move to get onto the coach. Yaoyorozu, Shinso and Shoji were the last to start moving. Before they did, Shinso took out his phone and started typing on it while the other 2 looked over his shoulder at what he was typing. Once Shinso's fingers stopped moving, he looked right at the golden light still near his feet in a way that told Izuku to look. So that's exactly what the angel did. He walked closer, looked at the phone, and read what had been typed out in the notes app. Go Todoroki to the hospital. Everyone else is okay, so please go make sure he, Mr. Aizawa and 13 are okay too. The message read. With a sigh, Izuku reached his hand over the phone and typed, okay, be safe and don't worry about Todoroki, 13 or Aizawa. I won't let anything bad happen, in reply. After receiving 3 subtle nods, he watched the trio turn to join the rest of their class on the coach. Deciding he better hurry up if he wanted to follow the ambulances, he then began to walk away from the coach, choosing not to acknowledge how Bakugo, Jiro, Tsu, Kirishima and Ida were all eyeing his light and sending suspicious glances over to the 3 he had just talked to. Tsuyu Azui was a very straightforward person. She stated what she saw honestly and didn't hide behind fear of hurting someone else's feelings by telling the truth. So on the bus ride back to UA she had to say something. I mean, it was obvious that something out of the ordinary had happened at the USJ. No student had a quirk that controlled light like that or that formed protective barriers around things and people. She was pretty sure no teacher had a quirk like that either, and that was pretty much confirmed by the way Aizawa had looked at the barrier when it fell and the way he seemed to freeze when the light first appeared. It wasn't just Aizawa's facial expression and body language either. If you took a second to look, all of the teachers had the same confused and astonished look on their faces. They all looked like they had no idea what was going on, and it was very obvious none of them knew what to do. Even All Might looked shocked, and that was saying something since that man was almost always smiling. And somehow, it all linked back to a golden light that seemed to be literally everywhere. Tsuyu had been seeing this light for as long as she could remember. Maybe not the exact same light, who knows, but a golden glimmer of sparkling light that seemed to emit some sort of comfort no matter what was going on around it. The light had been more present during the days when she was really young, like 5, 6 and 7, but it had been showing up less and less as years went by, as if it was noticing her noticing it and as if it were trying to hide itself from the eyes of a human. By the time she got to middle school, the light had seemingly almost entirely disappeared. She says seemingly because she knew it never went away, not really. You could still feel it, it just became less obvious. It got better at camouflaging itself, and often to see it you'd have to pause and look really hard at every tiny speck of dust around you. Even then, even if you were looking for it carefully and thoroughly, you never actually saw it. Only when you weren't looking for it, only when your mind was focused on something else entirely could you bear any chance of spotting it. But then, of course, when you did finally see it, your brain didn't even begin to register the fact it was there, and you would subconsciously not think too deep about it and decide to shrug it off. Being honest with herself, Tsu hadn't ever really thought this much about the light until now because of that. She had always assumed it was just the sun or some type of gold metal reflecting onto surfaces, and she thought the only reason she ever got the urge to look for it was because it was pretty in a way no other light was. It was the only reasonable answer after all, and nothing else really made any sense to her. And she was okay with that, she always had been. She was okay with the answer being simple, she was okay with not thinking too much into it and with simply letting it be. But then she got into UA. The first day wasn't that bad and was the most average day yet. Nothing much happened that didn't have anything to do with school, and she hadn't noticed anything that didn't seem normal. Then the second day came around, and that's when Tsu noticed something. She had been one of the first people to get to school that day, and so she had seen when Yaoyorozu and Shinso walked into the classroom. The two seemed to be friends, which was kind of odd if she did say so herself, but that didn't matter. The pair's friendship wasn't the weird thing was that they had a determined look on their faces for no apparent reason. As they walked to their seats and began to get their things out ready for class, Tsuyu looked at them both to try and figure out what they had been talking about and what they were planning on doing. No clues showed themselves until Shoji walked into the classroom a while later. Tsu didn't miss the look Shinso and Yaoyorozu shared when Shoji arrived. Through the first half of the day, nothing else happened. It was another day of normal lessons, and Tsu almost forgot about how Yaoyorozu and Shinso had been acting when they first got to school. She was reminded of how they had been acting as soon as the bell for lunch rang. Shinso had gotten up out of his seat with little to no hesitation, walked straight over to Shoji's desk as Yaoyorozu got up and walked out of the classroom, told him he wanted to talk before then marching out of the classroom himself with Shoji following reluctantly behind. Todoroki, who had also noticed the odd behavior, got up not too long after Shoji walked out of the classroom with Shinso to presumably follow them. If Tsu was anybody else, she probably would have done the same thing and followed them to see what they were going to talk about. Although she was Tsu, and she thought eavesdropping was rude. They probably weren't going to talk about anything important anyway, or at least nothing that concerned her. So she left it be and simply went about her day. After lunch, Shoji seemed to have joined the duo-now trio of people acting strange. As well as Todoroki, who Tsu had caught sending what looked like death stares at Shoji, Shinso and Yaoyorozu all throughout the lessons that followed lunch. Then the next day went by, and even more things showed up. The battle trial had been that day, and there were loads of things Tsu noticed outside her own fight. That day was the first day she saw the golden light and was able to actually think about it. That day, the light appeared more clear, more visible. As if it had given up on hiding. She had seen it after the first battle. They were giving the teams who had fought feedback, and All Might had agreed with something about Uraraka using her surroundings well. Only nobody had said anything about Uraraka. In the awkward silence that followed, Tsu saw the gold light move from right next to All Might to the back of the tower, settling still right next to Shoji. After the light moved, Shoji came forward and said he was the one who spoke. That was obviously a lie, because Shoji was at the back, and if All Might heard him surely everyone else would have too, right? Then her fight had rolled around. She was paired up with Ishido and put against Todoroki and Shoji. The end of that fight had been terrifying, and Tsu thought she was going to die when the roof collapsed. But she didn't die. Nobody did because Todoroki used his ice to stop the concrete from crushing them all. Or so everyone assumed. The truth was that couldn't have been it. The ice Todoroki formed was really thin and was cracking all over, so it made no sense how it was able to hold up the collapsing ceiling overhead. Tsu had been scared and confused. Scared because the ice was cracking and confused because it was still holding up everything above them despite that. All Might had told them he'd get them out as quickly as he could and that they just needed to hold on, and Tsu wondered how long it would take for the ice to finally give in. It had to soon, really soon, there was no way it wouldn't. As more and more minuets passed by, she honestly wanted the universe to stop messing around and get it over with already because the anxiety that was forming and growing in everyone who was trapped in the building was beginning to become a bit overwhelming. But it never did. The ice never broke. Instead, it stood up strong, steady and stable. And, well, her head must have gotten hurt because she could have sworn she could see a gold light radiating off the ice, and she could have sworn that light was painted on the floor beneath them too. If the light hadn't been there, the gold light, then she probably would have focused on the clear tension between Todoroki and Shoji a bit more, tension that had only been growing thicker ever since after lunch the day before. But the light had been there. And that had gained all of Tsu's attention. When All Might finally did get them all out of the building, she looked back to see if light was still there. It was, weaving in and out of the cracks in the walls as it acted like glue, reminding her slightly of kintsugi, the art of fixing broken pottery with gold. As soon as they were a safe distance away from the building, however, the light disappeared and the whole building came crashing down with the ice Todoroki had formed snapping and crumbling under the weight almost instantly. The day after the battle trial went normally, just like the first day had gone, up until the English lesson. Tsu had seen present Mike freeze when he looked at the back of the classroom near the end of the lesson, and she had noticed his facial expression and energy shift into something she had been too tired to try and read. Speaking of teachers though, Aizawa had also been looking near the back of the classroom. Every lesson he had with his new homeroom class, Tsu would catch him looking at the back of the classroom, and when she looked to see what he was looking at she never failed to spot the same gold light hovering right where Aizawa was looking. She had decided not to think about it. And then, of course, came the USJ. Tsu had thought that maybe it would be a normal day, maybe the weirdness of the hero school would calm down for a bit. But it hadn't. Villains had attacked, which was strange because how did they know they would be at the USJ? How did they get into school campus? What did they hope to gain by attacking high school students? Her and the rest of her classmates had been made to fight against people who weren't afraid to kill them. Tsu knew as heroes they'd have to do that, but they were first years and it was only the first week of school. They had barely had any hero training yet, and Tsu didn't even know all of her classmates' names. Shinso had started acting weird again when him and Kirishima were at the shipwreck zone, talking about a random person with a really weird name. A hero, possibly, who Tsu had never heard of. And the cherry on top of everything? That exact same gold light came back, even brighter and visible than it had been before. It had stopped the main villain from using his quirk on Tsu, had formed protective barriers around every hero in training there, and had even burned that creature who attacked Aizawa to literal ashes in a blinding flash of rage. So yeah. It was obvious something was going on at not only the USJ but UA in general. It was obvious the light wasn't just the sun. It was obvious it was something much, much more. And it was obvious that Shinso, Yaoyorozu, Shoji, and heck, even Todoroki either had something to do with it or knew what was happening. And so, on the bus ride back to UA, she had to say something. Looking at her classmates though, now probably wasn't the best time to bring it up. Hisashi Yamada held onto his best friend's hand like a lifeline. The blonde sat on one of those uncomfortable chairs at hospitals, leaning forward on the bed Shoyuta Aizawa was currently lying on and clutching onto the man's hand as tightly as he could. He wouldn't let go. He refused to let go. You know I'm alright, right Zashi? Hayazashi knew that Shoyuta was going to be okay, that had already been confirmed by the doctors, but he still tightened his grip on the other's hand when he spoke. I know, he said in reply. Luckily, Aizawa's injuries hadn't actually been as bad as they could have been. Well, his elbow had been as bad as it looked, but his head injuries should have been a lot worse. That thing, that creature that had been standing next to what looked like the main villain, the blue-haired one, had smashed Shuta's head right into the hard, brick floor multiple times. According to Shoyuta himself and the students of Class 1A, the first time the creature the villains called Nomo smashed his head into the ground was the loudest, most vicious of all of them. According to Shoyuta and the students who were at the central plaza with him, Azui, Kirishima, Shinso, Jiro and Bakugo, the second time was softened by something. It still hurt, it still caused damage to the man's head, but it was softened. Softened by a single white feather. Thinking about it, a feather shouldn't have been able to soften the blow as much as it apparently did, but Hisashi couldn't care less about that. He was just happy Aizawa was alive. Happy that he would be okay. The hero profession was a dangerous one, and both men hated watching the news because what if one of their friends was on it for a bad reason? What if one of their friends got hurt, got killed? They couldn't let that happen, not again. Yamada could lose another one, he couldn't. The doctors had explained that the initial blow had caused Aizawa's skull to fracture and had given him a concussion. Luckily though, both head injuries hadn't been severe, and the fracture would heal on its own in a few weeks. One of the doctors had actually called it a miracle that the injuries weren't severe, and most of the other ones seemed to agree with that statement. So yeah, not as bad as it could have been. Having said that, the damage dealt to Aizawa's head was still worrying. Due to the injuries, the doctors and nurses predicted Aizawa would have a harder time keeping his eyes open for an extended period of time, which would affect the efficiency of his quirk. Hisashi couldn't help but feel anxious because of that. He knew his friend was strong, he knew he'd get over this and that at the end of the day this was just a little bump in the road, but still. Villains were dangerous, and it scared him to think about what a weakened quirk might lead to. It wasn't just his friend being hurt that made him anxious, though. The fact villains had attacked was just as worrying, if not more. The faculty of UA never expected anything like that to happen. Sure, UA students were always targets for trouble, especially the hero students, but that's why there's so much security on campus. And that security, everything that was put in place to ensure their students' safety, was why villains hadn't even tried to attack the school in decades. The last time Hisashi had ever heard anyone even talk about villains attacking UA was when he was 3 years old, which had been the only time villains had gotten in since the school was founded. So the fact that villains nobody had ever seen or heard of before, had actually managed to attack, and the fact the security measures that were put in place to prevent this sort of thing didn't work? The complicated, confusing mess of security measures that took even the creator, Nedzu himself, hours upon hours to get past? That was worrying. Oh, and of course, that creature, Nomu, was another thing. Hisashi! The blonde jumped back instantaneously, launching his body back into the chair he was sat on and shaking the hospital bed next to him from the force of pushing himself up and away from it. Shoyuta! Are you okay? What happened? He asked in panic. Nothing's wrong, calm down. You were zoning out and I was trying to ask something. I'm okay, you know that. The two locked eyes. I'm okay. I know you are. Sorry, I was just thinking. Aizawa hummed in reply, closing his droopy eyes and leaning his head further back into the propped-up pillow. How are the kids? Did anyone else get hurt? Only Todoroki, you and 13 were injured. Mike started, leaning forward again as he moved to place his hand back on Aizawa's. Todoroki's got a broken arm, and his leg was pretty bad, but he's all bandaged up now and should be released today. 13's quirk was used on their back, apparently thanks to that warp gate villain, but it's already healing nicely so there's nothing to worry about. Both should be fine. Don't start blaming yourself, Sho. This wasn't your fault, and there was nothing else anyone could have done. Aizawa opened his eyes after a moment of silence, looking over at a small table with a jug of water and multiple cups on it with the eye wasn't covered by bandages and casts. You need a drink? Hisashi asked when he noticed what his friend was looking at. The man in question nodded and Hisashi got up to go and grab a cup. He walked past the bed and up to the table, picking up a cup and pouring water into it carefully. What the hell? Aizawa exclaimed out of nowhere. What? The blonde turned around, cup and jug of water in hand. When he saw what Aizawa was looking at, his heart skipped a beat. He let go of the cup in an instant, the water inside splashing onto the ground and soaking his shoes in the process. In the middle of the room, just at the end of Aizawa's bed, stood a figure. A green-haired figure with magnificent, angelic wings that shimmered and shone in the sunlight beautifully as an alluring sense of safety and warmth seemed to emit from them somehow. The sunlight reflecting onto the feathers of their wings caused a soft, golden glow to settle over the room, gently wrapping everything in a cozy blanket of protection. Despite being on edge, despite this figure being a complete and total stranger, both men leaned into the light that surrounded them. Both men subconsciously relaxed, letting the tension and fright within them fade away into nothing more than remnants of the past. Who? Ah. Aizawa, Yamada. It seems you've met 1A's guardian angel. The person turned their head toward Nedzu who was standing just in front of the door of the room, happily smiling as the small form of All Might hovered timidly behind. Though, Guardian, I must ask you something. Why take your charm off? It was then that the green-haired figure spoke up, earning another confused stare from both Hisashi and Aizawa who were still gawking at the air around the winged person. It was only right. Aizawa was catching onto my light, and I wanted to make sure they were both okay. I was asked to. They said, tightening their grip on something small they were holding and staring directly at Nezu. Now it's my turn to ask. You told me this trip would be 100% safe, and you promised none of my kids would get hurt. So tell me, why is it that Todoroki is sitting in hospital waiting for his siblings to come and pick him up? Why is it that I had to fly over here and protect the people you told me would be fine? The person was staring bitterly at Nezu, and the aura surrounding them shifted into something that felt a lot like anger. Nezu's usual happy smile morphed into a frown. The person continued to stare, and the other 3 people in the room were asking themselves if this person had a death wish. Even Aizawa didn't dare stare at Nezu like that when he wasn't smiling. Nezu not smiling was never a good sign. Though, this time, his frown seemed more ashamed than anything else. I sincerely apologize for what has happened. It seems I overlooked teleportation quirks while creating the security system at UA. Seeing how rare they are, my mind must have skipped over the possibility. I am looking into that issue as we speak, and the system will be updated as a whole come Monday. I will be having a meeting with the faculty because of this, and we will discuss what has happened today to try and prevent it from happening again in the future. You are welcome to join. An apology? From Nezu? What was going on? I must thank you for jumping into action. It is thanks to you only 3 people got hurt, and I'm guessing you are the reason why my 2 staff members were not hurt as much as they could have been. I hope you can forgive me for my grave mistake, and I hope you can still put trust in UA for the future. Nezu finished with a low bow, leaving the humans in the room completely shell-shocked. The green-haired person nodded to acknowledge Nezu's words, and the aura shifted back to what it had been before. Okay, what the hell is going on? Aizawa snapped when his brain caught up with itself. Who the hell is that, and what the F do you mean by 1A's guardian? And what the F do you mean by, I must thank you? You've got a whole bunch of explaining to do, you DMN rat. Now, Aizawa. I will explain everything to the both of you at a later date. The basic point is that this person is who controlled the light to protect you and your students, which is why I am thanking them. Nezu's smile came back not even a mini-second after Aizawa spoke up, and that smile only widened as Hisashi and Aizawa's faces contorted into something that looked even more confused than before. Now, if you both are alright, I will be heading off. I need to speak with someone. Get well soon, Aizawa. Yamada. Nezu tuned on around and walked out of the room, opening the door just enough so he could squeeze through as if not to reveal something, or someone, inside. Get some rest, all 3 of you. All Might awkwardly chuckled before rushing out of the room to follow Nezu. Aizawa, you're all healed up, right? The figure, guardian, eventually asked. His injuries are all taken care of, Hisashi replied for Aizawa, earning a glare from the black-haired man and a nod from the green-haired person, who, by the way, looked like a teenager, which confused and concerned both men even more. His brain took longer to reboot, but when it did, Hisashi found himself feeling the need to thank this person. Person? Who could say at this point? The mop of green hair moved toward the door, lifting up their hand and going to place the thing they were holding on a delicate-looking arm cuff. Before you go, Hisashi yelled out, thank you for helping. They smiled, their wings relaxing slightly and the golden light still reflecting onto everything and everyone in the room glittering with the ruffle of their feathers. Anytime. Todoroki sat on a hospital bed, looking out of the large glass window and watching the clouds go by. He had a lot to think about over the weekend. He says over the weekend, because he wasn't going to start thinking now. He honestly wasn't in the mood, way too overrun with emotions he rarely ever felt to even move. Plus, he figured that if he started thinking now his mind would drift off somewhere dark again. So he simply sat there, phone in his hand open on his and Fuyumi's private messages. Fuyumi was on her way to pick him up because the doctor said he could go home as long as he made sure to rest and stay away from training for a bit. His father, Endeavor, was too busy with hero work to do it, and Natsuo was at college, so Fuyumi was the only one free. Shoto was okay with that though, he didn't like his dad and he and Natsuo were kind of distant. So was Fuyumi, actually, but his sister still lived at home so it felt less awkward with her. Just then, a nurse walked into his hospital room with a pair of crutches. We don't want you putting too much pressure on your leg and disturbing the healing process. You'll only need them for a day or 2. She said with a smile, walking up to his bed and leaning the crutches against the wall so they were within reach. The nurse left soon after that, closing the door behind her and walking away to go do something else. That's when Todoroki noticed a familiar light on the floor. He smiled, content that he now knew what it was. It was nice, knowing you had someone looking out for you, knowing that someone was an actual person and not just something your mind made up to keep you safe. The light moved closer, sparkling as it did, and Todoroki felt the bed sink slightly as if the light were sitting down next to him. The bicolored teen let the comfort and warmth surround him, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath in before looking out the window again. After a minuet of staying like that, he felt the bed move slightly, so he looked back at where he assumed the winged person was, only to catch his phone glitching. It had closed out of the messages between him and Fuyumi, and was somehow opening the official Class 1A group chat Ashido and Hagakure had made. He watched curiously, assuming this was the invisible winged person sitting next to him, as the screen changed to the list of numbers in the group chat. Todoroki hadn't saved any of his classmates' numbers apart from Uraraka, and he had only saved hers because she was the class rep. He figured if he was actually going to need any it would be hers. He never really texted people, he never really found any reason to, so hadn't bothered saving anyone else's number. He wasn't going to be rude and leave the group chat. Obviously, it was a class group chat and could come in handy one day, but why would he save numbers if he didn't need nor particularly want to? The phone screen scrolled down and clicked on one of the numbers, selecting the message option that popped up. The keyboard appeared, and letters started being tapped. Hey Shinso, Birdboy here. You think you can add Todoroki to the group chat you and the others have since he knows about me too? That confirmed Shinso knew about the winged person, and he guessed the others were Shoji and Yaoyorozu, who were the other two people in his class who had been acting weird. Shoto continued to watch the phone. A little gray dot just at the bottom of Shinso's profile picture turned green, and a little bubble of ellipses popped up at the bottom corner of the screen above the keyboard just a moment later. Eventually, the ellipses went away and a message from Shinso took its place. Sure, gimme a sec, it read. A second later, a notification appeared. The screen closed out of the messages between him and Shinso and switched to the group chat he had just been added to. The phone went onto the list of numbers and saved the other two, and once it had done that the bed moved again, giving Todoroki control over his phone again and letting him look at the new messages coming in. The name Birdboy. Shoji, star is way better than Birdboy, I'm not sorry. Yaoyorozu, no, Shinso is right. Yaoyorozu, Birdboy, star. Yaoyorozu, I might have to steal that name. Shinso, okay no, but what gave you the bright idea of calling him Guardian? That's so basic. Shoji, so we are all in agreement? Shoji, star, Birdboy, Guardian. Yaoyorozu, no. Shinso, no. Today. Shoto Todoroki was added by Shinso. Yaoyorozu, hi Todoroki. Smiley face. Shoji, hi. Todoroki hesitated for a long, drawn-out moment. After thinking about it, he reluctantly typed out a message and hit the send button. Shoto Todoroki, hello. The ride back home with his sister was pretty much spent in silence. It was Friday, the USJ incident had been earlier that day, and Fuyumi had come to pick Shoto up from the hospital. He was sitting in the passenger seat, resting his head in the palm of his hand while he looked out the window, numbly watching the drops of rain fall down the glass and listening to the noise of it pattering against roof of the car. It was calm. The crutches he had been given were lying across the back seats, and his phone was in his other hand which was on his lap in a cast. Thanks to the villain attack, he had a cast on his arm and leg, as well as a bandaged head. The doctors had told him and Fuyumi that he should take it easy over the weekend to let his injuries heal. Present Mike had told him to take it easy too, just as he and his sister were leaving. Apparently the message was from Aizawa. Shoto doubted his father would be happy about any of this. Usually, the weekends would be spent training and studying. Endeavor wasn't usually happy over the weekends anyway. Shoto refused to use his fireside. And not just in training, he left the fireside of his quirk untouched at all times, no matter what. It was a promise to his family to never be like Endeavor. A promise to be better, and to become a hero without the use of that man's quirk. No matter how angry Endeavor got because of it, Shoto still refused, because there was no way in hell. Not after everything he did. Not after Tuya's death, after his mum got sent away, after all the abuse, the hitting, the arguing and screaming and the fear he caused. He wasn't going to give him the privilege of seeing his masterpiece use his quirk to become something he couldn't. And that made Endeavor angry. It made him rage. The man never acted on it though. He had stopped doing that ever since a news reporter brought up his bad temper and asked how he was with his family. But he still got angry, and the fact that Shoto's training wasn't allowed to go on this weekend would probably make him even more so. It wasn't going to be a fun weekend, that much was painfully obvious. But instead of focusing on that fact, instead of focusing on the crushing sense of nearing doom filling the empty space in his mind, Todoroki focused on the buzzing of his phone. His phone was turned on, open on the group chat with Shinso, Yaoyorozu and Shoji. Shoto let his eyes fall away from the window and looked down at the screen, smiling slightly when he noticed the group chat name had been changed again, the 17th time it had been changed since he was added. His friends they were arguing over nicknames for the winged figure, their guardian. Personally, he liked the name Star the most. He had said so, he had agreed with Shoji when Yaoyorozu asked for his opinion, and his message had caused a very amusing argument between Shoji and Shinso. It wasn't a real argument apparently, he had asked because he was getting worried he had caused something and he couldn't tell if it was real or fake. Yaoyorozu had told him they were just joking and she put a smiley face after the message. Todoroki sent a simple "okay" back with the same smiley face at the end, before then changing the group name to feature Star instead of Bird Boy, which had then caused what Shinso was calling nickname wars and begun the fierce battle of changing the group chat name. After a while, the group had stopped changing the group chat name to serious things about nicknames and had instead started changing it to memes. Shoto didn't know many memes, but he found it funny nonetheless, and he couldn't suppress a small giggle when he saw the most recent change. "Are those your friends, Shoto? The people you are texting?" Fuyumi asked, breaking the comfortable silence between the two. I'm not sure. They are my classmates." His answer, though unsure, seemed to satisfy his sister if the nod and smile she gave was any indicator. "I'm glad you're making friends. It's nice to see you more emotional, I guess." They got home a while later. Fuyumi helped him out of the car, grabbing the crutches from the back seat and handing them over to her brother before guiding him into the warm house. The house was silent, similar to how the car had been. Only the house felt more cold and awkward, almost like he didn't belong there, like it wasn't really home. "Do you want any help getting upstairs?" Fuyumi slid her shoes off as Shoto did the same to his one foot wearing a shoe, placing the other one he was holding down next to the one he had just taken off. "I think I'll be okay." He replied, "Thanks, though. Do you mind if I just go to sleep? I'm tired." "Not at all, go ahead. I'll be down here if you need anything." With a shared nod, and a smile from Fuyumi, both Todoroki siblings moved to go and do their own thing. When Shoto got to his room, he hopped over to his bed, sitting on it before swinging his legs around to lay down. He wasn't going to bother changing, the clothes his sister brought for him to put on were comfortable enough. Plus he was tired, and his head was starting to ache again. Sure, it was early, like really early, but again, he was tired. Exhausted, in fact. The healing quirks used on him must have drained his energy more than he initially thought. And so, he got comfy under the covers of his bed, pulling the sheets right up to his face before snuggling into them. He hadn't turned the light on when entering his room, so that wasn't a problem. He turned his phone on, the device quickly opening to the group chat he had left open, and told them he was home. The next thing he knew, he had 3 other people telling him they were happy he was okay. Maybe his sister was right. Maybe they were his friends. Yeah. He had friends now. That was an unfamiliar thought to cross through his head. He didn't mind it though. It felt nice, even if it was an unfamiliar feeling. He let his eyes drift closed, letting the warmth from his bedroom hold him for a moment. Eventually, he felt the light from his phone fade, the warm brightness that had been shining onto his closed eyelids leaving. He didn't move to turn it back on. Instead, he let himself rest, taking a deep breath in and letting himself fall into calm, peaceful sleep. "Shutuo!" came a loud, aggressive yell from downstairs, the single word soon being followed by the harsh slamming of the front door and by his sister's muffled voice trying to get the other one to be quiet. Shoto's eyes ripped open when he heard it, his body jumping violently at the sudden sound of his dad getting home. He quickly reached over to his phone, that was on his pillow next to his head, and turned it on to check the time. 3:17. 3 a.m., Saturday. He brought his hand up to his eyes, rubbing them before moving to get up and out of bed. Once his eyes felt a little less heavy, he reached his hand out to place it on the wall to use it to help him get up, grabbing his crutches when they were within reach before hastily shuffling out of his bedroom. It was dark in the hallways outside his room, the only light coming from downstairs. There was shouting coming from downstairs too, the previously quietish muffles had evolved quirkily into bickering. Arguing. Shouting. One voice sounded like his sister, upset and frustrated, and the other sounded like Endeavor, loud, brash and filled with psychotic fury. The teen stumbled down the stairs, half using the crutches and wall to steady himself and half not bothering to care about hurting his already injured leg. He needed to make sure his sister was safe. Endeavor had sounded maniacal when he arrived, and his voice, even while muffled through the walls, was getting more violent and angry by the second. And his sister? Fuyumi? It sounded like she was crying. He eventually got down the stairs and headed straight towards the kitchen, which was where the shouting was coming from. By now, he could hear the argument word for word. "He's a kid, Dad. There was nothing he could have done against those villains, he's not you." Fuyumi sobbed. "He should know how to handle this sort of thing, you stupid girl. He shouldn't have gotten hurt, I've trained him for this. If he got injured, then he is obviously in need of more training. I will not let you hurt this family any more than you already have. The sound of Fuyumi crying got more apparent every time she spoke, and you could practically hear her shaking through her rough, cracking voice. And I won't stand for you disrespecting me in my own home. Endeavor boomed back at her, I don't care what the doctors said. If Shoto was weak and got himself injured, I will train him more so it doesn't happen again. Don't you understand? He's my masterpiece, he needs to be as strong as I am. I will not stand for him dragging my name through the dirt like he has done today, and I will not have you speak to your own father in such a disrespectful way. You seem to forget you are still under my roof, meaning you are still under the house rules. Can't you see what you're doing to this family? Can't you see how much you're hurting your children? You're going to get him killed. How dare you even suggest I do such a thing? You did that to Tuya, didn't? Shoto rounded the corner, looking in on the scene playing out in the kitchen. Fuyumi's voice was filled with enough anger and pain to strike fear and concern into anyone passing by, but seeing her, she was a mess. Tears were spilling out of her eyes non-stop as she continued to scream, subconsciously backing away from the monster looming over her. Her eyes and cheeks were red with frustration, and her entire body was trembling. Is it so out there to worry about you killing my baby brother when you already killed my older one? Endeavor, the BSTRD, growled at her words, his flames flickering as his fists clenched. Shoto huffed and staggered into the kitchen, moving swiftly in front of his sister and glaring as his pathetic joke of a dad. Shoto Fuyumi tried to say. No, Fuyumi. He cut her off, raising his arm a little to keep her behind him. There's no point trying to fight him. He won't listen, and he doesn't deserve us putting up with his bullshit. Language, Shoto. Get out of my way. Now. Endeavor tightened his fist even more as he spoke through gritted teeth. What happened to you not hurting us anymore, huh? The teen teased, surpassing a flinch when Endeavor moved slightly forward. I thought you stopped doing that, Endeavor. Don't you get an attitude with me either, young man. This is your fault. If you stopped this rebellion phase and used your fireside, you wouldn't have been beaten today and we wouldn't be having this conversation. Shoto backed away more, pushing his sister further back with him. He knew not to argue, that would just make things worse. We will be training over the weekend. The man spat, voice filled to the brim with venom. You can complain about your injuries all you want, but at the end of the day those injuries are because of you and your childish behavior. Maybe a rough training session will make you see that, and maybe you'll stop all of this nonsense if I show you that you can't win without my power. Enough, Dad. Can't you see threatening your children is wrong? Fuyumi knew arguing was the wrong move to pull too, Shoto knew that, but she was too blinded by her emotions to realize what she was doing. Care to explain how training is a threat? Endeavor demanded, his fist tightening even more as he inched even closer to the two. Because you're telling him if he doesn't do what you want him to, you'll beat him to a bloody pulp while you train. It's obvious that's what you're trying to do. Very heroic. Shoto remarked under his breath. If arguing was a wrong move, that comment was a Satan summoning ritual. Endeavor's eyes flashed red, and his flames grew stronger, launching up into the sky as they threatened to go completely haywire. The man, the monster, stormed forwards instantly, raising his fist and swinging his entire arm back in an attempt to knock both of his children to the floor. His fire continued to grow until his quirk was almost fully activated, and his fist that was now rocketing towards the two in front him was also now submerged in a deep red flame. The flame grew hotter as it flew closer to them, the part around Endeavor's knuckles gradually turning blue. His fist looked like a meteor falling into the Earth's orbit, and Shoto predicted it would hit just as hard. So he flinched away, curling in on himself and raising his arms to cover his head before turning on his side to try and shield Fuyumi from the incoming blow. Fuyumi screamed something, desperately begging their dad to stop and frantically trying to move her and her baby brother out of the way. But of course, that was all in vain. Endeavor's fist was way too close now. But the hit never came. The sound did, the sound of the fist colliding with something came, but the hit never did. Shoto and Fuyumi both looked up to see what had stopped it. To Fuyumi, nothing had. To her, Endeavor just listened to her cries and stopped himself from hitting them at the last second. But to Shoto? He had seen this thing multiple times. He had grown used to seeing it, to sensing it. A faint, really faint, golden light. Nothing else, just a translucent, golden glimmer of light that seemed to be acting as a barrier. He knew right then, right when he noticed it, that they'd be okay. Nobody could hurt them. Not now. The light faded away after a moment, allowing Shoto to regain his focus on his father. Endeavor was staring wide-eyed at his kids. Staring at the horror-shook, terrified faces of his children. Staring at the fear he had caused. The man looked at his fist, and he seemed to realize what he had just tired to do. He stood there, silent, and nobody dared move. Shoto almost wanted to feel bad for him. But he couldn't. He couldn't and he wouldn't. Regret and guilt was the least he deserved. Fuyumi was the first to move, eventually breaking out of the trance-like state all three were in and wiping her eyes before then grabbing her brother's wrist and walking off, dragging him back upstairs. Endeavor was left alone, standing in the kitchen and staring at where his two children had once been. Fuyumi pulled Shoto all the way up the stairs, rushing into one of the vacant rooms of the house and locking the door behind them. She didn't turn the light on, she didn't want to risk them or their safe spot being found. The Todoroki house had many empty rooms. There weren't many people living there anymore, so all the bedrooms and study places were pretty much abandoned. It did nothing to help with the fact home didn't ever really feel like home. The place was too empty. Too devoid of life. Too depressing. You'd think that with number 2 hero money, with a nice big house and with a nice big family, home life could never be sad. Yet it was. All the time. It was boring, sad, cold. And the building honestly just felt like a big bad bully. It honestly felt as if the walls and floors were mocking the humans living inside. It was way too big, after all, and all the empty rooms that came with the size of the house felt like a mockery of how they all failed as people, how they failed as a family to stick together. Life was falling apart, and it was nothing like how you'd expect Shoto's life to be. He longed to have a normal life. He wanted to have a normal relationship with his family, to fix what had been broken. He wanted to have a different Quirk. He wanted his life back. He wanted himself back. Fuyumi pulled him to the corner of the room, dragging him down to sit next to her as she moved a bunch of boxes out of the way. They sat there in silence for a while, hiding away from the world. Hiding from their dad. "You okay, Sho?" Fuyumi whispered a few minuets later. "I'm fine." He whispered back. "What about you? Are you okay?" "MHM. Shoto." "Yeah? What do you say about sleeping here tonight?" Izuku watched Fuyumi drag Shoto upstairs. He watched Endeavor stand in the kitchen completely still, not moving a muscle, even though his kids had left. Luckily, the Guardian had gotten there before anyone got physically injured. He had sensed Shoto and Fuyumi's fear, the sense for Shoto being stronger, and had flown straight to the Todoroki house and into the kitchen. When he got there, he formed a barrier with his light to stop Endeavor hurting either of them. Who knew light barriers could be so effective for protecting hero students and their families? Izuku looked at Endeavor, sending a death stare toward him before deciding to go and find Fuyumi and Shoto. He loved humans a lot. He cared for humans a lot too. But even so, sometimes he couldn't bring himself to help those who did something so unforgivable for little to no valid reason why. So he left Endeavor to deal with his thoughts of regret and guilt alone and went to find the two innocent people in this situation. He eventually found the two Todoroki siblings curled up in a corner of an empty room far away from the stairs, hiding behind a few boxes filled with random things never used. They were both staring at the floor in front of them, and they both looked like they were trying not to fall asleep, instead trying to stay awake so they could listen for anything that could be a danger to them. They both looked scared. Scared and sad. And oh boy, that made Izuku mad. How did it even get to this point? How does a grown adult destroy his family like this, and how does he do it so much that it gets to a point where his kids have to live everyday life in fear that he'll act out? Izuku had never really been able to do much about it. He was able to comfort the kids, and he was able to protect them from most of it, but he was never able to get them out. Sure, he was able to offer them some sort of hope and some sort of safety, but that wasn't enough to stop any of it. It wasn't enough to get them out of such a horrid situation. They were still scared. They were still upset and frustrated and bitter. They still hated going home, and they still never felt entirely safe, even with Izuku's light. And there was never anything he could do about it. Not until now. Aizawa knew about him, Nedzu knew about him, All Might knew about him. Recovery Girl knew too, and so did Mike. That and his kids were getting close to figuring things out, and 4 of them already knew for sure about his existence. He wouldn't have to break any more rules to get Shoto and Fuyumi out, to get them help, because people already knew he was there, and half of them figured out he was on their own, meaning he technically hadn't revealed himself because they already knew. He could tell people, adults, teachers, real heroes, about what was going on in the Todoroki household, and those people could do something about it and could get them out. Shoto and Fuyumi were struggling to keep their eyes open, and they were both shivering. It was a cold home, and the room being empty made it even more cold. Izuku slowly walked toward them, kneeling down in front of the pair and resting his hands on both their shoulders. Both kids leaned into his warmth, and soon enough were both fast asleep despite fighting to stay awake and alert. "It's okay," he whispered, "you are safe, I promise, so sleep, and let yourself relax." He'd speak to Aizawa and Nedzu. Endeavor would pay the consequences for everything he's done. And most importantly? Shoto, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Rei would be set free. Izuku would get them out. Count on it. Bad Beaches, Love, Friday. Mina created the group chat. Mina added Yayorozu, Uraraka, and 3 others. Mina changed the group name to Bad Beaches, Love. Mina, hey girls. Hagakure, oh, a group chat with no boys. Hagakure, loving it already. Uraraka, hiya everyone. Yayorozu, hello. How are you all holding up? Uraraka, I'm doing okay. Just glad to know Todoroki is released from hospital and back at home. Uraraka, still worried about 13 and Aizawa though, nobody's heard anything from them huh? Yayorozu, that's understandable, I'm in the same boat to be honest. I'm sure they'll both be alright though. They are pro-heroes after all. Yayorozu, plus it's still Friday so we might hear from them tomorrow or Sunday. Jiro, yeah. And if we don't we'll just have to wait and see what happens on Monday. Sunday. Mina, anyways. Let's not drag the mood down. Mina, you guys got any gossip? Uraraka, gossip? Uraraka, it's only been a week, Ashido. Mina, so? Mina, gossip is quick to come about. Mina, and if anyone has any I want it. Hagakure, I feel you girl. Hagakure, we live for the gossip. Mina, see. Mina, Hagakure gets it. Jiro, what kind of gossip do you even mean? Mina, any. Hagakure, well it's not gossip but I have a question. Hagakure, let's talk crushes. Hagakure, anyone got their eyes on a boy yet? Uraraka, again, it's only been a week. Mina, well yeah. Mina, but there are a few dudes I've seen that are quite attractive I must say. Tsu, I'm not really bothered by that sort of stuff. Uraraka, I mean I guess I've seen a few but none of them are crushes. Yayorozu, I agree with Tsu. I'm not too focused on romance at the minuet. Hagakure, yeah that's fair, but is there seriously no one you've seen so far that just like, stands out? Yayorozu, I can admit I've seen a few attractive people but again I've not really been paying any attention to it. Mina, what about you Jiro? Mina, you seen anyone? Mina, I saw you blushing in class on Wednesday. What was that about? Jiro, I was not blushing. It was second-hand embarrassment from Kaminari. He was being an idiot. Mina, sorry, whatever you say. Mina, do you like Kaminari? Mina, I didn't expect you to be into that kinda guy, but slay I guess. Jiro, I don't like him. Jiro, at all. Jiro, I'm the same as Tsu and Yayorozu. I'm not interested in romance right now. Mina, if you say so. Mina at Hagakure at Uraraka, who have you both seen then? Jiro put her phone down on her bed, turning it off and deciding she didn't care all that much for that sort of conversation. She got up and walked over to her desk, pulling the chair out from under it before slumping into said chair with a sigh. She turned around and picked up a sheet of music she'd been working on, grabbed a pen and her guitar before settling down and starting to think. She needed to get this song finished. She was about halfway through it, and the fact that it wasn't finished was starting to get on her nerves. And so, with a quick LED light color change, gotta set the atmosphere, the purple-haired teen started to think up ideas. It's not like Ashido is right anyway, I don't have a crush on Kaminari. And that's fine. There goes finishing the song. There is no reason to be bothered by it, because I don't like Kaminari one bit, and just because it's normal to like guys at this age doesn't mean I have to, right? She asked herself. I mean, Yayorozu and Tsu both said they weren't interested in boys and weren't looking for a relationship, so Jiro was just the same as them, and that was okay. So then why did it annoy her so much when Hagakure asked about boys specifically? Why, when she looked back on the life she had lived so far, could she not find even one small trace of ever having a crush on a guy? Why did she only ever find herself looking at girls? Throughout her school years before UA she used to hear people talk about romance all the time. She used to see it, everywhere. The stereotypical boy and girl. It felt like it was so normal to like the opposite section. And maybe it was normal, maybe it was what's supposed to happen. But even so, even when liking the opposite SEC was the only thing she had ever really been shown or taught in detail, she never did. She never found herself getting butterflies when looking at a boy. She never found herself blushing because of how pretty they were, or because of how soft and sweet their voice was. She never found herself swooning over a boy, never even found herself blushing or going out of her way to be near a boy. She never found herself feeling any of the emotions crushes and attraction were meant to come with when looking at a guy. Yet she had still felt all of those emotions before. She had felt what people described as attraction and she had felt all of those sickly warm emotions that came with it. But only when she was looking at another girl. Was that weird? Was there something wrong with her? Was it okay to like a girl how girls are supposed to like boys? Jiro looked down at the music sheets laying still on her desk. Feeling frustrated, she slammed the pen she had picked up down onto the papers in front of her and shoved the sheets off her desk along with the pen, scattering the pieces of flimsy paper everywhere as they all fell out of order. Screw the girls of her new class causing her mind to race. Screw Kaminari, and screw that stupid comment he made that made her get second-hand embarrassment. She had no idea what these feelings were. She had no idea what was happening in her head, or why she even began feeling this way. It was so goddamn confusing. And it was honestly kind of scary. Scary in a messed up kind of way. Just then, just as she realized that all her music sheets had fallen into the wrong order, she noticed her phone. It was turned on, and had somehow quit out of the group chat Ashido had made and had switched to Google. Google. In a quick rush of adrenaline, Jiro practically fell out of her chair and stumbled as she moved towards her bed. She reached out to grab her phone, latching onto the device tightly as soon as her fingers touched it, before turning around to rest her back against the side of the bed, crouching down to sit in a cross-legged position on the floor as she started typing, all while ignoring the golden glimmer of light that seemed to move with her. She hurriedly typed out something into the search bar, messily scrambling around to find the right letters and ignoring the many spelling mistakes she made in the process. "What is it called when girls like girls?" she typed in. Her thumb moved to hit the search button, but she hesitated. Did she really want to figure all this out? She hit the search button quickly, brushing off that thought and taking a sharp breath in as she did. Multiple websites showed up, so she clicked on the first one and started to skim and scam over the words to find an answer to her question. Her eyes eventually came across the words lesbian or gay. The teen paused, letting her eyes drift slightly up to look over her phone screen. She obviously knew about the LGBTQ community and what it was. Her parents were cool and made sure she knew they supported people who were LGBTQ+, but she had never thought, never even considered that she was gay. To be honest, she hadn't even met an openly gay person before and didn't really know what the word lesbian actually meant. It was never something that was really talked about in everyday conversation. She looked back down at her phone, her short purple hair moving with her head, and continued to read. The more she read, the more she felt she could relate. Clicking out of the first website, she went to the second one. "What does it mean if you're a girl and like another girl?" the first line asked. "You could be a lesbian, meaning you are a female who likes another female, but there are many other labels that include the same thing, such as bisexuality." She kept reading, every now and then opening new tabs to ask side questions when she came across words or phrases she didn't know the meaning of. The more websites she went on, the more research she did, the more the idea of being a girl and liking other girls caught up with her. She quit out of Google about 10 or 15 minuets after the first Google search, putting her phone down on the floor by her side and staring at the floor in front of her as she processed things. It's not like she thought it was wrong or anything. She knew being gay was perfectly fine, and she knew that it wasn't a bad thing. It's just sitting down and really thinking about how maybe you aren't straight is tricky. Jiro had never really thought about it. She'd obviously noticed how she never felt any attraction towards guys, but she didn't pay much attention to the fact she was feeling that exact attraction towards girls and feminine presenting people instead. Not until recently, anyway. And it was scary to think that she wasn't straight. It was scary to think about how this would affect things, because sure, while she knew it was okay, she also knew others didn't. She knew people out there wouldn't accept this kind of thing, and she didn't know how she'd handle being told it was wrong to love someone. And what if she said she was a lesbian or something? What if she told people that and chose to accept herself, chose to ignore everyone who was horrible about it, but later on in life fell in love with a boy? What then? While she liked the idea of having a label and knowing for sure who she was, she couldn't help but feel scared, no, terrified about being confined to one thing. But at the exact same time, she longed for a label, she longed for having something to define and validate her feelings, and she wanted to know who she was more than anything. She was new to this as well. Her parents made sure she knew they were fully supportive, but nobody had ever outright taught her about any of this. It was always boys love girls and girls love boys and no mention of anything else, so she had no clue what was going on or how to deal with it and had to rely on stupid Google to figure out literally life-changing things. It was difficult. Difficult, confusing, scary, terrifying. And even better yet, there wasn't anything she could do to stop it from being like that. She just had to sit there and think. Sit there and process it all alone, because she couldn't go to anyone else about it because nobody would understand. Nobody would get it, because girls are supposed to like boys, right? It's normal for girls to like boys, and why would anyone try to understand something they weren't living? So all she could do was sit there and suffer in a never-ending pit of confusing emotions and thoughts nobody could help with. All she could do was cry. All she could do was let her vision go blurry as tears grew in her eyes, each one that fell threatening to bring an ocean along with it. She felt so stupid for crying over it too. I mean, seriously? Crying over something as simple as sexuality? That sounds pathetic. It's not, but Jiro couldn't help but feel that way. But in that moment something wrapped around her. Something warm and gentle that reminded her of a wing and grounded her a little, and she could swear she could hear something whispering words to her, words she couldn't make out over her loud, booming thoughts. She figured that whatever it was, maybe it was telling her things would be okay. And maybe things would be. Maybe she'd learn to accept herself. Maybe she'd learn how to handle things. Maybe she'd learn that no matter who she was and no matter how long it took for her to figure it out that she would be okay. She'd figure everything out and learn who she was, and then she'll be able to carry on with her life normally. Or maybe she won't ever know, maybe she'll never feel like one label defines her exactly. But maybe that would be just fine too. Maybe she won't need to figure it out and know for sure, and maybe even if she didn't end up figuring it out, maybe she'd still be okay. She'd be okay, and she'd have people who were there for her. She'd have someone to hold her, someone to comfort her and just be there when she needs it. And maybe she'd realize she wasn't alone, because was anybody ever really alone? Maybe she'd be able to reach out to people, even if they didn't understand it like she did. Maybe she'd be able to educate others while continuing to learn herself. Yeah. Maybe everything would be okay in the end. Plus, girls are pretty, so getting to crush on them is a bonus in her books. The Monday after the weekend came around slowly. Most of 1A spent the weekend reflecting on what happened on Friday. The USJ attack. Replaying traumatizing scenes in your head nonstop as you try to pick apart mistakes you made or things you could have done differently isn't fun, and the students of 1A hated the fact they had to learn that the hard way. The few who hadn't spent the weekend reflecting on the events of the USJ spent their time worrying about their teachers. Todoroki was okay, at least according to Yaoyorozu, Shinso and Shoji. He hadn't clarified it himself, but nobody had heard from Aizawa or 13. The only thing they'd been notified of was that school was open on Monday. That was it. No extra note or anything, just a plain and simple, come to school on Monday, and then silence. The weekend was collectively spent trying not to think too much about things, trying so hard to just forget the USJ had ever even happened and get on with life as per usual. Most attempts to do so ended in silent tears accompanied by trembling hands. While the students of 1A waited for the second week of school to roll around, in the midst of trying to forget and ignore everything that had happened, there was one other thing on all of their minds. Something that was a bit more lighthearted than the rest of the thoughts flowing around. Something that brought peace and hope, oddly enough. Something that nobody dared bring up to anyone. Something that, for a lot of them, they had noticed way before the USJ too. A light. A golden light that felt eerily familiar yet so safe. Although the thought of the light was in their minds as clear as day, popping up whenever it seemed to get the chance, when Monday actually arrived nobody paid any attention to it, instead too focused on getting to school as seeing how the week was going to play out after the nightmarish Friday 3 days prior. Izuku watched in the background just outside the door as Yaoyorozu's mum said her goodbyes to her daughter. He watched patiently, a soft smile appearing on his face when the black-haired teen was pulled into a bone-crushing hug. The parents of his kids were no doubt all being hesitant to let them go back to school. Hesitant in a loving way. I mean, who would want their kids to go back to the same place they were hurt not too long ago? Lookin' at you, Endeavor. Eventually though, after awkwardly laughing her way out of the hug, Yaoyorozu mentioned the time. She quickly rushed to put her shoes on and headed out, giving her mum a quick wave and smile before the front door shut behind her. Izuku saw her look at where he was standing, shoulders lowering slightly as she let her guard down when she saw his light. "Let's go," she said, smiling. The walk to school was nice, and the guardian could tell it was relaxing the teenager beside him, calming her nerves as the pair got closer to the school. Once they got to UA, they walked up the stairs towards the classroom, silently walking through the empty hallways together as the morning sunlight shone in through the windows. Yaoyorozu had arrived to school really early the past week, and one day, since she was apparently early again. Most of the time her early arrival wasn't on purpose, she lived quite close and always overestimated the amount of time it would take her to get to school. Honestly though, she didn't mind it much. It meant she had time to get ready and prepare herself for the upcoming lessons, and she liked greeting people as they walked in, especially her friends. They got to the classroom of 1A and opened the door, Izuku peering his head around it after Yaoyorozu walked in before then moving to walk in himself. If it wasn't for one person, Yaoyorozu would have been the first student there. "Oh, good morning Todoroki. You're the first one here, huh? That's unusual." She greeted, smiling and moving over to her seat next to his. "My sister asked if I wanted to leave with her today instead of getting the train." She leaves before I do, he replied, his normal monotone voice filling the room. Where does your sister work? Isn't this time still a bit early for most jobs? She's a teacher. Ah, I see. How's your injuries, by the way? Are you sure you're all right? Yaoyorozu asked after a minuet of hesitance, debating whether or not it was a good idea to bring up anything to do with the USJ. There was still a clean cast on Todoroki's arm, and his leg was wrapped up tightly in bandages. They are healing okay. I'm fine, he replied. Is he here? Todoroki mumbled. Who? Oh. You mean Guardian, don't you? A small nod was all that Momo received in reply to her question, but that was all she needed. Yeah, he's here. Over there, by the door I think. Who's by the door? The two in the room jumped slightly at the sudden voice, turning their heads quickly to face the person who had just walked in. Tsuyu stood there, her short figure looming in the doorway as she continued to stare right at them. Sorry, Karo. I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's just me. Nobody else. She said, moving towards her seat and putting her bag on the floor next to her desk when she got there. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki didn't move a muscle, didn't even blink, not speaking or moving out of fear they might slip up and reveal something they didn't mean to. Though I think I did see Ida and Uraraka heading this way, Tsu spoke, and Shoji, if that's who you're looking for. A few minuets passed and in walked Uraraka and Ida, both going straight to their seats and sitting down. Once those two arrived, the rest of the class shortly followed. The classroom slowly got more lively, a buzzing hum of different conversations settling in the air as the students waited to see who would show up as their teacher. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki didn't speak to each other again, both trying to ignore the suspicious glances they were getting from Tsu. Eventually, all of the students arrived to school, each one making their way over to their seats and getting ready for first PRD before turning around to talk to anyone close. Izuku walked over to the back of the classroom like he had been doing the past week. He stood behind Sato, leaning on a small shelf against the back wall and making his wings shrink into their smaller form so they wouldn't get in the way of anything. He'd wait with his kids until his senses picked up on someone else needing help. Until then, he'd watch over them, protecting them and making sure they were all okay. No way in hell was he going to let them get hurt again. Just as that thought crossed through his mind, the bell signaling the start of homeroom rung. Everyone settle down. Aizawa said, walking into the room and standing at the front. Aizawa-sensei? Shouted 1A, some students even going as far as standing up to express their shock. Sensei, while I am glad to see you are okay, you look like you are still recovering. Shouldn't you be at home resting? Ida demanded, raising a hand to push his glasses further onto his face before swinging it up and down in a chopping motion. Izuku laughed at that, typical Ida. Though, he couldn't help but agree with him. Aizawa was still covered in bandages, literally, covered, and Izuku was pretty sure only one healing quirk had been used on him. Sure, his injuries were definitely not as bad as they could have been thanks to his feathers, but Aizawa should still be resting, surely. Izuku could feel his senses buzzing as he stared more at the bandages covering the hero before him. If it weren't for his charm he'd be storming to the front of the classroom and dragging Aizawa home by now, but he knew he couldn't. Well, he could, but he definitely shouldn't. There were reasons behind the rules. Reasons that, while he didn't know exactly what they were, he was sure were good reasons. He seriously, really needed to start trying to not break the rules. Maybe he'd just heal Aizawa in secret when he next got the chance. That would work. I can assure you all that I am doing just fine. My injuries weren't that bad, so don't worry. Aizawa started, receiving a nod from Ida and a few others in reply. As for what happened on Friday, you all deserve an apology from not only myself, but also from the rest of the UA staff. As heroes, it is our job to keep you safe from villains. You are all just kids, and you should not be expected to fight against any real danger just yet. For that reason, you are all being offered counseling sessions from Hound Dog. If you feel like a meeting with Hound Dog would help you with what happened at the USJ or anything else that might be going on outside of school, then feel free to sign up for a few. A quick reminder that asking for help does not make you weak. In fact, asking for help when you need it makes you stronger. Asking for help, admitting that you need help, can be incredibly hard, but I can tell you now that there is no judgment if you do and that we, as your teachers, will be here to support you. Silence followed Aizawa's words. Izuku looked up at the teacher. The man's eyes were filled to the brim with genuine care and a hint of worry. Maybe he could be trusted to keep his kids safe. Moving on to the next thing I need to tell you all. Aizawa turned around, breaking the growing silence and picking up a piece of chalk to write something onto the chalkboard behind him. The sports festival. Whoa. The sports festival? Kaminari gasped, looking around at a few of his friends. Is it not too soon for that? I thought it happened later in the year. You have 2 weeks to prepare for it. It's being held the same time it usually is, and you are all being given the same amount of notice as previous students have been given. DMN, time really does fly then I guess. Are you sure it's even a good idea to be putting the sports festival on? Ojiro asked, concerned. I mean, not to drag the mood down or anything but holding a sports festival that will be broadcasted on live TV right after a villain attack? It doesn't seem like the smartest bet. A few others looked down when Ojiro spoke up, considering his words carefully. I see where Ojiro is coming from honestly. Are you sure it's a good idea? Kirishima questioned, looking at his teacher as he spoke. There are a lot of people at this school. While this is the only class that was directly involved in the USJ incident, many others are probably feeling scared to come back. Holding the sports festival as per usual will help bring back a sense of normality for you and everyone else at this school. It would be unfair to stop it. Aizawa deadpanned. Yeah, alright, I get you. We gotta keep morale up, it's the manly thing to do. Manly? Yeah, manly. The League of Villains. Detective Tsukachi started. According to the low-level villains we arrested at the USJ attack, Shigaraki, the ringleader, called the group the League of Villains. Izuku hovered just behind Aizawa and All Might, quietly observing the meeting taking place. It was lunchtime for the students, so he had decided to leave his kids to socialize while he listened in on what the teachers of UA had to talk about. Of course, only 4 of them knew he was there. Nedzu, All Might, Mike and Aizawa. The entire faculty was present, and the man currently talking was a police detective named Tsukachi, a dear friend of All Might's apparently. Our investigators did some research to see if they could find anyone under the name Shigaraki or anyone with a disintegration-type quirk. They came up with nothing. The same with Kurojairi, the Warp Gate villain. This means they are going to be hard to find, and so far our attempts have fallen through. The detective said. So basically what you're saying is that we know nothing. 1B's homeroom teacher, Vlad King, scoffed. We've got to track them down. I shot the ringleader twice, but only one of the bullets actually hit, which means the recovery time will be quicker. As soon as he heals up, I have no doubt they'll try something like the USJ attack again knowing they were brave enough to try it once. Izuku winced when Snipe said that. He had stopped one of the bullets from hitting that villain. He had made it so there was less time now for the heroes to do their job, meaning more danger for his kids. He had let the 2 main villains escape. But, for some reason, his senses were telling him that had been the right move. For some reason, his senses were calling out to this villain. Is something on your mind, All Might? Nedzu brought Izuku out of his thoughts, brining attention to the way All Might was staring at his hands, unmoving. It's just, it felt off. Shigaraki, I mean. Did you see the way he looked when we arrived? He seemed to be muttering to himself, irritated that his plan wasn't going his way. And Aizawa, you mentioned something about how you thought he was acting immature, childish even, when you fought against him. Yet, despite all of that, he was still able to lead so many villains to attack. No sane adult would ever attempt to attack UA, especially not in the bold way those villains did. If the way Shigaraki was acting at the USJ is how he acts every day, then how did he manage to gain all of that support? How much power does he have in the underground to be able to rally up that many people? All Might said with a frown. People will do anything for a cause these days. They want something to get behind. Another teacher replied. What cause did he have then? How do we stop people from following it? My guess is that he wanted to harm or kill you, All Might 13 suggested. Kurojairi brought up the fact All Might wasn't at the USJ a lot, even asked me where he was at one point and said he had a job to do. If they weren't there for All Might though, they could have attacked for the fun of it. An adrenaline boost, maybe. It fits with how Shigaraki was acting, but I think my first guess is more likely to be right. Childish, sane, cause or not, Shigaraki was strong. Aizawa grunted. He managed to injure me, managed to do actual damage. None of the other villains there were able to land even a scratch on me, but he was almost instantly after just watching me fight for a few minuets, if that. I must agree. Like our students, Shigaraki seems to have a lot of potential in his fighting abilities and leadership skills. All of those points lead me to believe that, again, like our students, there is someone teaching him. Nedzu said, looking around the room at each of the teachers. Izuku caught him sending a glance in his direction too, looking right into Izuku's eyes and letting his vision linger there for a few moments, creepy but rat. I agree with you, Nedzu. Tsukachi looked down at a piece of paper in his hands, probably full of all the information they had on the League. I hate to say it, but I fear what might become of this League of Villains. Shigaraki and Kurojairi make a powerful enough team as it is, even with Shigaraki's childish behavior, but if the possibility of someone working behind the scenes to help them is true, someone intelligent and with the power to gain massive amounts of support and respect in what seems like such short notice, then I really do fear what they might be capable of doing in the future. I hate to think about what that means. All Might's eyes darkened, his expression falling colder. Yeah, but we can't say for sure there is someone working behind the scenes, can we? Midnight asked. We can't confirm it for sure just yet, but the possibility is high. Tsukachi frowned. Cut the crap, detective. Why is nobody brining up the obvious? Vlad, I apologize, but you're going to have to explain what you mean a bit further. Nedzu smiled. Seriously? I'm talking about the light. You all know what I'm talking about. Don't try to pretend you didn't see it. No student has a light-controlling quirk, at least not one that can do what that light did. No teacher here has a quirk like that, and none of the villains we saw did either. When I asked a few of the villains I was left to handle about it, they all said they had no idea what in hell that light was, and they all denied ever knowing about it or Shigaraki's true intentions or plans. The teacher said viciously, throwing harsh glares at Nedzu and Tsukachi as he did so. Are you implying that light was a villain? Midnight looked at Vlad like he was joking, like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. That light burnt Nomo to ashes. Why would a villain kill its own teammate? That Nomo was obviously powerful. From everything we've been told by Aizawa, 13 and some students, Shigaraki and Kurogiri seem to both be hinting that Nomo could beat All Might, or at least hold its own against him, so why the hell would they want that thing dead if it had that sort of power? Do I look like I know? Vlad snapped. Look, all I'm saying is that light was definitely something, and whatever it was obviously powerful. I think we should be a little more concerned about what that was, instead of ignoring it like it was never DMN there. I had our investigators look into it. They again came up empty-handed. There is no record of anyone with such a power. Villain, vigilante, hero, or civilian. The last time a quirk that could control light to that extent was ever even heard of was right at the dawn of quirks, when the first child to ever have a quirk was born, which was years ago. Tsukachi announced. So are you denying what we all FING saw? You saw the ashes, hell you even saw the last moments of the light, you should realize we aren't making anything up. I'm not denying anything. In all honesty, I agree completely with what you're saying, Vlad. That light was strange, and there is no reasonable explanation to it. Which is why we need to find the League of Villains and figure things out before anything else happens. Nomu was powerful, that light, whatever it was powerful, and I quite frankly don't want to see any more of what either of them can do. Especially not when they could be a danger to a whole lot more than just UA. They think I'm a threat? Izuku thought, slightly taken aback. He looked at Nedzu and at how the rat was trying not to burst into a fit of laughter. Then, he looked at Aizawa and All Might, both men side-eyeing each other and his light. And then he looked at Mike, who was staring at Tsukachi, trying desperately to look at anything but the other three. We will keep investigating nonetheless. It is thanks to you heroes that we have the time to devote ourselves to this case. For now, I suggest you all keep your guard up. We don't want things escalating anymore, it will be bad for us if that happens. We are all a bit rusty. 13 spoke up. I haven't been involved in an attack like that in a while, and I honestly forgot what I was doing for a few moments there. If we've learned anything from this, it should be that just because work seems slower nowadays, with less big groups of villains and more low-level ones, doesn't mean we should or can slack off. We've got to protect our students and the civilians, and we can't let the USJ incident or anything like it happen again. It's our duty as heroes. The security systems have all been updated, so another attack on UA is very unlikely, but I do still agree. Maybe you should all partake in a training exercise to remind you how to fight the big bad guys. I have plenty of ideas stored in my head that are in need of some attention. Nedzu grinned, his small eyes locking back onto the spot where Izuku was standing. Who knows, maybe I could even get a certain someone to fight against you, that would be quite amusing indeed. The rat let out a short, maniacal chuckle, one that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Aizawa, Mike and All Might, all knowing exactly who Nedzu meant by a certain someone, decided that maybe an early retirement was a good idea. 1 week later, Tuesday. That's all for today. You may begin to pack up ready for lunch. Cementos finished, gathering his few things into a neat pile before leaving the classroom. 1A did as told, shutting their books and putting their pens down. Izuku stood at the front of the classroom, leaning on the teacher's desk and watching as his kids all started to talk to their friends. He watched Mina stand up and walk over to Todoroki, joining the few people surrounding him, Shinso, Uraraka and Ida. So, Todoroki, she said, I was just thinking, the sports fest is in a week, right? Are you gonna be able to do it? Mina looked down at his arm, gesturing at the cast still on it. Yes, I won't need the cast in a few days, so I won't need to worry about injuries. Aw man. It's great you're all better now, but you're like crazy strong, so go easy on us, yeah? Speaking of the sports festival. Zero piped in, walking over to the group. I asked Aizawa about it, and apparently we can't wear any of our hero gear. I was really looking forward to showing it off, but we aren't allowed. It would be unfair on the students in other courses if we wore our hero gear, we'd have the advantage. Ida said as he chopped his arms about in the air. Yeah. The teachers need to be able to see everyone's natural strength to decide if anyone's going to transfer. Hero gear would enhance ours and immediately make us look stronger, making it unfair to people who might have worked just as hard. Okay, you totally just lost me at transfer. Repeat please, Shinso. Mina's loud voice brought everyone's attention to the ongoing conversation, the kids at the front turning their heads to see what was going on behind them. If anyone from other courses do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer them into the hero course. The teachers probably want to give others a fair chance of proving themselves. They can't do that if we are outshining them with fancy new hero gear. In other words, we have to give our all if we want to stay in this track. If we don't, our spot could be taken from right underneath us, because to transfer people in they'll have to transfer people out to make room. Oh. Well, I don't think we have to worry about that much. Mineta was expelled, so there is technically room for another person without removing anyone. More than one person can be transferred. Still, it's not even time for the sports festival yet and I'm already getting nervous. I know, but I'm still super excited about it. The bell for lunch rang and the students all started to slowly make their way to the door of the classroom to go to the cafeteria. Izuku moved with his kids, following Tokoyami, Ojiro and Aoyama as they went to open the door. Why Yayorozu? I was wondering if you could help me with my notes for English? I was struggling a bit last lesson. He heard Koda ask, the teen receiving a quick sure in reply from Momo. Aoyama, being the closest, was the one to open the door. The blonde stopped in his tracks when he saw the ocean of people flooding the hallways outside, each and every one of them peering inside the classroom of 1A. The amount of people took everyone off guard, even Izuku. The hell, he heard Bakugo growl. There were a few moments of silence. The people inside the classroom stood there stunned, confused, and completely oblivious as to why there were so many students gathering around their classroom. Do you people have some sort of business without class? Ida eventually asked. Nobody answered, the students outside simply continuing to stare. Izuku quickly raised his hand to check if his charm was still there, sighing in relief when he found it was. They're here to scout out the competition, idiots. Bakugo snapped, walking forward and barging in front of Ida. Bakugo came to a stop just as he got to the door, sending a death stare directly at the people blocking the exit. We are the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes, see what they're up against. He changed who he was speaking to, directing his next sentence to the crowd in front of him. Well, here you have it. This is what a future pro looks like. Don't say something stupid, Izuku thought desperately. Now move it, extras. Damn it Katsuki, you said something stupid. Bakugo. You can't go around calling people extras just because you don't know who they are. It's rude. Shut it 4 eyes. Bakugo barked, looking back at Ida. Wow, so this is 1A. Ha! Bakugo turned his head back to the crowd to glare at the person walking forwards, pushing their way past the rest of the people in the hallway. Monoma, from Class 1B. I'm from the other hero class next door. I heard you were attacked by villains and came to see if it was true. I honestly didn't expect to find a bunch of assholes who think they are better just because they survived a villain attack while the rest of us were at school. Monoma spat bitterly. I bet you think you're going to win the sports festival, but I'm here to tell you now that you won't. My class will come out on top, and we are coming for you, Class 1A. TCH, in your dreams, extra. I am going to win, and with those words said, Katsuki stormed off and out of the classroom, shoving his way past the crowd and leaving the rest of his classmates gawking at the empty space he was previously standing in. Such a shame. Monoma teased, the other hero class in my year is full with a bunch of egotistical JRKs. The boy glared at Izuku's kids before walking away, the crowd blocking the exit slowly starting to disperse shortly after. Great, now the entire school hates us. Kaminari said sarcastically, dramatically bowing his head and sighing in defeat. Another week later, the day of the sports festival. Tsuyu sat at one of the 4 tables in the waiting room, listening to the quiet hum of conversation that was in the air as she adjusted her P.E kit, straightening the shirt out repeatedly and playing with the hem in an attempt to calm her nerves. Her and her classmates were currently waiting for the sports festival to begin. She never usually got nervous about this sort of thing, about fighting or competing against others. She was at UA, and was confident she had what it took. Honestly, her fidgetiness was probably due to the room being cold. UA had lots of big, spacious rooms that let cold outside air flow inside. That meant a lot of them, specifically the places that weren't used very often, were kind of cold. Tsu, being a frog and all, never did well in cold spaces. That and the fact that in a matter of minuets she'd have thousands of eyes staring at her and her friends, judging them and watching closely to see if they made any sort of slip up. When she thought about it, it wasn't all that surprising that she felt the need to fidget. Like she said though, she was confident in her abilities. The festival was meant to be fun, so she knew not to let herself get too upset if she ended up not winning or making it to the final round. After all, she needed to stay calm and confident for her siblings. They were definitely sitting in the lounge watching the TV right about now, waiting eagerly to see their big sis Tsu come on screen. Plus, she supposed she was excited. I mean, she was going to be on TV, and people would see her, standing proud to be in UA's hero course. If that wasn't an achievement, she didn't know what was. It was a bummer that her family couldn't get tickets to come and see her live, but she guessed she was okay with it seeing that she probably wouldn't have gotten a chance to see them anyway. Alright guys. Uraraka walked into the room with Yaoyorozu behind her, raising her voice as she spoke to get the attention of everyone. The two of them, both being class representative, had gone to ectoplasm along with the representatives of the other classes to be shown where to take everyone once it was time to begin and to be shown where each class was going to be seated. It's almost time for the festival. Please do a double check that nobody has any unauthorized support items before leaving, and any valuables like phones or watches should be left here. Uraraka announced, pausing as the sound of shuffling started to circle around the room as people checked their pockets for anything they didn't want to take with them. Once the shuffling died down, Yaoyorozu spoke up to let everyone know where the class would be sitting between rounds. We get a good view of the arena, she said, though we are a little high up. You will have time to move your bags and things from this room to our seats after the first round, and our section of seating is strictly for students so you don't need to worry about any of your belongings being stolen. Everyone understand? Uraraka asked as she looked around for confirmation. Good. We should head to the arena in about 5 minuets, so use the remaining time to do any last minuet preparations. Tsuyu stood up from her seat, walking over to where she had left her bag to put her phone away in one of the pockets, deciding it probably wasn't a good idea to bring her phone onto the battle area. As soon as she kneeled down, Bakugo got up from his lazily slumped position on one of the chairs. The teen stomped angrily over to Todoroki who was listening to Yaoyorozu, Shinso and Shoji talk beside him. Tsuyu didn't even have to look at his face to know Bakugo was scowling, sending a death stare towards whoever he was about to shout at. Oi! Icy hot! The blonde teen, as predicted, shouted, earning the attention of everyone else in the room. Todoroki turned around to face Bakugo, stepping forward slightly as he left his previous conversation which had now fallen silent. I'm stronger than you. Bakugo sneered. What's going on dash? Tsu thought to herself, turning her head to look. It seemed like nobody else knew, considering the way everyone was silently watching the two teens with the same puzzled look on their faces. I don't care about who your dad is, I don't care how strong you might be, and I don't care how you got into this school. Just know that I will beat you. The other idiots here might want you to go easy on them or whatever, but don't you dare hold back on me. I can and I will beat you at your full strength. Bakugo hissed. Todoroki's face warped into an expression of seriousness at that, brow furrowing in a mix of concentration, determination, and a small hint of anger if Tsu guessed right. The atmosphere in the room fell tense, the air turning hostile as the aura around the two boys shifted. I apologize, Bakugo. Todoroki started, fists clenching. But I am not here to let someone else win. You seem to think you can and will beat me, but I'll tell you now that you won't. I have my own motivation, one that is no doubt much bigger than yours, and I won't let you come out on top. His words were sharp and clear, and they ended leaving everyone slightly stunned. Ha! You DMN BSTRD. Just you wait and see dash. Whoa, guys! Kirishima cut in, standing up and moving to stand between the two. What's with the sudden declaration of war? We are here to have fun, remember, not to start rivalries. Plus, we are all aiming for first place, so it's a bit unfair that you're picking fights with each other when everyone else here is aiming for the same thing as both of you. I agree. As much as competition is a good thing, we should have fun with it. Sato suggested from his seat. You do know you're in a hero school, right? Bakugo snapped. The whole DMN point of us being here is to see who's the strongest and to train to be even stronger. If you think this is all FING fun and games, you might as well drop out right now because there is no way in hell I'm putting up with idiots who won't even try. I'm not saying we won't try, I'm just saying we should relax a bit and calm down. It's not the end of the world if you don't win, so there's no point in getting upset over it. Sato defended himself. TCH. You extras can do whatever the hell you want to. At the end of the FING day, I don't care, because it just means you will all miss out on glory, and that doesn't affect me in the slightest. And I wasn't even talking to you. This is between me and Icy Hot, so you can butt out. Bakugo turned his glare back to Todoroki. Nothing's gonna stop me from getting to the top, so you better get that into your goddamn head. I'm stronger, and I will win. I'll beat all of you, count on it. That's funny, because I'm going to win. Todoroki glared right back at Bakugo, not giving any signs of backing down anytime soon. The two stared at each other intensely, neither side looking away for even a split second. The atmosphere continued to warp and twist around them, auras turning dark and harsh as the two boys kept staring, kept challenging each other. One of them was going to win, no matter what, and until the loser was buried in the dirt beneath the foot of the winner neither side would dare back down. Out of the corner of her eye, Tsu saw something. A golden light. The light. Tsuyu thought, remembering how she wanted to bring it up to her classmates but never got around to doing so. Okay you guys, that's enough. Let's not argue, yeah? Yaoyorozu warily asked, stepping forward and placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder in an attempt to get him to relax a bit. It was then that Tsu spoke. Actually, she started, I have something to say. Multiple heads turned to look at her once she said that, and she even got a, what are you doing, sort of look from Yaoyorozu who was obviously trying and failing to de-escalate the situation. Tsu decided to continue despite that. After all, she thought what she had to say was important. Since Bakugo's talking to Todoroki, I suppose it's a good time to bring this up, since I'm also taking to Todoroki as I say this. Well, I'm talking to everyone to be fair, but mainly Todoroki. You too, Yaoyorozu, as well and Shinso and Shoji. Tsu stood up from her kneel-down position on the floor, looking directly at the group of people she had just called out. There's this light I've been seeing. Most of her classmates visibly tensed at that, a certain four tensing a bit more than everyone else. It's gold, and you can only really see it when you aren't looking for it, she continued. It's warm too, and gives you a weird sense of comfort and peace whenever it's near. It was at the USJ. Formed barriers around all of us I think, and was the reason why we all made it out alive. Without that light, I would be dead. I wanted to bring this up earlier, cause I've been seeing it since the start of school and I know for a fact other people have been seeing it too because it's kind of obvious when someone notices it, at least to me. I didn't bring it up because I honestly still thought I was just imagining it, and after the USJ I didn't really think talking about it would be the best idea. Tsu, what's your point? Kaminari asked. Everyone knows what I'm talking about, right? The light at the USJ? How it's been around since the start of school. Everyone nodded, some nodding more hesitantly than others as if they were afraid to admit it. Well I think those four. Tsu raised her hand and pointed a finger at Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Shinso and Shoji. I think they either know what it is or have something to do with it. You've all been acting odd, saying weird things and sneaking off together at lunches quite often, and I must say that considering all of your personalities your friendship seems a bit unlikely, not to be rude or anything. I'd like to know what exactly you four know. Usually, I'd say that I know it's not my place to ask about secrets, but everyone here has seen the light, and it saved us all, so I think we deserve to know what's going on. Azui, we have no idea dash. No. Tsu interrupted Shoji, startling him a little. You do know what's going on. It's really obvious, and you can't hide it. That light is weird, and I want an explanation. A good explanation. It's obviously not the sun like I thought it was at first, and it can't be my imagination if everyone saw it, so I want to know what it is. I want you to tell us what's going on, and I really do think we deserve to know. You can keep secrets all you want, but when it's affecting me, when it's affecting literally everyone in this class, you should tell us. I hate to say it and fuel the fire, but she has a point. Siro piped in. You have all been acting weird, and honestly I want to know what that light is too, because like Tsu said, it's weird. The tension in the room grew thicker until it got overbearingly uncomfortable, the silence continuing to grow even more loud as the seconds ticked by. Everyone agreed with Tsu. They had all noticed the light. They all knew how it had been there since the start of school and that the USJ wasn't the first of it, and now that it had been pointed out they all also saw how strange Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Shinso and Shoji had been acting. Though there was, of course, still one more thing nobody dared say. Even when the light had finally been brought up, even when the fact that multiple people had seen it before the USJ was exposed, nobody dared say that they had been seeing it way before UA too. Nobody dared bring up the fact that it was always there, bringing comfort and protection no matter what, and had been ever since they were as young as 4 years old. Each student in 1A kept quiet about that, oblivious to how they all had the exact same experiences and content with pretending that UA was the start of it. Content with pretending they hadn't been seeing the same old gold light their entire lives. Content with pretending that their curiosity over the light was new. Pretending that their urge to hold onto it for dear life every time it appeared so it would leave them alone didn't exist and had never been there to start with. Completely oblivious to what was behind that gold light. Completely oblivious to the mystic being that was still in the room, invisible to the human eye and remaining that way at it simply observed. The sports festival begins in 3 minuets. All viewers please take your seats. Present Mick's voice announced through the speakers, alerting 1A and breaking the silence. We should head to the arena. Come on guys, we can sort all of this out later. Uraraka cautioned, walking out of the room and holding the door open for everyone to follow her outside. As the kids reluctantly filed out of the room, the door swinging shut behind them as they made their way to the arena, they all stayed completely oblivious to how a certain angel's charm flickered, only stopping and settling when a hand was raised to push it back further into the arm cuff it was sitting on. Izuku walked up to the commentator's booth in the stadium, deciding he might as well get a good spot to watch his kids fight their way through the first round. He walked straight into the small room, opening the door with little to no hesitation. Inside were 3 people, Aizawa, Mike and All Might. Aizawa and Mike were both sitting down next to each other, right by the giant window and behind the desk with all the controls on it. All Might stood just behind Mike, talking to them both with a casual toned voice. When the door opened, all 3 heroes turned around. Upon seeing his light, they all relaxed slightly, even if it was a subconscious reaction. All Might greeted Izuku happily, smiling widely and announcing that they were checking all of the controls to make sure they were all working. Mike smiled at Izuku too before looking back at the controls and clicking a button that shut the blinds on the windows, making it so nobody could see inside the booth. Okay, that's working. Mike said. Anything else we need to check? We've checked everything, it's all working fine. Aizawa replied as he took a sip of the drink he was holding. Probably coffee, knowing Aizawa. Izuku lifted his hand to take his charm off, revealing himself to those inside the room with him and, by the looks of it, slightly surprising them too. It's okay if I stay in here, right? He asked. He didn't want to be rude and stay uninvited after all. Yeah, it's cool. Don't worry about it, mythical listener. Mike spun his chair around fully to look at Izuku as he spoke. Mythical listener? In all honesty, Izuku was not expecting to be given another nickname, and Mike calling him that so out of the blue took him off guard. Since you won't tell us your name, I figured I needed something to call you that was less boring than Guardian. Mike began, I thought about calling you what I call students but I don't think little listener suits you, even if you look like a teenager. Mythical suits you more, seeing as you aren't human, you know. Izuku smiled. I like it. Right, well if you two have everything sorted and checked I should probably get going. All Might said, turning around and moving to walk out of the booth. Nice to see you, Guardian. I hope you're doing well. Also, before I go, you should put your charm back on. We wouldn't want anything to happen or someone to see you, and it's always better to be safe than sorry. Of course, All Might. Izuku smiled again and raised his hand to put his charm back on. He didn't really care about the rules much at this point. He wanted to show himself more, and still hadn't been told exactly why he couldn't so didn't see the point of his charm. Still though, he appreciated the concern and decided that he might as well put it back on, just in case. As All Might said, better to be safe than sorry, right? That and getting told off really SCKS, and he wasn't so keen on getting another messenger feather telling him to stop disobeying the rules for the smallest reasons. Once his charm was back on his arm cuff and once All Might had left the booth, Izuku walked forward, sitting on an empty part of the desk to the side of Aizawa so he could get a good view of the arena below. Mike opened the blinds with another click of a button, leaning back in his chair once he did so. It was a good view, an amazing one even. The angel could see where 1A would be sitting from his position on the empty part of the desk, and he had a clear view of where they'd be entering the arena since it was on the opposite side of the stadium. If he had a camera, he'd 100% be recording this right now. He could barely contain his excitement. Izuku's feathers on his wings fluttered about and his light grew more visible and vibrant as the seconds counted down. His fluttering feathers caused his light to sparkle, the golden hue bouncing off the glass and other surfaces around him as if it were dancing, using the room as its stage. It made Mike and Aizawa subconsciously relax more, both of them trying and failing to suppress a small smile spreading across their faces as his glittering light layered the room in a blanket of warm, golden protection. The sports festival was going to begin any moment now. He was about to be watching his kids show the world what they've got, and God, he was so proud of all of them. They'd all come so far in the years he'd been there, and he was so honored to be able to call them his kids. After a few more minuets of waiting, Izuku watched Aizawa move to turn both microphones on. Mike leaned forward once more, getting ready to speak clearly into the microphone. "What's up, viewers?" he exclaimed loudly, causing Aizawa to put his hands over his ears. "Looks like we have an awesome audience for these first years today. Are you all ready?" The stadium rapidly erupted into hundreds of yells, the people watching roaring eagerly in pure excitement and enthusiasm. Izuku couldn't blame them though, this was exciting. Somewhat awe-inspiring too, it was kinda surreal to see this many people packed into one location. Also the architecture and design of the stadium was just wow. UA had that breathtaking feel to it wherever you went on campus, what with the buildings being so big and spacious, and the fact that it was a really popular hero school with heroes present on campus at almost all times always added to that feeling. Even Izuku was in awe at this point. He loved humans, they were so interesting and cool, but this? The vibe of it all and the atmosphere. Yeah, that was cool. And there were so many heroes too. So many smaller ones in the audience, and so many bigger, more well-known heroes walking around making sure everyone inside was safe. And of course, his kids were going to be right in the center of it all. And that? That was even cooler. "I'm glad to hear it," Mike continued. "Well, it looks like it's about time to begin. What do all of you say?" The audience again erupted into hundreds of yells, this time even more enthusiastic than before, if that was even possible. Mike really was doing a good job at hyping everyone up. The doors of the entrances to the arena opened with a loud, deep, echoing boom, letting each first-year class into the arena one by one. Izuku leaned forward, eager to see his kids walk in. "Welcome the one and only Class 1A. After surviving a real-life villain attack, these guys are the ones to place your bets on," Mike announced. Izuku watched with a massive smile on his face as they strode in, all of them looking proud and confident to be where they were. The UA Sports Festival had begun. "Welcome the one and only Class 1A. After surviving a real villain attack, these guys are the ones to place your bets on," Mike announced. Izuku watched with a massive smile on his face as they strode in, all of them looking proud and confident to be where they were. The UA Sports Festival had begun. 1A slowly walked out into the spotlight, each one proudly holding their heads high as they took everything in. The audience's cheers, the cameras, the introduction present Mike gave them. Everything was super cool. And there they were, right in the center of it. A few of them glanced around at the audience, trying to see if they could spot whoever had came to watch them, while those whose families and friends weren't able to get tickets looked up in awe, smiling wildly as determination filled them. They all wanted to come out on top. They all wanted to win, even if they knew this was all meant to be fun. And you'd be mad if you thought they weren't going to fight for first place. All 19 of them had been competitive almost all their lives, it was part of the reason why they were all on their way to becoming heroes. They'd put so much effort into their training over the years, so of course they were going to take UA's sports festival seriously. As they made their way to the center of the arena towards the makeshift stage Midnight was standing on, they listened closely to Mike introducing the other classes. Class 1B, the second hero Karus of the year. A group with very cool quirks. Classes C, D, and E representing the general education track. Classes F, G, and H support Karus classes with gear they made themselves. 1A listened, looking around at the other classes as they entered the arena to see who their competition was. The looks, no, the glares they received in return were hostile and bitter, sort of resembling a pack of wolves staring down their prey as they got ready for the attack. "Way to go for making them hate us, Bakugo," was a collective thought that rang through the minds of 1A. Though, the reaction of the other courses, the glares, weren't that uncalled for. The introductions Mike gave to the other classes were bland compared to the one he had given them, and some couldn't help but feel a little bad about it. Just because they'd been attacked by villains didn't mean they were naturally superior or anything, it just showed that they'd had an unlucky start to the school year, that's all. It wasn't their fault they got attacked, and they'd had the same amount of hero training as Class 1B did, so didn't actually have that much of an advantage. Deep down though, it made them all want to prove themselves even more. It made them want to win. It made them hungry for it. All the students across the year slowly gathered around Midnight, stopping just in front of the stage and looking up at the pro hero and the large screen behind her. Once the audience settled down, Midnight raised her hand that was currently holding onto her whip and swung it back down sharply, signaling to Cementos to turn the screen on. The screen lit up with a wheel spinner of fortune, multiple options filling the equally divided spaces and showcasing what events could take place. "Hello everyone. Nice to see most of you already have your game faces on," she announced smoothly. "Let's see what this year's first round is, yeah?" And with that, Cementos pressed a button to spin the wheel. the audience falling silent in anticipation. The wheel spun around and around multiple times before it started to slow down again, the bright colors of each section mixing and blurring together before eventually separating once more. Each section's barrier made an artificial clicking sound as it passed the arrow, the steady beat adding to the anticipation of what was going to be chosen. After a good few seconds, the wheel stopped spinning. Everyone looked to see what the arrow had landed on, audience members leaning forward to try and see what the writing said. Midnight took a look herself, and upon seeing what fate had chosen she started to speak. "Looks like the first round is an obstacle race. How fun!" She cheered. "Contestants will race 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium whist trying to get past a multitude of obstacles. I'm feeling nice today, and I don't want to restrain anyone just yet, so anything is allowed as long as you don't leave the track." With a quick cheer from the audience, all the students slowly began making their way to the starting point of the race. They walked over to a big archway that led to the outside of the stadium, stopping and waiting for the first event to begin. The archway was tall, but very narrow and quite deep. It also had lights on the top that looked like traffic lights, presumably to indicate when the students were allowed to start running. Izuku leaned forward, pressing his body against the glass window of the commentator's booth as much as he could as he kept a lookout for his kids. The lights on the top of the archway lit up soon after the students had gathered around it, flashing 3 times before turning green and starting the race with a loud buzzing sound. Izuku watched as everyone launched forward, each one trying to get through the slim entrance and out onto the actual racetrack. "Wowza, what a fierce start. Looks like everyone really wants to win this, huh? What should we be paying attention to right at the beginning, Eraserhead?" Mike asked into the microphone, speaking with the most enthusiasm Izuku had ever heard in a human, which was saying something considering he'd been around Ashido and Kaminari since their childhoods. "The entrance." Aizawa replied, his usual monotone voice contrasting well with Mick's. "The entrance, huh?" Izuku thought, paying closer attention. He saw it now. Everyone was rushing to get through the entrance, but in doing so they were blocking the way through for everyone including themselves. People were struggling to even stand up straight as they shoved and pushed each other out of the way to try and get ahead. He wondered how this would all play out if the teachers kept adding in small, unexpected obstacles like this. Who would have thought the first major obstacle would be the archway? So exciting! Izuku watched with fascination, feathers glistening against the warm rays of sun that shone in from the windows of the booth. The cameras filming what was happening in the stadium didn't show the inside of the archway, only the exit and the entrance, so he couldn't see what was going on. All anyone could do was wait for the first student to come out of the archway, until then it was almost like nothing was happening. That's when something caught his eye. Everyone and everything, this something, came into contact with froze as it swiftly crept past the crowd, making its way out the other side of the archway and covering everything in a cold cloak of pale blue. It pierced through the other side of the tunnel in an instant, a glacier exploding out and upwards as shards of stray ice flew into the air. Todoroki quickly followed behind, running as fast as he could and turning the floor beneath him into ice so he could run even faster. He looked so confident, not even looking back for a moment as he ran, so determined to win and not let anything get in his way. But then, just as a hint of a smug smirk spread across Todoroki's face, there was an explosion that came from behind him, blasting a hole straight through the ice and obliterating it within seconds. That caused him to glance over his shoulder, eyes widening ever so slightly when he realized how many of his classmates had avoided his attack. Bakugo was in the air, using small explosion to fly. Kirishima had broken through the remaining ice that Bakugo didn't get rid of so easily, using the momentum to propel himself forward. Uraraka was floating. Yaoyorozu had created a pole to push herself away from the ice. Even Ojiro had jumped before the ice could get him and was now using his tail to maneuver more precisely. Almost all of 1A had entirely avoided the ice, and those who didn't were quickly out and back on their feet before anyone could even notice they had been caught. Each one of them, so determined and filled with so many emotions from the conversation mere minuets before, ran forward as they raced to prove themselves as worthy. Each one of them had learned not to hesitate. That much was clear. The UA Sports Festival had really begun now. The static light of the TV flickered, a tinny voice filtering through as the connection struggled to stay intact. And Shoto Todoroki comes in first place, followed closely by Katsuki Bakugo, who is second by a hair, screamed Present Mike, a hero. 2 students of the first-year hero course, Class 1A, stumbled out onto the arena, both falling into a crouch to catch their breath as the audience cheered obnoxiously, so irritatingly excited over the results of the first event. As the scene played out on the old, mangled TV, illuminating the dark, dingy room in a depressing wash of stark white light, Tamura flicked through the cards Sensei had given him. Each one of the cards had one of those brats on it, hero students, as well as the odd few that had different pro-heroes on them. Some even had pictures of villains, though those ones had been discarded away back into the packet for this particular moment in time. Tamura had been given a task. He was meant to be looking out for anyone worth recruiting or anyone worth keeping an eye on. He was learning how to play his cards correctly, learning how to manipulate, control, and strategize. He needed a reminder after the USJ. Watching the UA Sports Festival while trying to think of those things would be a good exercise for his brain to mature. It would help turn him into the big bad mastermind he was aiming to be. That's what Sensei had said. He needed to think about how to beat the final boss, All Might, and about how he'd even get there in the first place. To do that, he needed to know his enemy like the back of his hand. They do say, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, for a reason, after all. Only, his mind wouldn't focus on the task at hand. No matter how hard he tried to make it. No matter how much he scratched and itched at the scarred skin on his neck to try and regain control. To try and calm himself. Instead, his thoughts trailed back to the last mission and to how annoying it had been. Sensei had been so angry when Kurogyri brought Tamura back a failure, which was understandable. They'd been planning this initial attack for months now, only for it to fall through as soon as it saw the light of day. All because the heroes apparently had some kind of godlike entity on their side. Or just a godlike quirk, but either way, a godlike something that could hold its own against and even overpower Nomu, burning the artificial creature to ashes in just one move. A godlike entity, a hero of sorts, that provided comfort and protection, unlike the self-proclaimed hero, all for one. Tamura scratched desperately at his dry skin as he glared holes into the screen of the TV, hoping that if he continued his mind would stop being so irritating. It wasn't that he hadn't seen his sensei get angry, he got angry all the time. He was a villain that had been around for decades and was trying to regain the power he had in the early days of Quirks. Of course he was going to get angry, things hadn't been going his way for years, which is why he needed Tamura. Tamura was the key to bring back that new spark of power for the both of them. It was just that Tamura had really expected him to be a little more concerned about the fact he was practically bleeding out after the USJ, body slowly going limp against the cold wooden floor as his blood creeped out from under him. He was lucky he wasn't dead and that the second bullet he had seen coming his way was knocked off course by something. Sensei would have been so much more angry at him if he'd died on the first attempt at killing All Might. He couldn't do that. He didn't want to disappoint the only person who had tried to save him when he needed the help. He may be a villain, but betraying the one man who cared seemed wrong. And Sensei had done so much for him, hadn't he? He had given up so much, just for Tamura. Just so Tamura could get his revenge on those who had wronged him. He had taught Tamura everything and had saved him, so now, he owed his life to Sensei. Now, Tamura owed everything to Sensei, more than just his life. Which was why he had started the League of Villains. It was why Tamura became his successor, the next All for One. It wasn't for his own personal gain, it was what he owed to Sensei for everything he had done for him. The League didn't have many official members yet, currently only housing him, Kurogyri and the other odd few, but soon enough there would be an increase in their popularity. The USJ had just been a little bump, Sensei had reassured after calming down, and everything would still go to plan. Tamura would still make Sensei proud, there wasn't any doubt about it. Everything would be back on track soon after the UA Sports Festival. The attack Sensei had come up with seeming like it would work out perfectly, unlike the USJ. Then, the ropes would be handed back to Tamura and he'd be able to take lead again. Still though, those hero brats annoyed him. And sometimes, he couldn't help but envy them. He was jealous. He envied them, and wished he had been saved by someone like All Might, or Eraserhead, or even the godlike something at the USJ. He felt guilty about that. Sensei had saved him and was doing everything for him. He should be grateful, instead of throwing a hissy fit because he was picky about who saved him and who didn't. Sensei was a monster, cruel and violent with a lack of empathy but a love for manipulation and control, but he cared more for Tamura than heroes ever had, and was doing everything in his power to make sure he would have a fulfilling life in a society where he would be free. Everything was for Tamura's sake, wasn't it? If he just focused and got on with what was important, he'd realize his dream of being a hero was over, and he wouldn't envy them anymore. He doesn't need anyone else, never has and never will, because the man who saved him is in his corner. He doesn't like heroes anymore. He hates them. He has all the reason to hate them. He wants to hate them. He just needed to do what Sensei said, and get rid of his childish emotions. Banish them to the depths of his brain and never let them surface, just like Sensei had taught him to. Sensei had saved him, not heroes. Feeling envy towards those who had wronged him was pathetic. There will be a short break before the second round of the sports festival is chosen, so take this time to refill your drinks and top up on snacks, present mix low-quality voice said, the TV now displaying a waiting screen in UA's signature colors and logo. Tamura stood up from his chair, pushing himself up and standing to walk to the bar. He'd get a drink from Kurogyri and then come back and focus on his task. He had a mission to plan, and he wouldn't let it fail. He wouldn't disappoint Sensei, not this time round. Count on it. Izuku walked away from the commentator's booth, heading towards the area his kids would be sitting at. He fancied a change of perspective for this next round, deciding he'd want a better angle and would rather not get in the way of Mike and Aizawa commentating. He was so proud of his kids, all of them had gotten through the first round. There was a quick 5-minute break until the second round to give the students some time to breathe, a good thing really considering how hard they had pushed themselves. Todoroki had come first in the obstacle race, Bakugo coming second by a hair. The two boys had a rivalry apparently, Bakugo refusing to lose and wanting to prove he was stronger than the son of the number 2 hero, and Todoroki wanting nothing more than to win without the use of his fire side. Both boys were passionate, and also very talented, and the fire of competition between them sparked the same in everyone else. All of Class 1A were competing with one another, some in a friendly fire sort of way and others with the need of proving or finding answers to something. The fire of competition seemed to flow through the other hero course Class 2, however. Izuku's senses had been picking up on Class 1B the entire time and how they were all also determined to win. There were the odd few in other courses whose determination rivaled both those in 1A and 1B as well. It was all too exciting, and there were too many senses for Izuku to really focus on one at a time. That's why Izuku barely noticed when a new sense came in, a sense that seemed to long for something. Izuku stopped when he felt it, turning around and walking to try and find the person his sense was pointing out. His senses eventually lead him outside the stadium, just in time to see a tall man walking away. He had black hair and was wearing a gray hoodie, sinking his hands into the pocket as Izuku's sense begun to fade. He had purple scarring on his arms, though it was difficult for Izuku to get a full picture as the man was walking out of the school campus. He seemed somewhat familiar to Izuku, though the angel couldn't place exactly why. It was almost like he had felt this sense before, back in his early days of being on Earth when he was just starting to meet his kids. As the sense begun to fade, Izuku could just about focus on the remaining feeling of hatred and resentment covering up a longing for love and connection. The sense fizzled out with pain as the man walked further away and Izuku was left to wonder who that had been. There was no time to think of it now however, as he needed to go back into the stadium and find his new seat. He could feel the determination rising in his kids, Todoroki and Bakugo specifically, and needed to go and watch to make sure those two wouldn't tear each other's throats out before the second round even begun. He had the lingering instinct that he'd feel that sense again soon enough, and when that time came around he'd know exactly who it was. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki. Shinso called out, running up to the two of them and dragging Shoji along with him. The contestants that had made it through the first round were now finding teams for the cavalry battle, the second event. Teams could have a maximum of 4 people and had to have at least one rider and at least one horse. If the riders touched for floor, their team was disqualified. The whole thing was based on points. Whichever teams had the most points by the end would be moving on to the next event. The higher you placed in the first round, the more points your headband was worth. Teams could either protect their headbands or steal them, it all depended on how many points your team had in the first place and what quirks you had in your arsenal. Simple enough. Shinso figured the best plan would be to team up with people you know, and after becoming good friends with the rest of the people in the know about Bird Boy he decided they'd make a good team. Plus, there was a bonus added in the fact that they wouldn't have to steal anyone else's points and could focus on keeping their own. This was because Todoroki had come in first so his headband was worth 1 million points. They would be set for the entire round and would pretty much all have confirmed spots in the finals. He had already talked to Shoji and convinced him the plan would work, so now all they needed to do was convince the other two and boom. The perfect team, the perfect plan. The two in question turned to look at their friends as they ran up to them, Todoroki's stern expression and Yaoyorozu's surprised one looking at them curiously. Shinso, hi. Yaoyorozu greeted with a smile. Hi. Shinso replied, pushing his hair back out of his face. You want to team up? I was thinking, seeing as we are friends and all, that we'd make a pretty strong team. Shoji agrees. Once he finished, the purple-haired boy turned to look at Shoji for confirmation. Shoji nodded, I think teaming up would be our best bet. Plus, considering the conversation before the first round I doubt many people would want to team up with us, seeing how they now all think we're hiding something important from them. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu shared a look at each other, both sharing the same unreadable expression as they seemed to have a silent conversation telepathically. Sorry you guys, but we've already got a team. When Yaoyorozu spoke, Kaminari and Ida stepped out from behind her, giving the others an intimidating look as they made themselves appear tall and powerful. "Oh? The festival isn't for friendship," Todoroki said calmly. "I wanted to prioritize my chance of winning, so I chose the people who I thought would be most beneficial to me to be on my team. No hard feelings or anything. We are looking forward to seeing you both in the finals. You'll do great without us, I'm sure," Yaoyorozu offered. "Yeah, right. No hard feelings." Shinso sighed, watching as Todoroki and Yaoyorozu walked off with Ida and Kaminari. Once those four were far enough away, he turned to Shoji, voice slightly annoyed. "What do we do now? We need someone else, otherwise it's unlikely we'll get through this round." "What about Tsu?" Shoji suggested. "She's small, and if we are going with me as the horse, then she will be easy for me to carry. Her quirk is also long range, so we won't have to risk getting too close to anyone." "Maybe, where is she?" "Over there, with Uraraka." Shoji and Shinso both quickly walked over to Tsu. If they were lucky, Uraraka might join them as well. Apparently, their luck was running thin because as soon as they walked over to Tsu, she wasted no time in dragging Uraraka away from them and over to Tokoyami. Of course, Tsu had been the one to start that conversation in the waiting room before the festival. Of course she wouldn't want to team up with them. If anyone in their class was going to outright deny teaming up because of that conversation, it would be her. She wanted to know what was going on, and Shinso knew the frustrating feeling of being kept in the dark, so he could understand where she was coming from. He couldn't tell her though, none of them could, despite her making a good argument that she, and the rest of 1A, deserved to know after Bird Boy had saved them all. Looking around, everyone else was already in teams. They needed one more person. They needed someone with a quirk that was more suited for the attack. Sure, Shinso's brainwashing was one thing, but they needed more up their sleeve than just that if they wanted to win. Tsu would have been perfect. She could have used her tongue to snatch other people's headbands without them even noticing, and then used the same idea to stop people from getting too close. So, this would have been a great idea, Shoji started, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly as he turned to face Shinso. "But it seems like it's not gonna work out. We might have to improvise with just the two of us." "Yeah," Shinso gruffed, "it looks like most teams are full or only have one spot left, so we won't be able to join anyone now without splitting up." Just then, Jiro came running towards the two boys. "Hey, Shoji!" she shouted, speeding closer and closer by the second. Yeah?" he replied, turning towards the girl with a puzzled expression. When she got to them, she stopped moving, looking between the two quickly before speaking. "You two aren't a team, right? 'Cause we have an awesome plan but need someone big and tall like you to pull it off," she said, nodding at Shoji before gesturing behind her at Shiozaki and Pony, two girls from Class 1B. Shoji hesitated, not wanting to break away from his friend after having planned to work together. "Go for it," Shinso offered. "I think I can find a team, I've just seen one that looks promising." "You sure? What about the plan we had?" "It's cool. We can save that for another time. Plus, Todoroki was right, where's the fun in teaming up with people you know really well?" Shinso said as he moved closer to the taller teen, turning his back on Jiro as he got in close to whisper something. "And we gotta give Bird Boy a show, right?" Both boys shared a knowing smirk before Shoji got dragged away by the three girls. Shinso turned on his heel, walking off towards a screaming Bakugo who seemed to be angry about nobody wanting to fill the final spot on his team. This would work out great, he thought. It might not have been what he expected, but competition was fun and he'd be lying if he said he wasn't looking forward to winning against his friends and earning bragging right afterwards. Plus, if he wanted to be a hero, there would be plenty of times where he would have to improvise and work with people he hadn't planned to. This was perfect practice. Shinso walked closer to Bakugo, who was currently shaking a dazed-looking Kirishima quite violently as he yelled, Ashido trying to act like she didn't know the two. As the group turned to notice him, Shinso rolled the sleeves of his P-Dotty uniform up, readying himself for the second event of the UA Sports Festival. All he had to do was convince them he'd make a good addition to their team. That's not too hard, right? Sorry you guys, but we've already got a team. When Yaoyorozu spoke, Kaminari and Ida stepped out from behind her, giving the others an intimidating look as they made themselves appear tall and powerful. "Oh? The festival isn't for friendship," Todoroki said calmly. "I wanted to prioritize my chance of winning, so I chose the people who I thought would be most beneficial to me to be on my team. No hard feelings or anything. We are looking forward to seeing you both in the finals. You'll do great without us, I'm sure," Yaoyorozu offered. "Yeah, right. No hard feelings." Shinso sighed, watching as Todoroki and Yaoyorozu walked off with Ida and Kaminari. When the team of 4 walked away, they went to a quiet part of the stadium on the edge of the arena. Todoroki wanted to talk strategy, to make sure they were all on the same page and that they all knew what they were doing. "I'm shocked you picked me, you know. I'm nowhere near as good as the rest of you," said Kaminari, voice laced with concern and insecurity. "You'll be the perfect defense on my left side, Kaminari. I wouldn't have picked you if I didn't think you were suitable." "I guess so. So, if we win you'll tell me and Ida about whatever secret you two are keeping, right? The thing Tsu seems so interested about?" "Kaminari. We should not bring that up, you saw the tension it caused in the waiting room earlier. We can't have tension like that right now, it will ruin our chances of teamwork." Ida snapped, swinging his arms in his usual chopping motion as he tried to stop the blonde from speaking. "I'm just saying. Shoji was right, you know. Most of our class seem to be avoiding you 4 at the moment. Other than Bakugo that is, but he only cares about winning and probably doesn't have time to think about us extras." Kaminari defended, mockingly calling himself and the rest of the class extras as he imitated Bakugo. "Things seem tense at least, and I'm a curious man so I want some sort of reason to be working with the current social outcasts of our class." "Don't be rude, Kaminari." "It's fine, Ida. When we win we will tell you." Todoroki started. Yaoyorozu interrupted him in that moment, turning her head around sharply and looking at him like he'd just summoned a demon. "Todoroki," she squeaked, her hushed voice suddenly filled with panic at the risk of their secret being revealed. "What? We don't have a secret, right?" Todoroki said nonchalantly, sending a look to Yaoyorozu that told her to play along. "We will tell you whatever you want to know, just don't be surprised when you have to walk away feeling disappointed because you found out we aren't hiding anything." Yeah, I'll be the judge of that once we've won this round," Kaminari replied, turning around to see how long they had left on the clock to strategize. As the other two followed suit, Ida sent a suspicious glance at Yaoyorozu, not missing how panicked she had looked when Todoroki said he'd tell them everything. Izuku sat back in his seat, looking down into the stadium as Midnight spoke to the audience. The second round of the sports festival was about to begin. The students had been given 15 minutes to plan, strategize, and find a team once Midnight had explained the rules. Over the course of that time, the angel's senses had been buzzing consistently, picking up on his kids worrying about the upcoming event while also picking up on the excitement and anticipation flowing around. He was currently sitting in the stalls that had been assigned to Class 1A, deciding to sit there to look after their bags and belongings that were saving their seats. As Class 1A and 1B were currently competing and the section he was sat in was specifically reserved for hero course students, there wasn't anyone sat around Izuku, which meant he'd be able to focus more on what was going on. The stalls for students were also further away from the stadium than the commentator's booth, which meant Izuku wouldn't be able to get in the way of his kids fighting as easily as he'd have further to fly to get to them. While he didn't love the idea of letting them fight, he knew they were in a hero course. He knew the entire point of this tournament was to let them fight and show off their skills, which meant he knew he should let them do their thing. Plus, they knew how to handle themselves. If something went really wrong he'd be able to step in, of course. It was just to make sure he wouldn't get too protective over the really small things that he needed to just let happen. As Izuku adjusted in his seat, ruffling his wings to make them sit more comfortably and shrinking them down to their smaller size, he looked up into the audience to see Endeavor. The man was scowling, staring directly at Todoroki as he stood up with broad posture and his arms crossed. He had an intimidating aura, the fire on his hero costume flickering unpredictably as it lit up the floor beneath him. The audience members sitting around the staircase he was standing on gawked in awe, some even looking slightly confused that he had chosen to watch the festival instead of patrol for villains, obviously having expected the number 2 hero to have the tournament's safety as his top priority. Nedzu had made sure to up the security after the USJ, and part of doing so was having various heroes placed around campus to make sure there was no attack the day of the festival. Izuku appreciated it, but couldn't help to feel angry that Endeavor had the nerve to watch instead of doing the job he was brought there for. Picking up on the sense for Todoroki once he started thinking about it, he felt that the teen was uncomfortable. He had obviously noticed Endeavor staring him down, and Izuku could feel that he was still thinking about the incident with his sister the night after the USJ. The Endeavor household definitely wasn't safe, and right now it was feeling even more unstable than usual. Izuku needed to get the kids out of there, he knew that much. Remember, points are what matters here, students. Midnight's voice rang through the speakers of the stadium, bringing Izuku's attention to what she was saying. He watched as all the students competing this round walked to their starting positions, getting into their formations and readying themselves for the action that was about to commence. I want a fair fight. Anything goes as long as the rider of your team doesn't touch the floor. If that happens then your team will be disqualified. The teams with the most points will get through to the next round, so hold on to as many points as you can. You have 15 minutes until the cavalry battle ends and a winner is announced. Shuffling in his seat once more, Izuku looked around to try and spot his kids. It looked like most of them had teamed up with people from their class, something Izuku had to say he expected, but there were also the odd couple that had chosen kids from other classes, even other courses, to be on their team. Take Team Jiro, for example. She had 2 girls from Class 1B in her team, or Team 2 who had a support course student in her team that gave them access to her inventions. Each team stood around the edge of the arena, waiting at their starting points to be given the go-ahead by midnight. There were 2 teams that stood out. One of them was a team of Class 1B students, and the second was Tsu's team. Both groups seemed to know exactly what they were doing, already directing themselves at specific opponents as if they had a route already planned out in their heads. Ready? The audience leaned in as every team settled into their formations, most quickly whispering last-minute points and plans to their teammates. Set. Everyone in the arena fell into running stances, the riders steadying themselves one final time as quirks came to life and got ready to be used. When midnight started the battle with a quick go, Izuku didn't miss how Tsu's team was the first to move, going straight for Team Todoroki. This was going to be interesting. Todoroki, you've seen it right? Tsu's team? Coming straight for us? Yaoyorozu said, immediately creating a shield on her arm to protect her team from any incoming attacks. The group ran to the section of the arena with the least people, most of their opponents following them as they moved with the mission to take them down. Everyone is coming for us, we have the 1 million. Ida, wait until the last possible moment and do what we talked about. Kaminari, you and I should get ready for the attack. Yaoyorozu, get ready to defend us and cover our blind spots. The bicolored teen ordered, sitting upright as he directed his team through the start of the event. Things were starting off exactly like he thought they would. Most teams were running straight for them, a good few of them looking concerned to go up against the son of the number 2 hero. The smart ones held back, something he personally would have done if he hadn't won the first round. All they needed to do was run, and with Ida's speed that wouldn't be much of a problem. Ida waited until the last possible second, spotting the final gap in the ocean of teams rushing towards them and activating his quirk just as a few of them got a little too close. Of course he's going to run away instead of fight, said Hagakure as they shot past. Keep following them, we want those 1 million points. Ojiro shouted in response. As Ida ran, Yaoyorozu created a metal pole that slid against the ground, giving Todoroki the opportunity to freeze it and the floor it was purposefully touching. This made an ice rink, and made it much easier for the team to escape. While everyone was focusing on getting away, Kaminari sent a few stray strikes of electricity towards some of the people trying to follow them, knocking them off course and melting the ice path behind them in the process. It looked like they'd learned from the first round that people would use any ice path made by Todoroki to their advantage, and this time the boy in question wasn't going to let that be possible. After making their first move, they heard Present Mix's voice boom through the speakers. And Team Todoroki makes a spectacular escape. That's strategy, folks. It seems like this is starting off with a boom. Or, rather with a zoom. Yeah, a zoom fits better. Anyway, that's the son of the number 2 for you. He won the first round effortlessly, speeding miles ahead of anyone else, and it's looking like he's on his way to winning this one too. And he's not even using his full Quirk yet. Todoroki looked up, catching the way his dad's frown deepened. He'd win this without giving satisfaction to that man. He'd win without fire. Team Todoroki kept dodging attacks for a good while, ducking out of the way of Ciro's tape and making sudden moves and direction changes whenever they were about to be cornered. Todoroki kept using his ice to make random walls that blocked other teams out, and Kaminari tried his best to keep up with his electricity to cover their captain's left side. While they attacked, Yaoyorozu focused on defense and kept an eye on their blind spots, instructing Ida to move when she caught teams trying to sneak up on them. As the timer ticked on and they got further into the cavalry battle, a lot of the teams chasing them started to back down. The more it seemed like the 1 million points were untouchable, instead preferring the idea of fighting for second place. There were 2 teams that kept insisting on chasing them, however, Team Bakugo and Team Tsu, the latter getting far too close for comfort despite the consistent running away from Ida. Things had been going way too perfectly so far, Ida finding the perfect gaps to run through and the timing working out in their favor. Todoroki suspected they'd have to fight soon enough. Ready yourselves to fight. We need to save Ida's power in case we get in a pinch, and Tsu's team are closing in quickly. Todoroki said, leaning down to say something more to his teammates in an effort to make sure the other teams wouldn't hear. Yaoyorozu, get ready to create that insulation blanket. And Kaminari, get ready to let loose. Are you sure we want to do that right away? Kaminari frantically asked, "If I go overboard I won't be any use to you guys." Yaoyorozu cut in, already making the blanket to protect herself and the other two from Kaminari's attack. "You don't have to go overboard, just enough that Tsu's team back off. Are you two ready? We are getting close to the edge of the arena, we don't have much more room to run." Ida shouted behind him, voice stern and focused as he worked towards victory. "I guess I'm ready." "Ready. Turn around, now." As Ida stopped to pivot, turning the team around away from the edge of the arena, Yaoyorozu threw the blanket she had created over everyone except Kaminari. Kaminari let out a scared yelp as Tsu suddenly came rocketing towards them, her tongue going straight for the 1,000,000 points as she swung to hit the blonde teen before he had the chance to attack first. He made a quick improvised move in response, feeling his electricity buzz behind his eyes as he let out a big burst of lightning, sending Tsu back towards her team and forcing Tokoyami's dark shadow to catch her. Todoroki peeked out from underneath the blanket, seeing Tsu get back up and sending him a death stare. She went to jump again, and Todoroki saw Uraraka tap her thigh as she got ready to leap forwards. "Same again, Kaminari," he barked, pulling the blanket back over his head and holding on to his headbands to make sure Tsu wouldn't sneakily steal any of them. This time, however, when Tsu leaped forward she flew higher into the air as if to get a clearer view, and instead of attacking Kaminari she threw something at him. The buzz of Kaminari's electricity never came after that, and instead all that could be heard was Tsu landing on her team and settling back into the formation. "You really think we wouldn't have something to defend against your main source of power?" shouted Uraraka, peeking out from behind Tsu as she sat down and steadied herself on her team. Yaoyorozu removed the blanket and they all glanced over at Kaminari, looking to see what had happened and why he hadn't attacked. The boy had what looked like a magnet stuck to his shirt, and was currently trying to pry it off. "What the hell is this? Why isn't my quirk working?" he whined as he scrabbled to remove the thing, voice shaky with panic as he frantically moved around, almost knocking Todoroki off the shoulder he was partly sitting on. "Hee hee ha ha ha." A maniacal-sounding laugh came from the other side of Tsu, the glint of goggles being the first thing any of Team Todoroki saw. Tokoyami and Uraraka were both sending a side eye to the person laughing like a psycho, and Tsu let out an exasperated sigh which prompted the person to start speaking. "That's my brilliant baby right there," the voice said, leaning forward as Todoroki took in her appearance. She had pinkish hair and was wearing a metric ton of support gear, her gadgets taking up so much space and looking very clunky and difficult to move with. Her gear had also been spread around the team, each one of them wearing some sort of obnoxious item with the same red, gold and brown color scheme. "Your baby?" Ida repeated, confused and slightly disturbed. "Yes. Ha ha ha. My baby. It's brilliant at stopping electricity, works partly as an insulator and partly as a magnet. You need a special key to get that thing off of you, so there's no point trying to get rid of it." "You're using support items? How was that allowed?" Kaminari screeched. "We are here to win," Tsu said as she stared at Todoroki again. "When we were looking for a team Tokoyami spotted Hatsum here. She's from the support course which means she's allowed to use support items as long as they are ones she's made herself. Luckily, she had something to use against Kaminari's electricity." "So you knew that Kaminari would be our main point of attack?" Ida asked, moving to get ready to run the second Todoroki commanded it. Tokoyami was the one to reply this time, moving into a stance that got ready to chase after them again in response to Ida readying himself to speed away. "It seemed like the obvious thing," he said. "I mean, Todoroki didn't use his fire side in the battle trial and I didn't see it during the obstacle race either, making it seem rather unlikely that you were going to use it here all of a sudden. We saw you guys team up, and figured that Kaminari would be the one to look out for considering Ida and Yaoyorozu have more defensive quirks. And Todoroki is totally the type of leader to take full control and tell you what to do and when to do it, which means he's more focused on strategy and less on attacking anyone." Uraraka chipped in, looking proud of herself and her teammates for having figured out the opposing team's plans. "I could just freeze you. Aren't you a little more concerned about that? I'm great at using my ice and have perfect control over it, seems like you overlooked that fact." As he snapped back, eyes staring right back at Tsu as they threatened each other, he moved his right hand in one swift motion to create a large, tall wall of ice surrounding the two teams. He left one small gap for Ida to run through when the time was right, but made sure to block out the other teams that had been running their way, including Team Bakugo, the person in question letting out a frustrated howl as he almost fell and touched the floor after being so abruptly stopped. In response to Todoroki's ice threat, Hatsum pressed a button that was attached to the utility belt she was wearing. That's when Todoroki understood why everyone on Tsu's team was wearing a support item. That's when he realized just how prepared they were to go against him. As soon as the button was pressed, the items the others were wearing lit up with flames. Tokoyami was wearing some sort of forearm armor, the material lighting up a deep orange-red color, indicating clearly that it was now extremely hot to the touch. Uraraka was now clutching onto a torch-like gadget, actual flames flickering over both ends as she cautiously held it up and away from herself. Tsu was wearing the same sort of armor as Tokoyami, her hair tied up to keep it from getting burnt off as she crouched in a stance that showed she was about to jump for them again. Hatsum was holding another torch-like gadget that was doing the same thing as Uraraka's, only she seemed to be holding it a lot more confidently as she obviously knew how to use it. "You see, Todoroki." Tsu spoke up, slowly moving back and readying herself to jump forward. "We aren't afraid of using our fire." Bakugo let out a feral roar as he fell backwards, raccoon eyes and eye bags catching him just before he hit the ground. He had been going for Todoroki, wanting the 1,000,000 points for himself, when the goddamn icy hot made an ice wall right in front of their faces. To stop them from running right into the wall, Shitty Hair had to stop moving suddenly, which had caused Bakugo to fall backwards with no warning. "Damn it, icy why hot," he yelled, hoisting himself back up and whacking Shitty Hair's head as he activated his quirk as a reflex. "That was close, man," Kirishima sighed, not even blinking as Bakugo continued hit him every few seconds. "What's the plan now? You still want that 1,000,000? He asked. "Of course. Break through the shitty ice, we are getting those stupid F points." "Maybe we should go after someone else," Shinso suggested with a deadpan face. Bakugo, the feral animal he is, slowly turned around to glare at the teen when those words left his mouth, the other two shrinking slightly as they tried not to be noticed. "Why the hell would we do that?" he growled. "Because the two teams beyond that ice are already fighting. There are plenty of teams around that would be easier to take points from. And, if we change tactics, it wouldn't involve wasting Kirishima's quirk or the time we have left by getting him to break through what is probably a thick layer of ice." He defended. "Plus, don't you want to make the number 2's son real mad because we won without even attempting to get the 1,000,000? Ha!" Bakugo snorted with a reluctant smirk. "Fine, eye bags, I do want to make Icy Hot really FING mad. Shitty Hair. I'm right here, man, you don't gotta yell. Turn around. We've got new targets." Bakugo ordered, pulling on Kirishima's spiked hair to turn them all around and focus on a new, unsuspecting group of students. With a new goal set, the team raced forward to go and attack the new victims they had their eyes set on, Bakugo screaming something at the top of his lungs about how Todoroki's team was going to be crying by the end of this. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, every single one of their team's headbands were stolen right from under them. "Confident, I see," came a voice from beside them, teasingly provoking Bakugo as he turned around to see who the hell had dared. I mean, any smart person would have figured out that going for the 1,000,000 points from the start was stupid. Can't believe it took you this long to figure that out? Team Bakugo turned to see Monoma from Class 1B sitting with his head held high, spinning his new stolen headbands around his finger as he slyly looked in their direction. His team was made up of other students from 1B, Tsuburaba on one side, Kaibara on the other, and Tetsutestu at the front to rival Kirishima. Their team moved to turn around to face Team Bakugo, smirks on each one of their faces as they watched his reaction. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Bakugo snarled, speaking in a hushed voice as he tried to be threatening. "We're the winning team, of course. You see, while everyone has been paying attention to you and your class, they should have been focused on us. Class 1B is going to beat your class, there isn't any doubt about it. We have better wit, you see." As Monoma spoke, looking away and closing his eyes as he gloated, Bakugo jumped forward, explosions sparking in his palms as he went for the attack. Before he could, however, he felt a quick tap on his side before Monoma used the same explosions, his explosions against him. Bakugo fell back with a booming, "What the hell?" Ashido and Shinso again just saving him from falling back and almost hitting the floor. "Warn us before you jump for them next time," Ashido quickly pleaded before pushing him back up. Team Monoma begun to move away, the blonde's teasing voice piercing through the air once more. "I hope you don't get too angry when I beat you, we wouldn't want you to explode out of pure disbelief and embarrassment now, would we?" A condescending chuckle rippled through the air to end his statement, the stolen points now being rushed away as they moved to go after another distracted team. Kirishima. The redhead tensed up when his name was mentioned, turning back and looking up over his shoulder to see a devilish-looking Bakugo staring holes into the back of Monoma's head. "Don't let them get away," he growled, commanding everyone to move after the team that had just decided to start a war, lighting the uncontrollable fire that was Bakugo Katsuki's wrath. As Monoma rode away from the angry teen he had just left behind, Kaibara looked up to ask their captain a question. "You sure it was a good idea to provoke him like that?" asked the brunette. "I mean, he's like, kind of scary." Don't worry, Kaibara, the blonde replied, he's too focused on the 1 million points than any of us. Plus, it's not like he's any threat. He may have a bigger ego but he isn't better than us, we have the same amount of skill as him, if not more dash. Argh, get back here with my points you goddamn nerds. Came the outraged cry from Bakugo, body rocketing through the air as explosions lit up behind him and he twisted his body to throw a devastating punch right at Monoma's face. He landed heavily, shoving his hand in Tetsutetsu's face as he tugged on his hair to steady himself and monstrously crawled and creeped up the side of the team's formation. Once his fiery fist made contact with Monoma's cheek he leaned back in one big movement, aiming to swing at him again as he got ready to latch onto and tear the headbands away. Just before the looming figure of Bakugo hit Monoma again however, Tsuburaba managed to create a shield of solid air blocking him from getting to the points. As Bakugo begun to repeatedly punch the shield with the force of his explosions, refusing to back down no matter what, Monoma dared to speak and challenge him even further. That's not going to work. Your sad explosions won't break through Tsuburaba's solidified air, I'd give up if I were you and go waste my time some other way. He taunted. Shinso internally cringed in response, knowing just how angry the ticking time bomb would get and just how much his antagonizer was going to regret his words. Bakugo smashed through the air in a loud crash, shattering the wall in front of him to smithereens before the shards dispersed back into normal air. Monoma watched in slow motion as his rival reached his arm towards the headband sitting around his neck, snatching the points before leaning away from Kaibara who was getting ready for the attack, and ducking out of the way of Monoma's hand as he went to use his quirk. In the height of it all the boy launched backwards, headbands going with him, when all of a sudden an earphone jack came flying their way. The dull metal stick rammed into Bakugo's temple, sending his head to the side and knocking him out of the air as Kirishima rushed forward to try and catch him. Then, what looked like a vine came shooting from the same direction as the earphone jack had, wrapping around the headbands as Bakugo instinctively let go and stealing them yet again. Before anyone could even begin to react, two stray horns then followed the path of the earphone jack and vine, zipping past both teams as they had to duck and weave out of their way to dodge their hit. Both teams stood watching as the points they'd fought over were stolen by another team. When Shinso turned his head to see who it was, he wasn't able to suppress a shocked grin. "You see, Todoroki." Tsu spoke up, slowly moving back and readying herself to jump forward. "We aren't afraid of using our fire." Todoroki tensed up at her words, his eyes widening slightly and giving Tsu the exact opening she needed to leap forward and snatch the 1 million points from his head. As she got close, piping hot armor grazing Todoroki's unscarred cheek, he lifted his left hand on instinct, the hint of orange flames dancing over his skin as he moved to shove her away. He hit the girl away from him with a burst of violent flames, and when she was caught by dark shadow again Todoroki realized what he'd just done. He froze, looking at the fresh new burn mark on Tsu's arm. He just used his fire. He just burned Tsu. "Todoroki? You okay?" Ida whispered to him carefully. When he got nothing in response he shared a concerned glance with the rest of his team, wondering why their captain had suddenly gone from commanding them on what to do to freezing in place. He stayed silent, falling into a trance-like state as he stared daggers at his hand, already hearing Endeavor's tormenting voice and seeing his horrifying grin as he stared down at him, telling him over and over that he couldn't win without his fire, telling him over and over that he needed to be the weapon he was created to be. "They got the 1 million. Ida, get ready to run." Yaoyorozu spoke for the bicolored teen after a second of silence. "We can get away from this situation with the rest of our points, and then go after a smaller team to gather enough to make it into the finals," she said looking at the leaderboard screen and seeing how much time they had left. "If we move quickly enough now and use Ida's speed, we'll hopefully be able to get the points we need to just make it. More of a chance than if we sit here and do nothing." "Right, yeah, sure. We just gotta get away from the team that's currently on fire and, oh, I don't know. Blocking our only exit?" Kaminari whined sarcastically. "It's our only option. If we stay here they will just close in and trap us even further. They don't seem to be intending to fall back anytime soon, and if they attack again we will just end up with no points and won't stand a chance of making it to the next round." "But dash. She's right, they obviously aren't backing down just yet," Todoroki said, coming out of his trance-like state as he repositioned himself so his left hand was tucked away behind him. "Tokoyami, Uraraka, Hatsum, get ready." Team Todoroki heard Tsu mutter from the other side of the space. "If we are going to make a run for it, we have to do it now," Yaoyorozu said. It was then that Ida spoke. "I have a better idea," he said, tilting his head down slightly as he stared at the opposing team. "Doing this however will render me useless to you all afterwards. But it will mean getting our points back." "What are you thinking?" Recipro burst. Do it, Ida. With Todoroki's command, Ida activated his quirk again. This time however, he focused extra hard on what he was about to do and took a few more vital seconds to warm up. Now! Tsu screamed at her teammates, their team moving to steal the remaining points from Todoroki. Go, IIDA, Todoroki screamed back, Ida racing forwards as fast as he could as the engines on his legs turned white, a massive burst of heat exploding from behind him. The blue-haired teen rushed forward, moving in a way that avoided Tsu and Dark Shadow's oncoming attack and dodging out of the way of Uraraka's flame torch, the girl in question stumbling over the weapon as she hesitated and struggled to use it. As Ida raced the team forward, Tsu and Dark Shadow twisted to go for Todoroki, who was by this point flying past them. In response, Todoroki created a shield of ice to block them out before Yaoyorozu used the metal pole she was still holding onto to hit them out of the air. She then moved it to hook a few of the headbands off Tsu's neck, aiming for where she thought the 1 million was now sitting and pulling it towards her. This was the final move, with the timer running out and the action reaching its climax. Everything depended on this, right here, right now. They needed more points. Before anyone could even begin to react, 2 stray horns then followed the path of the earphone jack and vine, zipping past both teams as they had to duck and weave out of their way to dodge their hit. Both teams stood watching as the points they'd fought over were stolen by another team. When Shinso turned his head to see who it was, he wasn't able to suppress a shocked grin. He saw the body and arms of Shoji running as fast as he could, shooting past them as he continued to move and refused to stop for anyone or anything. As the silver-haired teen ran, body going up and down with each step, his arms widened just enough to see who was being covered. Jiro, Shiozaki, and Pony were all looking back at them, laughing to themselves as Jiro reached her hand out to grab the points they just collected before shrinking back into the cover of Shoji's arms. Both teams stood watching as they were left in the dust, now neither of them with any remaining points. Shinso glanced over his shoulder to look at the leaderboard, and once he saw both Team Bakugo and Team Monoma were at the bottom of the list with a big fat 0 points next to their names, he knew exactly what they needed to do. Just like he predicted, both teams took off to chase Shoji and the other 3, suddenly holding off on attacking each other in favor of chasing down their new rivals. Although, after a moment he supposed that was said too soon, especially with 2 particular blondes on each team. Don't you dare go after our points, you copycat. Ha! Don't you mean our points? How about you back off? In your dreams, now move it extra. Bakugo and Monoma argued in the midst of it all, Bakugo sending explosions at Monoma to try and knock him off his team, trying to send him to the floor to get them disqualified for breaking the rules. Monoma barely avoided Bakugo's explosions, ducking out of the way and almost falling off if not for his quick reaction time that meant he was able to keep himself steady. Dirty trick, trying to get us disqualified by knocking our team captain off. Tetsu screamed, suddenly swaying from their straight path to gain momentum before ramming into Kirishima's side to try and trip him up. Kirishima was good to brace for the attack, seeing it coming out of the corner of his eye and being able to shrug it off. Dirty trick for doing it back. He pushed, moving to do the same to Tetsu. As the 2 front horses continued to push and shove each other, making the ride for everyone else very unstable, Monoma reached over Bakugo and Shinso to tap Ishido's shoulder. As he did, Bakugo turned his body around to put his hand right next to Monoma's head, sending off an explosion to ward him away while being completely unaware of his new borrowed quirk. In response, Monoma took the opening to move away quickly and send a beam of Ishido's murky acid at Bakugo's face while he was distracted, the angry teen flinching away as some of it hit his face and burned the skin around his eye. "Ack, you'll pay for that!" he screamed, touching his eye and hissing in pain when his finger lightly grazed the injury. He sent yet another explosion at Monoma, this time bigger and unavoidable, before leaning in to push him over again when Kirishima and Tetsu bumped heads. Kaibara and Tsuburaba rushed to save their teammate, Kaibara pulling on his leg as Tsuburaba supported his back. As both squabbling teams got close enough for Team Jiro to be within earshot, Monoma yelled out at his classmates. "I can't believe you 2 are teaming with 1A. You traitors!" he cried between shoves. "Not everyone wants to compete in your 1A rivalry, stupid Monoma." Pony argued back, "Plus we seem to be winning against you right now, so I would shut up if I were you. While I may not agree with how sneaky and despicable this plan was, I have to admit that it seems to be working in our favor. I am here to shine a light on my strength and show the heroes watching that I am worthy, and friendship is proving that more than your rivalry is at the moment." Shiozaki agreed with a snarl. "I mean, look at you, fighting like dogs. That's not respectable at all. DMNU extra." Bakugo roared, sending yet another explosion this time against the 3 girls hiding behind Shoji. "Keep running," Jiro said to Shoji as she leaned away from the attack, they are getting closer, so try and run faster if you can. You aren't getting away from us. More explosions went flying their way before Bakugo fully took on his role as team captain to make a massive move. He latched onto Kirishima's spiked hair, moving to steer him away from Tetsutesu and back into his side as hard as he could. While he did this, he commanded Ishido to spray some acid underneath the metal boy's foot to try and make him slip. Catching on to what Bakugo was now trying to do, Shinso started to talk to Kaibara next to him. "So, you feel bad that you're about to lose?" he asked. "Oh F off, I feel great cause we're gonna win dash. Bingo. Stop moving," he commanded. With Kaibara now under the effects of Shinso's quirk, he stopped in his tracks, the sudden halt at the back causing Tetsutetsu to slip over Ishido's acid and causing enough movement for Monoma to tumble off and over the side of his team. The team came crashing down in a flash as Bakugo did one final shove and sent one final explosion in their direction, everyone else moving to counter his weight to make sure they kept steady as their rivals hit the ground. 5 minuets left on the timer and we've got the first disqualification, some dirty tricks from both teams here that ended in disaster for only one. Present Mix's voice belted out as Monoma's team was demolished and left lying on the floor of the arena. Team Bakugo are still sitting at 0 points though. Will their efforts to fight be in vain or will they make it out of this with enough points to make it to the finals? Get our F points back, Kirishima. Hey, Jiro. Shinso barked, was this your plan all along? To turn me and my friend against each other, huh? Just as Jiro was about to respond, a hand rushed to hold her mouth shut. Don't answer him, Jiro. He's just trying to get under your skin so he can use his quirk on you. Came Shoji's voice, plus, he's probably loving this action right now, probably finding the fight for victory fun. Gotta give you know who an exciting show, right Shinso? The last part of his sentence was aimed directly at Shinso, earning a confused look from Jiro before she decided not to think about it. She wasn't such a fan of getting involved in the bubbling drama their class had going at the moment. Confrontation was uncomfortable. Damn it, he's caught on to how my quirk is activated, Shinso thought, again trying but failing to suppress a slight chuckle. He hadn't told anyone in UA how his quirk worked just yet, the only people who knew being the teachers, and Bird Boy, of course, but he wasn't exactly human. While he hadn't been able to use his quirk on Jiro, him speaking up to try it had distracted the team enough for Kirishima and Ishido to get closer, Ishido using her acid to make the floor slippery as Kirishima ran as fast as he could go. Bakugo had fallen silent, readying a massive explosion as he got ready to jump and somehow being even more bone-chilling than if he had been yelling. With one final roar, Bakugo created a massive explosion right in the eyes of the three girls facing them, creating a cloud of thick black smoke that was impossible to see through. The last thing Team Shoji saw was Bakugo's hand, reaching through the smoke and snatching every single headband they had from them. As the smoke cleared, Shiozaki saw Team Bakugo escaping, sending another vine towards them and snatching 2 headbands from the pile now in their possession. As she did so, Pony sent one more horn at them in a final attempt to knock them off course. Instead, however, her horn was torn out of the air and thrown back with an explosion behind it almost instantly, launching straight for them as Shoji moved to cover the girl and protect her from the oncoming retaliation. Usually, Shoji would have panicked when Pony's horn ripped off one of his extra hands. But this time, a quick peek into the audience calmed him down, his eyes just catching a golden glimmer sitting in the stands. He didn't have time to think about his extra hand right now. Team Jiro had a new goal to focus on. 3 minutes left on the timer and they only had 125 points, nowhere near enough to rival the teams at the top. Their plan of being sneaky had backfired. They needed to get as many more points as they could before the timer ran out. Let's go, Shoji said, running faster than he had been before as he turned his team's attention to their new goal. He would get into the finals, and he would give Star something to be proud of. Trust him on that. They stole 2 of our headbands just now, Bakugo. Ishido warned the boy. Let them have it won't make much of a fucking difference. He bellowed in response. And anyways, we are on our way to getting those 1 million points. He growled, staring holes into the ice they were quickly approaching. Everything took off in the last minute of the cavalry battle. Team Monoma had been disqualified. Team Jiro were sitting at 125 points and were now rushing to get some more. Team Bakugo were heading towards the ice wall to try and get the 1 million points, Bakugo flying in the air with his team trailing behind him to try and get there quicker. Team Todoroki had made their move at Team 2, trying to get away with their remaining points and stealing some from the opposing team in the process. And Team 2 were trying to hold on to the 1 million points while trying to take the rest from Team Todoroki. Izuku clutched onto the feathers on his wings as he watched. He had moved in his seat to hold himself back, currently trying so hard to ignore his senses telling him to go and heal his kid's injuries. While he did so, he watched with the rest of the audience in absolute awe. He felt like he was a young one again, watching human heroes fight from the clouds above as his mother stroked his newly sprouted wings with ever so gentle hands. The only difference, of course, being that now he had his senses humming in the background and he was watching from within the human realm instead of from his own. Boom, boom, boom. 3 seconds left. Bakugo came crashing through Todoroki's ice, the rest of his team running after him as Ishido and Kirishima melted and broke the ice left in their way. 2 seconds left. Bakugo rocketed towards both teams, arm reaching out for the 1,000,000 points everyone else was fighting to grab as he pushed Tsu out of the air and out of his way. 1 second left. Yaoyorozu reached to grab the loose headband, Bakugo now flying above them for the same thing and Todoroki dodging out of the way of all people involved, everyone watching held spellbound by the action. Biwas. The time over buzzer rang suddenly, Present Mix's voice roaring through the silence as the audience erupted. Both teams stopped. Tsu fell to the floor at the sudden change in momentum, caught by Kaminari who instinctively tried to save her from getting hurt. Bakugo crash-landed face first into the floor next to them, having moved far too quickly for anyone to be able to stop him, while Uraraka reached out to stop Todoroki from falling over and off Ida's shoulders. The rest of Bakugo's team trailed to a stop next to them, and Mei deactivated her fire-based support items with a quick click of a button. All teams looked up at the leaderboard to see who had placed where, and most importantly, to see who had gotten through with the 1,000,000 points. Izuku looked up with them, even more excited to see who was getting through to the next round than they were. Which of his kids had done it? Who would make it into the finals? Who would win? It all came down to one thing. And Team 2 wins with the 1,000,000 points. Present Mike howled. Looking up as the audience exploded into cheers, Izuku saw the leaderboard. It read: First, Team 2, 1,525 points. Second, Team Bakugo, 1,345 points. Third, Team Jiro, 640 points. Fourth, Team Todoroki, 575 points. God damn it, shitty nerds. Bakugo screamed, punching the floor with a mini explosion as he begun to have a tantrum. Ishido walked up to him, kneeling down to pat him on the back with sympathy which only earned an even angrier growl from the blonde. He does know we came second and still beat Todoroki, right? Kirishima asked, looking at the leaderboard to see their names listed next to the number 1, by a whole load of points, might I add. Shinso shrugged in response, being content with the fact he beat both teams with his friends in. He would be rubbing that in their faces later, count on it. Yaoyorozu had managed to grab the loose headband before the timer ran out and before anyone else had. This was the headband that Bakugo had been going for too, which confused her. Team Todoroki hadn't been listed to have the 1,000,000 points on the leaderboard, but she knew she had this headband in her hand before the buzzer went off. Turning it over to have a look, she saw that it had 155 points written across it instead. But, I got the one that was on top of your pile. It should have been the 1,000,000? She exclaimed. You thought we'd put the most valuable headband where you'd expect it to be? Tokoyami questioned back, looking shocked that Yaoyorozu, of all people, had been so surprised. Well played you four. I must congratulate you on the win, even if I do wish it had been us to come out on top. Ida cheered with an awkward laugh as he checked the leaderboard. And don't be so let down, Yaoyorozu, without those 155 points we wouldn't have made it into the top 4 teams. As Kaminari put Tsu down back on the floor, Todoroki went to say something. Don't. She snapped, pushing herself away from Kaminari as she walked off. She didn't bother going to her teammates to relish in her win, and as she walked past Shoji, who had come to see and congratulate his friends, she bumped shoulders with him fiercely, causing him to stumble backwards slightly as he sent her a cautious glance. Jiro had followed Shoji's path, walking past him hurriedly when he stopped as she tried to avoid the drama. She's real set at you guys. Kaminari hesitated. You gonna tell me and Ida why? He turned to ask Todoroki, wiggling his eyebrows as he tried to be funny and make light of the moment. We didn't win. Todoroki responded bluntly, greeting Shoji with a nod as he got closer. Oh. Ugh, come on man, really? There isn't anything to hide, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu whispered. Then why is she so mad at all of you? And why did she make a good point earlier when she was saying that you guys have been acting all weird and sneaky ever since the first few days of school and especially after the USJ? Kaminari pushed. We don't know. Well, you obviously do. Okay. Uraraka stepped between the two as she spoke, putting her hands up to separate them. Let's not do this here, yeah? There are other classes everywhere and there are cameras on us literally right now. We all need to breathe for a bit and focus on getting ready for the next round. We can talk about this later once everyone has calmed down, okay? Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm gonna go check on Tsu. Kaminari said, walking away as Ishido got up to follow him to go and do the same. As the groups of people slowly started to move, Yaoyorozu hesitantly ushered Todoroki and Shoji off to Recovery Girl. Most students had just gotten their fair share of scrapes and bruises, but Shoji had one of his extra hands torn off and Todoroki had a burn on his unscarred cheek. Shinso followed the three, slinging his arms over Todoroki's and Yaoyorozu's shoulders as he started bragging about beating them, trying to distract them from the way the rest of their class looked at them as they walked away. So, Jiro, you guys came third. How'd that happen? We didn't leave you with that many points. Kirishima asked, intrigued now that the fight between them was over. We tried our sneaky tactic again. Going after you guys with it at the start was a bad idea to be honest, considering Bakugo's on your team. But once the timer was running out everyone was too distracted to care about us stealing a whole bunch of points from them, so we actually managed to get away with it. Shoji just ran around the entire time while the rest of us used our quirks to collect points from far away. Holy shit, that was an awesome strategy then. You beat Team Todoroki with it since they came fourth, and did it in the last few minutes. That's just... wow. Haha, that's only cause Team 2 stole the 1 million from them, though. And you guys overcame our tactic as soon as we put it into play. Plus, it wasn't my idea, so I can't take credit. She admitted. Whose idea was it then? Kirishima asked. Pony's. Her and Shiozaki came to me with it, I just happened to not be in a team yet. DMN. Class 1B might actually be a serious rival for us then, huh? MHM. Though, your team at least knocked the annoying one down a peg by getting his team disqualified. I think you played a part in that too. He seemed irritated as hell when he saw 1A and 1B working together. Still is by the looks of it. Jiro laughed, gesturing over at Monoma who was currently yelling at Shiozaki and Pony in front of the rest of Class 1B who were looking at him with judgmental and quite concerned expressions. This seemed to be the start of a friendly rivalry between the two classes, and both Jiro and Kirishima weren't too angry at that. As all the teams that took part in the cavalry battle slowly moved out of the arena and toward their stalls or the cafeteria, Midnight explained that the next round, 1 versus 1 battles, would take place after a half-an-hour lunch break. This meant that students, teachers, and audiences would have time to go and get lunch, and also gave any injured students time to recover. According to her, there were also going to be some intermission events that any student could participate in before the final round. Part of Izuku wanted to watch, but another part of him had him already moving to go and find his kids. Two senses in particular were going off at the moment. The first was his sense for Tsu. He could feel that she was feeling frustrated and really angry, and there was a hint of sadness and fear that crossed his mind when he focused on it. However, he could also feel that the sense was dying down, meaning that she was currently dealing with her emotions. It also helped that both Ishido and Kaminari were with her at the moment, as it meant she had two friends with her who understood how she felt and who were doing great jobs at comforting her as she got ready for the next round. The second was his sense for Todoroki. Unlike Tsu, Todoroki seemed to be stuck in his head about something else. Something that nobody but Izuku knew about. The sense was also only getting stronger too, meaning Todoroki was spiraling and wasn't dealing with his thoughts very well at all. While Izuku had seen him walk away with Shinso, Yaoyorozu, and Shoji, none of them had any idea about Endeavor or what was going on at home, and they seemed to be painfully unaware of how deep into his thoughts Todoroki was getting. And so, with his senses calling out for him to help, Izuku walked away from the stalls and towards Recovery Girl's office. He decided that right now he needed to help Todoroki. He would check up on Tsu later, and would let her take part in the intermission events with her friends and get some food before the final round. As Izuku followed the signs directing him to Recovery Girl, he passed multiple students walking to go and get food. Izuku laughed at some of the conversations he overheard as he walked past, reminding himself how much he loved humans and living among them. They were so funny and adorable sometimes. Thinking about it, he found it quite amusing that this sports festival was a thing so many of them got so invested in. He had to admit he could see the appeal after watching it in person though, so he supposed it wasn't so strange. As he turned the corner he noticed that Recovery Girl's station was split into multiple rooms for this tournament, something that made a lot of sense since the kids were fighting each other with quirks and without holding back, so lots of injuries were inevitable. It was good that UA was making sure to deal with any injuries as quickly as they could, Recovery Girl working overtime to make sure every student was okay physically. Luckily, Izuku could hear Yaoyorozu, Shinso, and Shoji talking through one of the doors, and it sounded like they were in there alone. He looked around to make sure nobody would see before opening the door as quietly as he could, slipping inside and closing it behind him. When he looked up, he saw all three kids had stopped talking to look at the door. Crazy, did the door just open itself? Shinso asked sarcastically, exaggerating his voice to be very overdramatic. You aren't funny. Shoji deadpanned, glaring at the purple-haired boy next to him. Ignore those two, hi guardian. Hi. Sup, bird boy. Izuku smiled, laughing at the group's banter and being glad to see Shoji's extra arm wrapped up in a clean bandage, all scrapes and bruises already healed. He looked up to see Todoroki sitting on the bed in the room, his back leaning against the wall as he stared at his left hand. His soft smile turned into a small, empathetic frown, moving closer to the bed before slowly sitting down next to him. When the angel did so, Yaoyorozu caught onto the bed sinking beneath his weight, eyes flickering up to Todoroki and finally noticing how distant he currently was. Todoroki? Are you alright? She asked, concerned voice full of nothing but care for her new friend. When she spoke, the other two turned to look at him, the room going from lively and full of conversation to still and silent. Izuku lifted his hand to take off his charm, the soft golden glow submerging him before he was able to speak. He placed the gem down on the table next to the bed before moving his hand to Todoroki's shoulder, holding on tightly as his wings grew big and he pulled the boy into a comforting hug. Shoto subconsciously melted into the embrace, Izuku moving to brush his fingers through his hair as he helped the boy come back to reality. Izuku took a deep breath in, his kids slowly following along as he took the time to calm the room down, giving them all a moment to relax after the chaos of the sports festival that none of them knew they needed. Once Todoroki was back, he looked around the room, noticing their guardian was there with them and sitting up to look at him. He looked into the angel's eyes, the golden edges of his feathers emitting a warm golden glow as he continued to comfort everyone in his presence just by being there. You back with us? The guardian asked. Todoroki gave a short nod in response. Izuku hesitated, not knowing if brining this up now was the best idea. But then, he caught Todoroki's eyes glancing back at his left hand, wincing at the mere thought of his dad. He knew he had to do something. His senses were telling him to. He wanted to. I think you should talk to Aizawa about it, Shoto. He said, using the boy's given name to make an uncomfortable topic feel less formal and more safe. Todoroki looked at him again, knowing exactly what he was talking about and being surprised that he just suggested getting help. He looked back down again, quietly speaking to give Izuku reasons why he couldn't and why it wasn't that easy. It's not that bad, he said, playing with one of the feathers on the wing still draped around him as he tried to convince himself. And it's not like they'll be able to do anything. He's the number 2 hero, star, and I have siblings I need to worry about. I can become a hero without his fire, today was just a slip-up. I know you can become a hero on your own terms. You will become a hero on your own terms. But you need to get out of there and away from him to truly be free. I will be with you the entire time, and I will make sure they do something to help you. Just like all those years ago, yeah? I know you still remember that, and I will be here for you just like I always have been. He assured him. What's going on? Shinso asked carefully, not wanting to interrupt this moment but also feeling too worried for his friend not to ask. Sounds serious if it's something you need to talk to Aizawa about? Todoroki tensed up. He had never talked to anyone about this. Not really. Star knew because he had been there. Star knew because he had his otherworldly senses telling him. These people, his friends, had no idea about anything, and the idea of asking for help was terrifying. Why don't you practice, Shoto? You can open up. You can be vulnerable. It's okay. With one final rub of his shoulder from Star and a deep inhale and exhale, Todoroki looked at his friends and got ready to speak, their reassuring smiles encouraging him to rely on them for a moment. It was then that he told them everything. He started by brining up quirk marriages, a practice where two people with powerful quirks got married and had children to make even stronger quirks. He talked about how he'd been raised under the abuse and wrath of Endeavor, being brought up as a weapon for that man to use to fulfill his dreams of winning against the number 1, All Might. He talked about Toya, how he had been ruined by ruthless, cruel training, literally burned to ashes due to Endeavor's neglect and mental abuse. He talked about his mom, about how she had been sent to a mental hospital by Endeavor when she burnt his left eye, and how she had tried to heal it with her ice but only ended up making it worse. And he talked about what had happened after the USJ, why he came into school so jumpy and why his cheek looked a little more red than usual the Monday after. He explained everything, and the concerned and horrified looks on his friends made him realize that maybe Star was right. Maybe he should go and talk to Aizawa. Maybe he did need to get out. Oh, thank you. he muttered, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders as he opened up to people who cared for the first time in his life. For what? Shoji asked quietly, voice still laced with concern. Listening. I'll speak to Aizawa. He eventually said, looking up at the angel still beside him and earning a nod in repose. Good. Star said, getting up and moving to put his charm back in place. I'll be with you the entire time. Just look for my light. Are you going to do that now? Yaoyorozu asked. Todoroki took over for Izuku this time, standing up with the angel as they moved to the door. Yeah, he started, the fact that Endeavor is here and watching me has been making me feel uncomfortable and unsafe all day honestly. I think I need to tell them sooner rather than later. Okay, she said, smiling. We will be in the stalls waiting for you. Thank you for trusting us with this, Shoto. We won't tell anyone and are all here to talk whenever you need or want to. Todoroki paused as he took in what she just said, giving her a slightly taken off guard look as he realized what he'd just been called. The girl in question tilted her head as if to ask, what? Did I say something? Before it finally sunk in and processed in her mind. Shoot. Sorry. I didn't mean to call you your given name, it's just that Guardian did so I must have slipped up, but that's really no excuse I won't call you it a guy dash. No. No it's okay, Todoroki interrupted. It's nice, you can call me that if you like. You all can. Yaoyorozu smiled. Well, in that case you guys can call me Momo. You can call me by my given name too, if you want. We are friends, and share a pretty big secret, so. Call me Mizo. Once those three shared a smile and a nod, they slowly turned towards Shinso. Yeah, shut up. You guys can call me Hitoshi. Already do, kiddo, their guardian said as he reached to ruffle his already messy hair. Shinso wafted the angel's hand away in response, except you bird boy. He yelled, face going bright red as his friends giggled at his reaction. Izuku laughed and winked at the boy before putting his charm on, letting Shoto open the door and going with him to the commentator's booth while Momo, Mizo and Hitoshi wandered up to the stalls to find their seats. He'd make sure everything would be okay, and Shoto had his new friends to help him through things whenever the angel couldn't be there. And now their friendship had deepened, Izuku sensing that they all felt more connected with one another after a moment of being vulnerable. He supposed that sharing secrets was good for that. When Bakugo got the okay to leave Recovery Girls Station he got up and walked to the door of the room he was in, shutting it respectfully as he grumbled about his eye. That goddamn copycat had stolen Raccoon Eye's quirk and burned the skin around his eye, and holy shit it stung. That girl's acid was strong, he was lucky only some of it had gotten on his face. As he walked away to go to the cafeteria and get some food, he walked past a door with three specific voices talking. You aren't funny. Shoji deadpanned. Ignore those two, hi Guardian. Hi. Sup, bird boy. After that, Bakugo heard another voice speak, figuring it was a third year or someone's friend from another class coming to check up on them. Feeling curious and wanting to know what secret these four had, Bakugo stopped to eavesdrop. It was then that he accidentally heard Todoroki's life story, his scowl deepening as he heard the horrors. He walked away halfway through the bicolored teen's speech, part of him not wanting to intrude on such a sensitive topic, and part of him feeling so horrified that a hero would do such a thing to their own child to be able to stand to hear more. Walking away, he tried to shake this new overwhelming feeling of fear and guilt washing over him, knowing he'd have to focus on fighting soon enough and being painfully aware that he had just heard something he definitely wasn't supposed to. He decided to pay no mind to the guardian person he had heard speaking, figuring that this time it was a moment not meant for him.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.